Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 401. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 401. I said, Olivia, you are still throwing out the guy whose origin is unknown. It's good to throw it anywhere. It's too dangerous to leave such a guy at home. What are you talking about? How can you leave the unconscious person outside? You say, Father will be sad. Hey, I am caring about you. I don't care about myself. Anyway, I will leave tomorrow. But what do you do? In case the guy wakes up, it turns out to be a criminal. Oh, then Father will be sad. Just next to Jackson's Trade Fair, the old potion-paved building, a pair of sisters were facing each other without hesitation. The elder sister seems to be older, about 30 years old. The younger sister is only in his early 20s, and the two sisters are a little older. In fact, compared to the older elder sister Olivia, the younger sister Abigail is smarter and more alert to the darkness of society. No matter what you say, I have to leave him anyway, said elder sister Olivia stubbornly. Father never gave up any patient during his lifetime. As a daughter of her, we must follow him as an example. That is the case. Have you not been admitted to the health? Younger sister Abigail kept the suitcase and did not agree. As a daughter of Father, we have already failed. No, although I have to look at the store every day, but it has not stopped. Olivia said with a firm face, I will never give up. 30, my elder sister. Abigail dropped his clothes and straightened up and didn't feel good. Is it not good to put your mind on the potion? It is higher than the comprehensive requirements. Healer, you have at least a better talent in potion. Can a potioneer not cure people? Olivia licked her neck and licked her mouth, then slammed it on the sofa, twisting her body like a spoiled child. It is a little stronger. Potion is much harder than you think. Up. 30. Abigail silently looked at the suspected bug on the sofa, and he was weak and capable. Forget it. Follow you. Love is like this. She was paused, but she turned the voice again and pulled the topic back again. But before that, you must take the suspicious guy away. Otherwise I can't worry. No. Olivia jerked up from the couch. My elder sister Abigail could not help but scream. Olivia suddenly swore and pointed her finger at his younger sister, and there was a touch of approval in her expression. Yes, that's it. She was pleasantly surprised. Abigail was frightened by the often unfairly elder sister, who was frightened and flustered, and did not move. What happened? I am an elder sister. Olivia emphasized. Younger sister should listen to the elder sister. Do you understand? Then come up with a little elder sister. Abigail screamed, dissatisfied. How long has the store not been in the new potion? People's golden cauldron are all in the middle of the goods. Call it, well, Xianian potion. The profit can be high. Xianian potion? Olivia glared at her head. Sounds strange name. Your brain is weird. Abigail downcasted. Forget it. You can do it yourself. For this owner-minded thought to be a Helder's elder sister, she is helpless. Her good elder sister is not only simple in mind, but also perfectly inherited the stubborn strength of the dead ghost father. How to say nothing. It is really time for her to eat a loss, so she may not understand some common sense. Well, just do it. Abigail secretly nodded. Although according to the itinerary plan, she should leave for New Orleans tomorrow morning to investigate the local mandrake plantation area. When she was at school, she showed a good potential in herbology, and her own efforts laid a solid foundation for her to find a good job now. Abigail, the younger sister, is obviously more mature and sensible than the elder sister, who is a little hopeless in front of her. After all is a family. The feelings of the sisters are still very good when both parents pass away. So even if she delays the trip, she has to work hard for her elder sister. However, the plan is always unable to keep up with the changes. She had just made up her mind to pretend to leave, and then hid and secretly observed the follow-up situation at home. But the door of the house opened at this moment. Is it you? Saved me? The hoarse voice is matched with the medium long hair of Messi. The thin face is morbidly pale, the eye socket is deep and the lips are dry. and the upper body is still wrapped with thick bandages. Look at him like that. It is exactly what a seriously ill patient looks like. I can see the fortitude and the unyielding eyes, but still exude stubbornness and strength. It was Sirius Black, a wizard who dared to break through the darkness with blood and life. Oh, you still can't get up. The pure Olivia of the Temper was almost immediately reacted. She slammed from the sofa with nothing to do, and Sirius, who stood against the wall, rushed over. Go and lie down. You are too hurt. Can't move freely. Go in and go back to bed. Olivia almost dragged her, and couldn't resist pushing Sirius back into the room. Abigail, standing on the side of the suitcase, seemed to want to say something. He could look at the injury of Sirius and eventually he could bear it. It seems that I can't do any harmful behavior for a while. Wait until he lie back on the bed and ask. Abigail thought as he walked toward the room. No, although thank you very much. But I can't stay here anymore. I have to. While Sirius was back to the bed by Olivia, her mouth was still faintly snoring, but it was difficult to talk to him. I'm afraid that he might not be able to get out of this house. I can't leave it now. You can decide it. Seeing him lay back on the bed again, Olivia is giving him a quilt, Abigail said with a strong tone. Who do you think saved you? Abigail's nickname? Olivia yelled at the younger sister with some anger. I am telling the truth. Abigail ignored the blocking of the elder sister, glaring at Sirius. Say, who are you? Why do you fall at the back door of our house? If necessary, I will immediately transfer you to the Aron office of the Magic Congress for a rigorous review. Abigail. Olivia shouted again. You can't talk like this. This gentleman may have just been attacked by a villain. Isn't it? No, this is your younger sister? Sirius breathed weakly. She is right. She should not leave an unidentified suspicious man in his own house. But I can't be taken away. I have something to do. That said, you really are not good people. Abigail heard this, suddenly shocked, licking his elder sister and want to stay away from the bed. Good guys or bad guys? Sirius shook his head with a wry smile. It should be considered a good guy. Right? From the time you have to hesitate, you can't be a good person. Abigail made a lot of effort to drag the elder sister out of the room, and then rushed to find his own wand. I can find it. But I finally remembered that one seemed to be still in the room. It's okay. He hurt so badly, it should be fine. The various crimes left by the first generation of the Dark Lord in the United States, and the traces of the Dark Wizard that appeared in the magic circle of the United States from time to time, made the wizards who grew up in this land young, vigilant. Abigail Nature is also one of them. After all, a simple woman like her elder sister Olivia is always a minority. Abigail drummed his courage and secretly added fuel to himself, then immediately slammed into the room in front of the elder sister and went straight to the desk. But she seemed to be a little late, because she had just ran a few steps, and saw Sirius leaning towards the air on the wall next to the desk, holding Abigail's wand in her hand. As for his own wand, he had already fallen in the previous death to know where to go. This lady. Please believe that I won't hurt you. Sirius was eager to say, but I really should have gone. No more time wasted. He breathed a few breaths of air, but then there was another cough. The strength of the gathering just disappeared. I saw that his figure was unstable, and Peng fell to the corner. But the wand in his hand is still clenched, his eyes are still half-zuldered, but his eyes are still full of firmness. Please don't care. This sentence of Sirius is not for Abigail, but for Olivia behind her. Although Olivia is very kind and pure, she is not unclear. This strange man may indeed be a dangerous person. Under the current circumstances, even if she can't suppress her heart's worries about her patients, she has not made too naive behavior as she did just now. Sirius climbed up again, and the dull muscles made his movements slow and weak, but he seemed to carelessly and wanted to leave. He silently pointed the wand's tip to the two sisters. He struggled but didn't hesitate. He dragged his injured body out of the door, walked through the living room, and walked downstairs along the wooden steps. Yes, Sirius paused on the stairs and whispered, Thank you for your room, smart and kind girl. How do you know that it is mine? Abigail said halfway, suddenly realized that it was his own wand. In such a chaotic situation, this man can still consider this kind of thing. I really don't know what he is thinking. The last day of 2017 year, and willingly add one more, Flo wish everyone happy new year laugh. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 402. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 402. After all, Sirius still couldn't get out of this house, which was not too big. Just down the store shelf downstairs. His legs were soft and he fell down on the floor again. When Olivia and Abigail on the second floor suddenly heard a muffled sound from the downstairs, they looked at each other and then quickly walked up the stairs. Abigail, who could walk in front, suddenly stopped at the stairs, making Olivia almost hit her back. What's wrong? Olivia was puzzled. Abigail didn't talk, she just shook her head slightly, then bent down and picked up something from the stairs. Your wand. Olivia looked at it and immediately became surprised. He was not, just now. I really don't know what the guy is thinking about. Abigail licked his lips and flashed a sway in his eyes. He quickly repressed the awkwardness of his heart and lifted his legs to continue downstairs. But her footsteps seemed to be a little faster than before. As soon as they arrived downstairs, Olivia was shocked. The man who fell on the floor was still trying to prop up his body. The weak arms can hardly bear their weight, and the originally unspeakable breathing sounds become intermittent. Stop. Olivia no longer cares. She rushed forward and lifted Sirius's upper body. Calm down, breathe slowly, don't work hard again. Hey. Just as Olivia tried to convince Sirius, but there was not much effect, Abigail's shouted ran through the eardrums of both. You guys from unknown sources, you listen to me. Abigail yelled. I don't care what you have, no matter what you do. I only know, just now, you are like this, everything is at all. Can't do it. Do you want to die in front of us? Indeed, it is necessary to add unnecessary trouble to you. Sorry, I should die outside. Sirius whispered out of breath. Trouble? It's already troublesome since you fell at the back door of our house. Abigail was annoyed. Don't you understand? Do you still have something to do? If you die, you can still do you want to do it? HMPH. Sirius snorted and slouched. This is really. Can't refute. He was paused and asked casually, however, leaving me a bad guy at home, is that okay? It's not good at all. Abigail groaned, and then swung a little at the corner of the shop with the wand in his hand. Wingardium Leviosa. A dusty stretcher flew out of the corner, silently unfolding in the air, and fell to the side of Sirius and Olivia. Olivia immediately responded and moved Sirius to the stretcher. Then, by Abigail's curse, the stretcher carried Sirius and floated again, and followed Abigail's footsteps to fly upstairs. Sirius couldn't help but sigh in relief when Sirius was placed again on a soft, comfortable bed. He is too tired, but he does not regret it. The incident was quite urgent, and the road ahead was confusing. He didn't want Hogwarts to be in any danger for some reason. Because of his best buddy's son, his godson, Harry lives in it. For this, he is willing to burn his last drop of value, and even his own life. But the girl named Abigail said, well, he can't die, at least until his goal is achieved. His life has to be kept. You are lying down. I am going to get a bottle of Vital Tonic. Olivia said, just wanting to go outside the room, but suddenly turned back to warn repeatedly, must be lying, understand? Don't go, it's useless. Sirius shook his head weakly. The vibrating tonic just replenishes the physical energy. My situation is not the same. How did you make this? Abigail immediately asked the question she had been asking. Is there a curse? In fact, I don't know too well. Sirius frowned. Should it be similar to the feeling of overuse of the curse? He recalled the previous escape experience, and the two strange black mists that he pursued, and he couldn't help but think a lot but he always couldn't grasp the point. The Black Death in the Mark's mouth that used to attack Hogwarts was also a similar black gas. Compared to the black fog of this time, there is still no small difference. There is a specific difference, and he really doesn't know where to start talking. Sirius, who was thinking about it, seemed to suddenly think of something, and immediately turned his head. "Can you trouble you one thing?" "What?" asked Olivia. "Throw my robe out and find an inconspicuous place." He remembered the big spider that helped him block 2 black fogs. It was a terrifying big spider. His own curse has a low effect on the strange black fog, but the spider can stop them at once. If it weren't for the 4 black fogs coming in different directions, I am afraid he could escape without a hurry. If you ask which guy can tame the monster-like spider, he only knows 3. One is Hagrid, the other is Dumbledore, and the other is Marks. And ask if there is such a guy who can think of sending a monster to protect himself. Besides Marks, who else? Only the kid would not be afraid to drum up such a dangerous big guy, and tamed it quietly. Of course, Sirius didn't even know that Marks was looking for himself in New York. He asked the sisters to hang out their robes, just trying to get the spiders to find, that's all. Even if the possibility is not great, he can't give up trying, because at the moment I am too weak, and in case of any other attack, he can at least not let the good sisters in front of me suffer misfortunes because of themselves. "Do you still have a companion?" Abigail looked suspicious. "I understand what you think." Sirius sighed. "I don't trust a suspicious stranger." "That's right. But if you do, you'd better throw me out, or I will bring you the disaster." "I can't do it." Olivia dissatisfied. "You are my patient now. Father has been teaching us, can't ignore any patient." "Mother didn't teach us to." "Did female children know how to protect themselves?" Abigail muttered, then he shook his head with helplessness. "You also saw, my elder sister is like this, who don't even want to persuade her." "I just gave up, you can do it yourself." She reluctantly said the story, then sat down on the chair in front of the desk, but the line of sight fell involuntarily on the broken black robe next to it. On the other side, Marks has left the bar and is walking on the street illuminated by the dim light. There is no nightlife on this small road off the city center, only the empty stone road that disappears with the night. The slightly damp ground stepped on the tower, and it seemed to be because the uneven streets still had some residual rain. He went very fast, because Sirius doesn't know where it is, but the state is not good. It may even be dead. But if the man is still alive, he must speed up and not let the other party wait too long. Of course, there is another reason why he is going so fast. The reason is simple, because he has been aware of someone tracking himself after leaving the bar for a while. That magic power response is quite awkward and very weak. If it is mixed in the heap, he will probably ignore them completely, because it is so inconspicuous. Even Bowtruckle's magic power response is stronger than them. But now it is on the Mole Street that this wizard doesn't have. If he can't sense it, then he might as well drown himself in the meditation basin. But how to say it again? It is definitely not good to make a fuss on the street of Mole. To make trouble, you must first enter the Jackson Trade Plaza, that the female reporter said. In the territory of the wizard, it is always better to deal with some, so as not to cause any big trouble. However, the 2 people who followed the list seemed to be unable to hold back. Marks can feel it, the other side's action is accelerating, and the distance between the 2 sides is getting closer. Since you can't try to transfer the battlefield as much as possible, then simply rely on speed. Swift. In the mind, only the single thought flashed past, and Marks's body suddenly leaned forward. At the moment of the next step, the amazing speed suddenly broke out. The other party's reaction was also very fast, but after seeing a building behind him, he picked up 2 black mists and chased him straight from the sky. Marks glanced back and his heart was clear. Is it really Obscurus? For him, that speed is not fast. Although it is not enough to chase him, it is absolutely impossible to shorten the distance. But he doesn't want to open the 2 guys. What is another clue? Marks kept on foot and slid into the alleys on the street at a fairly high speed, moving towards the destination and heading straight away. When he encountered a corner in front, he jumped on the wall and flipped over the wall. Then across the two streets, you should be able to see the entrance. In the midair behind him, the two groups of black fog dragged the long tail and violently rubbed the roof of a house, picking up a piece of masonry. In those two groups of dark fog, it is faintly visible that the red light spots like Mars are erratic, and there is indeed a big difference between the Black Death that Mark's nose. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 403. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 403. Peng. Behind the high-speed flying Marks, a partition wall was crushed by the two black mists. The broken blocks of red bricks were mixed with cement debris, and the entire street behind the wall was splattered. In the dust that rises, the black fog seems to have rushed out without knowing it, still chasing Marks straight. Interesting, Marks put his eyes back in front of him, but his curiosity made him eager to try. He couldn't immediately catch the two obscurus and study it. Grindelwald really studied something interesting. When he passed through the roadway again, fluently over the wall, and when he came to another street, he quickly took a step to the side and lightly completed the sudden turn at high speed. The entrance to the Jackson Square is just over there, and the distance is already very close. Marks bypassed a bus stop and jumped over the green belt without stopping, steadily standing in front of the floor-tossling glass window of a watch store. Immediately, he turned his head calmly, and the right hand was gently placed on the glass of the window. Just a few seconds later, the black mist that followed the two groups crossed the roof, and the rubble that shattered in the splash crossed an arc in the air, dragging the long tail of the soot toward him. Yes, that's right, it's here. Marks's eyes stared at the two black clouds, and the left hand seemed to call for a general trick. Come on. There is no need to greet him at all. The black fog comes out directly from him with the slightest hesitation, and the speed is even faintly accelerated. Just in the moment when the black misty ink-colored meteor was almost in front of him, the window glass of his right hand suddenly seemed like a piece of water that was thrown into the stone. Several ripples spread quietly. The next moment, Marks fell into the glass, and the two groups of black fog that hit him came one after another, as he was swallowed by the glass. Not long after, the translucent water pattern gradually calmed down and reformed into hard glass. The window glass is connected to a jagged brick wall. Outside the brick wall, there is a straight alley with almost nothing. Looking forward from here, you can immediately see that there is a square outside. In the middle of the night, the Jackson Square is just like the Mole Street outside. Only the hanging lamps for lighting are silently emitting a deep dim. The night of the wizard is lonely and quiet. Compared to the colorful moles that live at night, the wizard with a poor entertainment concept usually sleeps earlier. This is the case in London, and it seems to be the same in the United States. If you can get a lot of fun at night, wouldn't it be like the wizard bar that Marks just left before? The number of wizards that are really not much live too much, and most of them are lived freely. Unless it's a highly organized event like the Quidditch World Cup, you can make a decent number of participants. At this moment, in this empty alley, the brick wall that seems to be absolutely not strong, suddenly appeared a silhouette, and without any delay, smashed toward the square outside the alley. Follow closely from behind is the two groups of black fog with long tails, during which Mars lingers, especially in this dim night. Someone, although most of the wizards will go to bed early, there are always some exceptions. This is the land shared by the wizards. No one can force others to not take a step at night. What is it? Marks just flew out of the alley and saw the witch in a thick shawl the first time. The lady seems to be very old, and the face eroded by the years is full of wrinkles. Her white hair was hot and curled, but it showed her dissatisfaction with the old heart. How much can be seen? This old witch should be a rare beauty when he was young. But after all, this is no longer young, and I don't know what to do so late. Leave off immediately, madam. Marks whizzed past her, scaring her back, a squat at her feet, and she was about to fall. Oh, sorry. Marks's footsteps were wrong, and suddenly turned the direction, and turned back to hold her. But this is really not the time. The air at night is a bit idle. I think it is probably not suitable for your walk. He held the back of the old witch in one hand, and the staff in the other hand suddenly pointed forward, and two impediment chinks were cast out without any gaps. The black fog that followed the impact seemed to have slammed into two invisible walls in a row, and the speed was greatly reduced, but it was still hard to squeeze over him. The effect is not ideal, Marks muttered in the mouth, but his hand did not stop, seeing that he decisively squatted on the sleeves. The two narrowed acromantula fell on the ground innocently and then swelled immediately. In the blink of an eye, the black spider, which was originally the size of the thumb, turned into a terrifying monster that was taller than the human. Look at them. Marks was immediately instructed. The black mist that moved forward in the air, when it touched the site of two acromantula, quickly plaited a layer of grey and quickly spread. Not long after, the movement of the black mist, which was still flowing, gradually turned into two white mists floating in the air. If you want to describe it, it is like a super large marshmallow made from two groups of white sugar. Oh, madam. Marks turned his head and politely said, "You can stand firm." He held the old witch, who was quite frightened, and stood against the wall. This waved the staff and reapplied the two reductions of acromantula, Xiao Ban Xiao Shi behind him. "Are you all right, madam?" Marks smiled. "Need a bottle of calming potion? It can help you ease your mood." "Ah. No, no." The old witch licked the thick shawl on his body, and his eyes stayed on the two large marshmallows in midair, then shook his head slightly. "Thank you, young people." The old witch seems to have habitually looked towards Marks's face, but it reveals some doubts at once. Well, probably because I practiced occlumency. Marks bowed and looked at the old witch, who looked quite old. "Monsieur Legilimens is quite powerful." "Sorry, young people." The old witch slowly blinked. "I didn't control it when I was about the same age as you. I didn't like it." "I can feel it," Marks nodded said. "It's a bit messy. It's very strong, but it's not concentrated." "Ah. Can you keep me secrets when I meet me tonight?" "Just by chance, passing, that's all." "Well, of course," the old witch replied casually, and then he did not care about the chaos that happened just now, but instead asked a question that had nothing to do with it. "Young, are you from Britain?" "Oh, did you hear it?" Marks said with a smile. "I thought I had covered up very well." "No. You are very good. I am just familiar with the London accent, that's all." The old witch said with some nostalgia. "My elder sister lives in Britain now. She married a handsome girl when she was young." Britain. "That sounds good," Marks shrugged said. "But I think I should go, and I have to do something as soon as possible. So goodbye, madam." As he spoke, he stretched his stick into the air, and the two grey-white fogs swiftly floated to him. But when he was about to open his bag at the waist, he tried to put the two groups of marshmallows into the way, and then he suddenly sounded the old witch again. "The United States. Actually there are Obscurus." "Hey?" Marks stopped the action of the stuffy plug and looked back at her with some surprise. "Miss, have you seen them yet?" The old witch tightened his shawl again, revealing a look of memories. After a while, she slowly nodded with a touch of old smile. "Destiny is really clever," she said quietly. "I have seen it once in a few years. It's really a bit of a thrilling thing to say, but I don't hate that excitement." She was talking, and suddenly she thought of something like it, frowned, said, "However, this thing has appeared again. Isn't this really bad?" Marks didn't answer this question. He just re-examined the old witch in front of him, and somewhere in his heart, it was touched. He felt that he should know the old lady, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Young people. The call of the old witch interrupted Marks's thoughts. He shook his head slightly and put the matter aside for the time being. "Since you can't think of it, it shouldn't be too important. Go back and think again." "Oh, madam," Marks said casually. "It's not good, but I'm not dealing with it. It would be awkward to make trouble in the mole block, so I will lead them to the square." "You are right," old witch muttered. "You can't let them go outside." Then, "I will go first." Marx packed the things, and then waved his hand. "Go home early. It's just training. The outside is too heavy, not suitable for you to go for a walk." When he finished, he turned and walked toward the street next to the square, and quickly observed it toward all around. If he guessed it right, Sirius would probably be hiding somewhere in this wizard building. Behind him, the old witch looked at the back of Marx's departure, and he sighed with some emotion. "I haven't been to Britain for a while, and I don't know how elder sister and brother-in-law are doing with their family. Let's go to the next day," she said to herself with some nostalgia. "Go back and bake some orange marmalade bread." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 404. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 404. In the west end of the Jackson Square, a seemingly inconspicuous shack, probably to prevent people from seeing the light. The only two windows in the house were covered with curtains. Even so, only a faint oil lamp was placed in the shed. The faint light drove away the darkness, making this room look like gloomy. At the small round table lit up slightly by the oil lamp, two men and a woman who looked plain were sitting. These two people seemed to be in their early 20s, and at most they will not be more than 30 years old. It stands to reason that it should be an active age. But somehow, although they are talking, the tone of their speech is faint with some kind of gloom that is unclear. What to do? There are no targets everywhere. We will go home to report the situation to the owner," the woman said softly. It looked a little uneasy. "No, we can't just go back. Look for it again. Look for it again." Although the man seems to be older, he can behave more fearful than the woman. "Otherwise, the owner will take the whip and smoke us." "No. Absolutely." When the woman heard the word whip, she suddenly became shocked and habitually picked up her nails. For a time, there was an unpleasant squeaky sound in the quiet shack. What to look for? After a while, the woman retracted her finger and said to herself, "Mike, they haven't come back yet." "Did they meet the horrible spider?" No, we haven't escaped yet." The man shook his head. "The big spider is very powerful, but there is no way for us to move at all. To abandon some of the power or escape." "Then why are they? Why aren't they here?" The woman took a deep breath and then began to bite her nails again. Because of her habit of relieving mental stress, her nails have been smashed. Not only that, almost every fingertip of the finger is a new injury that covers the old injury and looks quite horrible. "Let's go find it again. Where can I go?" The man narrowed his neck. "You can't stay here and wait. When it arrives at noon tomorrow, we have to go back. Look for it again. Look for it again." "Let's wait a minute." The woman suddenly grabbed her chest and there was some cold sweat on her forehead. "Time is coming." "Ah. The man, with her words, also subconsciously touched his chest, then silently nodded. In the darkness of the shack, the men and women were quiet again, and only the woman's squeaky sound of nails from time to time still echoed. Time passed by, they haven't finished their tasks until now, but now they can only tremble on the stool like waiting for death. New York time, 3 o'clock in the morning. The two men who had been waiting for something with their eyes closed suddenly tightened their muscles and almost stunned their chests at the same time. Their faces gradually became distorted, and they clenched their mouths and made a burst of repression, and the breathing became short and heavy. If you look carefully, you may be able to see it. Under the faint light, their forehead, back of the hand, neck, and every part of the skin that is exposed to the skin are bursting. Their sweat slipped down the cheek to the chin and dripped down. They seemed to be enduring extreme pain. Even so, they still dare not make too much sorrow. They are constantly suppressing themselves, just to not reveal their hiding place, because they know that if they are accidentally exposed, then waiting for them will be a never-ending punishment for them. The master's whip is 10,000 times more terrifying than the pain of this regular attack. 10 minutes later, the two fell weakly on the dirty, dusty ground, but they didn't care. They are just thinking, just noon tomorrow, only 9 hours left. After a little slowing down, they immediately climbed up and took their heads off the shelf. After the cloak was fastened, They blew out the oil lamp and walked quickly to the gate of the shack. I went to the north and east, you searched here, then went to the southern district. The woman roughly allocated the search range, and then they began to split up. On the other hand, the same is to search for the marks of Sirius, and all the alienated Acromantula that has been left around has been sent out. And he himself is not idle, but with the little guys to carry out a door-to-door search. However, when he became the hummingbird's animagus form, he came out of a family's chimney, but did not continue to fly to another family as before, but stayed in midair for a few seconds. Then, with the slightest hesitation, he moved toward a certain direction and rushed straight. In an alley just a short distance from the family, he saw a silhouette of a cloak, sneaking to the other side of the alley. He was familiar with the magic power response of the silhouette, but although he was familiar, he almost missed it. The magical power fluctuations that are so weird are too hidden. If it wasn't for him that he had been paying attention from the beginning, he might have let the other person slip through his eyes. After tracking for a while in the form of Animagus, Marx sneaked into the roof of a house and changed into a human form. Then he put himself in a disillusionment charm and quickly chased it up. He still doesn't know how to change the Obscurus in the black fog shape back to the human form. He can only use the sneak attack to slap the other party and still not notice it. The man didn't run fast. He quickly caught up with the other person in a few steps, and decisively gave the man a very powerful full-body curse. The curse took effect, and the other party, even if it was stiff, fell silently into the dark alley, and did not have any reaction at all. When it didn't turn into black fog, is the resistance to the curse different from that of the ordinary person? Marx hurried forward and turned over the man who was lying on the ground, and opened the other side. Hood. Woman. The woman couldn't move even a finger under the effect of the whole body's binding spell. Only the pair of eyes could wander. Marx didn't hesitate anything, even when he stared at the other's eyes and cast a Legilimen's spell. But for a moment, he immediately frowned, and subconsciously rubbed his head. What are these things? Marx whispered and whispered. This woman did not practice Occlumency, and his Legilimens also went into effect. Probably. That's right, Marx can only use the word probably to describe it, because when he reads the other's memory, he feels a lot of chaos and unspeakable pain and fear. Legilimens is not just to look at the memory of others, it also allows the operator to feel the emotions and emotions of the subject. What Marx felt from the woman's brain that was falling on the ground was a vague and distorted chaos and a fear of deep bone marrow. That feeling almost occupied most of the woman's heart, making Marx difficult to read a clearer memory. The clearest picture Marx got through this time, the gloomy dungeon filled with morning, and the silhouette of the upper body hidden in the darkness. Originally is this way, is that true? Marx raised his eyes, thoughtfully. Who can that person be? Grindelwald's remaining party, strong supporters, excellent researchers. He lowered his head again, took Veritaserum and poured some into the woman's mouth, then extended his staff to move toward the other's face. Answer me, where is Sirius Black? Do not know. What are you doing here? Search for Sirius Black. Do you have companions in this operation? Where are they all? There are a total of 4 people in this operation. Joshua is now searching in the west, and Mike and Andrew are unknown. Why are you chasing Sirius Black? This is an order. Where is your stronghold? Marx asked questions in succession, but when he asked about their stronghold, the woman stammered under the effect of Veritaserum. Although she couldn't open and close her mouth, her throat had only a vague sound, and there seemed to be some kind of fear from the depth of one's soul that was trying to stop her from telling the truth. I ask again, where is your stronghold? Marx frowned and repeated the question again. I never thought that the other person's mouth had just barely squeezed out a word, and immediately rounded his eyes. and a hoarse whisper in his throat. And her face has become distorted again and seems to be enduring great pain. Just in the moment of this abnormality, Marx suddenly sensed some magic power fluctuations from the dark magic. And the source of the strange fluctuations is chest. There was no time to give him a refusal. He quickly untied the cloak tie and the button on the robes, and then forced the collar of the shirt inside. On the skin of the victim's chest, full of scars, a deep imprint of the pattern is emitting dark black-purple rays of light. Around the brand, a large number of dark red veins extend from it, revealing a sinister atmosphere. The mark of Deathly Hallows. Marx stared at the imprinted pattern, secretly rubbing his heart. What is Grindelwald planning? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 405. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 405. Although I have caught 3 obscurus people in succession, there is still not much substantial gains. But for Marx, this woman is already quite a big gain just in front of her. Since these obscurus are still searching for Sirius desperately, it means that Sirius is not only alive, but has already escaped from their pursuit. Now that Marx knows that the other party is still searching for a companion, he must first adjust the priority of processing the transaction. In order to ensure the safety of Sirius, who did not know where to hide, Marx decided to start with the first step and catch the last obscurus before the other party found Sirius. After all, although he still doesn't know where Sirius is, the position of this woman's companion is already known. Western District. Dragging the woman in front of him with a levitation charm, Marx set foot on the magic book and flew straight to the west side of the square. Joshua was running under the dim light of the street. He was terrified. He didn't want to be punished for not completing his mission. He must find the man named Sirius Black. On a street in the West End, the young man who split up with the woman Marx seized was running wildly. Almost half of the neighborhoods in this neighborhood have been searched by him, but he has not yet found the strong man who has been distributed. Not in the Western District. Not in the West End? His voice kept shaking, not knowing whether it was running, or simply out of fear. Be sure in the Southern District. In the Southern District. His body, faint black fog, seems to be incarnation of the crazy darkness at any time because of the intense fluctuations of the spirit. Suddenly, his toes slammed on a raised floor tile and fell heavily on the ground. When he climbed up in a hurry, the palms of the ground and the forehead on the floor tiles flowed out of the thick blood. But he seemed to stand up unconsciously and rushed to the front again. There was no one in the streets at night, only his footsteps echoed in the sound. And the darkness around him made him feel like he was in the abyss, and there were all the monsters around him in the shadows of all around. Joshua was a timid male child since he was a child. He was afraid of darkness, fear of being alone, afraid of a small space, and fear of a deep corridor. But the one he fears most is the master, who is like a demon. Therefore, he can't stop and fear and can't stop, as long as he thinks of the cruel punishment he faces when he is not finished. He has to leave everything he fears behind. Yes, I have to learn to throw it behind. There was a companion who taught him this way. That is to say, how can you throw it? It hurts. Good black. Very terrifying. He ran straight ahead, stepping into the light curtain of the streetlight again and again, and leaving again and again. Bleeding. It's bleeding. Well, terrifying. He turned a corner and slipped again under his feet, but he forcibly hugged the lamp-post of the streetlight. As the lamp-post swayed, the light on the top of the head was extinguished. You can't just go back. To complete the task. Can't. He passed by the bookstore, and there seemed to be a mouse in the alley next to him. He tried not to listen, not to think, and he tried to bury his head on the road under his feet. What happened? Someone is screaming. Woman. Joshua raised his head violently, and the sweaty hair of the messy under the hood covered his vast field of vision for a moment. But he still sees it clearly. Next door to the bookstore, the door to a potion shop is half open, and on the stone steps at the door, a beautiful woman was standing stiffly, her mouth wide open and her expression of fear. No, Joshua is not concerned about women, although he is not afraid of women. He is not good at coping. He feels that he is likely to hate women. What he is concerned about is what the woman is holding in her hand. Is a robe. The robe worn by the man named Sirius Black. Joshua was stopped at the foot, and then opened his legs, like crazy, moved towards the woman. His throat whispered, like a frightened wild beast. The woman standing at the door suddenly reacted. She subconsciously forced the robes in her hand forward, and then quickly ran into the half-open and semi-closed door. The next moment, accompanied by a bang, the wooden door was shut down from inside. Joshua didn't look at it for a moment, and he was covered in the black robes and covered his head, covering his entire head. At that time, his vision was limited, and the forehead that had been injured had slammed into the door panel through his robe. Well, is it painful? Of course it hurts very much. However, although he is afraid of pain, he has already suffered numerous and more severe pains. Joshua crouched on the steps, scratching and scratching the robe, and then confirming it in front of his eyes. Yes, this black robes of fur woven must be the man. He just climbed up against the door panel and wanted to open the force to break the wooden door and smash it in. But when he was ready to do so, there was a dialogue of women on the second floor of this potion store. Joshua quickly stepped back and went to the middle of the street, looking up at the window on the second floor. Then, I saw that he burst into a thick black mist and ran from the street facing the air. The robe slammed on the floor tiles. However, Joshua, who wanted to rush into the window on the second floor of the potion store, failed to fulfill his intentions. Just as he turned into a black fog, the number of red horns slammed from the other side of the street, and even a single blow was not wasted, all poured into him. Going forward and attacking, the black fog was blown continuously and tens of feet away. A few seconds later, Marks peddled the magic book, swept across the street at high speed, and steadily stopped at the place where the robe fell. This is Sirius's. Marks landed on the ground, bent over and picked up the black robe, and squatted to the left and right. Is it near here? In fact, it is not necessary to find more, and soon his sight fell on the second floor of the potion store. Although the window was holding the curtains, there was no light between the gaps in the curtains, and the room with the windows closed. The curtains were shaking slightly, and it seemed suspicious. Marks didn't think much more. He immediately lifted his staff and pointed at the window. While the window sash was opened by him, he had already stepped on the magic book and slammed into it. Welcome to him is a disarming charm, and 3 silhouettes that disappeared in the vortex of disapparition. Sirius. Marks smashed the curse that spurred him, and his secret thought was bad. Just now, he vaguely saw the general appearance of the 3 left. That was Sirius, and 2 other women he did not know. One of the women, with the Sirius stalking, left, and the other, the younger female child who finally disarmed Charm. In fact, what he saw more clearly was the last female child. After all, in order to stop herself, the other party left a little slower. As for Sirius, who was taken first, to be honest, if he didn't recognize the broken pants worn by the guy, he wouldn't really recognize it. Not that only the last accomplice left? Marks frowned. The effect of Veritaserum is definitely no problem. That is to say, this action is divided into 2 groups. Or, those 2 is it a reinforcement of the post fact? He was a little bit gently put out of breath, then flew out of the window on the magic book, and quickly chased the Obscurus who had just been killed by himself. At the same time, on the Hudson River in the north of New York, a piece of grass covered with weeds. With 2 bursts of sound, 3 people successively showed their stature from the distorted space. Olivia, who was accompanied by the Sirius followers, fell down on the grass with the former and looked awkward. And Abigail, who appeared next to him, showed his knees with a look of horror. I am really fed up. She glanced at the wand in her hand and gently sniffed her nose. I never thought that one day I would actually cast a spell on a terrifying dark wizard. This is simply. Abby, is there a dark wizard going in? Olivia was surprised. Yeah? Abigail sat down on the grass, and lost his soul. Too terrifying. Will they send someone to kill me? I have never done anything bad. When you were a child, didn't you use the many curse to fool Joseph of your neighbor's house? You forgot. Olivia blinked. He smiled. Don't take out those trivial matter things. Abigail Gasu who authentic, especially in front of this man. Sirius was lying weakly in the grass, and when he heard Abigail's words, he shook his head slightly helplessly. Sorry, it's all because of me. Yes, it's because of you. Abigail was not mad. Give me a good memory. This is what you owe me. Of course, you are right. Sirius sighed. Right, are you okay? Are you injured? So urgent disapparation. Don't be too small to look at people. Abigail turned his head and glanced at him. I did pass the apparition test once and for all. I have never made a mistake. I can see you alone and secretly practiced it many times. Olivia immediately dismantled the road. That is a violation of the rules. Lee, why? You shut me up. Abigail threw the wand to Olivia's head. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 406. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 406. What is the wizard, who is terrifying? Joshua, who was shot by Marks, stopped and fired, is now frantically running away. He had to flee, because this is the first time he has been using this power. And he has been beaten with a spell for the first time. Although he does not know how powerful his master is, must it be strong? However, the master never dealt with them with an aggressive spell, because the master only needs to activate the brand, which can make them completely lose the battle willpower. No, they are a group of timid children. Where will the battle be willpower? Has he not chasing it? Joshua ran wildly in the alley, looking back and forth from time to time, but never found signs of someone chasing it. He can't stop because he can be full of fear. He has no courage to breathe. He ran hard, just to be farther away from the monster wizard that suddenly popped up, farther away. The farther the better. He did not think about where he should escape. He just escaped instinctively. The buildings on both sides continually receded as he ran, and blended into the night with a little bit. Occasionally there are one or two owls screaming, as if the children are crying, and the haze is chilling. Joshua felt as if she had returned to her childhood and returned to the period that had not been taken away by her master. He remembered his father, the alcohol, the gambling, and the fact that he beat his father. He also remembered that one night he escaped from the dirty and horrible home, but was dragged by father with a stick and chased a picture of a leg. Yes, that's right. That night was so dim, there was no starlight and the moon, the street lights were flashing constantly, and the barking of the night cat made his legs and feet soft. He kept running, and the terrifying father who was squatting was chasing him behind him. The stick on his hand was thick and hard, and the scratch on his back was a burning fire. His father planted a seed of fear for him. Don't come over, father. Don't hit me. Joshua's spirit was almost on the verge of collapse. He dragged some weak body to make his strength run forward, and his mouth kept groaning. This confusion seems to have brought him some strength. I saw him rushing all the way, once again black fog, and gradually concealed his whole body. After a short time, he suddenly vacated and subconsciously rushed towards the exit of Jackson Square. The wind choked in his ear, but he did not hear it at all. He was defeated by his own fears, the inexplicable power that encroached on his whole body, disturbing his thoughts and forcing him to follow instinctive actions. He wants to go home, go back to the place where father can't find it, and then accept the punishment honestly. Although the master's punishment is terrifying, it is not an alternative salvation for him, because no one is better for him, no one needs him, only the owner needs him. Take the punishment, then the master will continue to need me. I will go back there and escape the terrifying father. The master will hug me like usual. There are many children who are taken there. He is not the first one, and the same is not the last one. It's still unclear what other children think in their hearts, but Joshua's idea is like this. As he rushed past the brick wall and reappeared on the streets of New York, he had completely turned into a thick black fog flying at a speed. In the dark fog that dragged the long tail of the group, The mixed mass is several times more than usual, and flying in the air looks like a meteor shining with red. The meteor slid high under the low clouds and moved toward the west of the city. Abandoning the warehouse somewhere, stands a slightly broken monastery. The exterior of the monastery is mottled and grey, and the dark green Boston ivy covers a lot of area, and most of the original exquisite sculptures have been destroyed. Looking from the outside, it is not like someone coming back. Oh, Joshua slammed the tall wooden door and walked in with a heavy pace. He didn't stay in the dusty space, but walked straight toward the back courtyard. There is also no strangeness in the atrium. The yellow grass is everywhere, and the pool of the fountain has already dried up. The strange graffiti seems to be portrayed on the wall, but it has already become a puzzle that no one can solve. Joshua passed the atrium, stepped onto the loose staircase, and walked into an empty room on the second floor. In this room, there is a tattered bed and an empty desk. On the wall opposite the desk, there is a broken mirror. The mirror was covered with dust, making the silhouette invisible. Thestral tail hair. Joshua looked at the mirror and read the password unclearly. However, as time passed by, the mirror did not change. Thestral tail hair. He stared at the broken mirror and repeated the password again, but there was still no movement at all. The scene he had expected did not appear. How come? Password is not wrong. Thestral tail hair. Thestral tail hair. Thestral. He slammed into the mirror, his hands slamming against the wall, and his mouth madly chanting. He wants to go back to the place where he is both afraid and attached. But this cold reality in front of him has gradually made him desperate. The broken mirror seemed to tell him silently that the last redemption in his life, the last light in his darkness, was already silently extinguished. It seems you have been abandoned. A voice suddenly sounded behind his back, scaring his foot down, and lost one to the ground. He didn't hesitate, climbed to the dirty corner with his hands and feet, and shivered into a ball. In the direction of the sound, Marx's silhouette gradually appeared. He was standing at the door of the room, watching everything silently. Is the news so fast? He squinted and stared at the mirror, muttered. The reaction of the other party to Sirius was immediately removed, because for Obscurus, dealing with Sirius is not a difficult task. If Marx didn't come, if Marx didn't arrange a Cremantula for protection, I'm afraid Sirius had been quietly removed. No, even if there is more than one alienation Cremantula, the other party can also send reinforcements to try to annihilate. So there is no reason for them to choose to decisively abandon an Obscurus who is hard to cultivate. Then, there are not many reasons for them to abandon Joshua, and the most likely one is the arrival of Marx. He reached out and gently groped around the mirror, carefully sensing the magic power fluctuations. A lot of magic knowledge flows quickly in his mind, contrasting with the magic power feedback in front of him. For a moment, he put his hand down. You are called Joshua, is it? Marx turned his head and looked at the youthful trembling in the corner. Want to go in with me? I think you should want to ask them a few questions. Questions? He paused a bit and then chuckled. Of course. The premise is that they haven't run yet. Just after the words were finished, the staff in his hand had already been raised. Between the magic power, the top of the staff faintly flashed a series of complex magic characters, and fell into the mirror fragments one by one. Then, the broken mirror was suddenly covered with a layer of silver light, and the original old parts were automatically repaired. In a short time, a new mirror that was incompatible with the surrounding environment was suddenly appearing in front of him. In the clean mirror, Marx couldn't see his silhouette. What he could see was the view of the room. What is different from the actual environment is that the room in the mirror is not a mess and old. Marx turned his head again, and the young man named Joshua climbed up when the mirror was filled with silver light and walked to his side. But when Marx's line of sight fell on him again, he was inexplicably stepping back a few steps, shrinking his neck and bowing his back to the side. Go or not, you decide. Marx had time to waste on him, and after he dropped a word, he went straight into the mirror. The monastery in the mirror has a lot of traces of life. The hanging lights in the corridor are still emitting a gentle radiance, The red carpet is soft and clean, and the landscape oil painting on the wall is vivid and clear. Marx walked gently through the gallery, occasionally opening a room to look at it, but did not find a silhouette. He came to the hall downstairs. The fireplace seemed to have just extinguished, and the embers exude a warm atmosphere. In front of a few seats on the long strip of dining table, there is even a leftover, and a bowl of pumpkin cream soup that is not finished is still a little hot. Is it just a short time? Marx frowned. The clue is broken. He took a chair and sat down, holding his forehead and thinking quietly. After a little while, when Marx was still sorting out his thoughts, Joshua walked in nervously. He saw Marx sitting next to the dining table at a glance, and suddenly he paused, and stayed at the door without a word. He seems to be somewhat at a loss, not knowing what to do. He didn't dare to talk to Marx and didn't dare to turn away. He didn't even know where he should go in the future. He could only lie there silently, staring blankly at the pattern on the carpet. "Do you know where they went?" As Marx asked, Joshua's whole person trembled. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 407. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 407. Marx degrees C degrees. In inning table numx point. Chain old. Vivivi. XXXX ma. Marx degrees. Marx reek sickness. Marx dress up 3-3. Marx chain silhouette. Marx degrees. Click. Trick or treat. Marx hild. E. Marx path of terrifying red. Hild. Marx destroy gallium. Echiled. Marx rudder chain hild. Child degrees Celsius Marx reading. F purple. $X hild hydrofine chain. D rin. Chained magic hild wizard. Mul magic mag magic power. Opening braceth in the body magic power hild. Child chain child. Under the influence of the times, the fight against an abnormal child became part of the parents' choice. They are convinced that their child is not weird and refuses to be weird. And when the suppressed magic power and the negative emotions of the children are interlaced, and they are compacted in the bottom of their hearts. Some children chose silence in fear, and some children broke out in silence. The messy magic power that fuses negative emotions suddenly transforms into a strange and uncontrolled energy when it encounters severe emotional fluctuations. Some wizard scholars think that it is a dark magic because it has all the features needed to be defined as dark magic, and some wizard scholars believe that it can only be regarded as a relatively negative magic phenomenon. Just like the generation of Dementor, you can't define it with good and evil, black and white. Now, it is clear that someone wants to take this strange and powerful force into their own hands, turn uncontrollable ways into controllable, and accomplish some ulterior motives. If you want to fully control this power, it is obviously appropriate to start with its carrier. Marx can easily imagine that the other party grabbed the children who had experienced the magic power on a way before and after the magic school, and locked them in this mirror cage. The upper level here has a comfortable and warm living environment. On the lower level, it is the underground jail of gloomy horror. While experiencing heaven and hell in the infinite cycle, we will add the same psychological induction and continue to experiment and adjust to achieve the desired goals. What was born was the abnormal life of Joshua, who had powerful power and was fragile inside. There is no more boring research project than this. Marx opened the child's mouth and took out a bottle of potion for healing. This child apparently did not give in, so the master did not mean to treat it after suffering a potentially fatal injury. If it is this child, it may not be known what useful information can be known from his mouth. While waiting for the injury to recover, Marx stood up and turned to the female child on the other side. "Don't be afraid, can you talk to me?" Marx didn't open the door right away, but instead stood in the aisle outside. In the case of a metal fence door between the two sides, the female child may be given some negligible security. Even if this sense of security is extremely limited, it is much better than direct face-to-face. Or, how about getting out with me? How? He smiled. Of course, if you want to. The female child didn't make a sound, just staring at the ground in the corner, and every time I looked at him from the side, like the child just now, the female child was wearing a ruined old dress, and she couldn't help but be thin and ventilated. On the skin she exposed, the crisscrossed scars abound, and it is heartrending. The dirty face is buried in the shadows, and the hair contaminated with dust and blood is entangled and knotted. The dry grass is scattered on the shoulders, and it smells like a sour smell. Of course, there is no good taste in this place. Don't want to leave here? After a moment, Marx asked again. With his voice, the female child was obviously tightened more tightly, and she was completely afraid of running into it to hurt her. But after a few seconds, she suddenly spoke. Save. It's okay, just say it. Marx tried to lightly. Please help. The female child seemed to do her best to encourage the dry throat, spit out the intermittent words, and the broken syllables made people understand her. Okay. Marx stared at her for a moment, and when her eyes slowly fell on her eyes, Marx gently nodded. Another squeaking sound. Marx pulled the iron fence door and slowly walked over to her side, kneeling down and touching her head. Although the long hair was full of stains, how could he care about it? No, really, if you have to go deeper, the materials used to make potion can be much more disgusting than this. Can you go now? Marx asked. The female child was nodded, but she shook her head quickly, and the pair of clear eyes looked towards the ankle chain on her ankle. Marx lifted his wand and knocked it, and the heavy iron ring on the ankle broke. Let's go, let's save the others. As he spoke, he stood up and walked to the aisle outside. In this dungeon, there are still some people left behind, most of whom are children who are already dying. Behind him, the girl looked at the broken ankle on the ground, and there was a mysterious life in his eyes. She looked up and towards the back of the fence door and chased her up with bare feet. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 408. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 408. You want to take them away? When Joshua saw Marx leading a ragged child out of the dungeon, his face showed an obvious rush. Marx just glanced at him and went on. Behind him, the injured children were holding each other and silently keeping up with his pace. Unlike Joshua, who has long been tortured and distorted by temperament, these children are too sinister to be poisoned, and somewhere in the heart has not yet been obeyed. Even if they still can't speak, they are surprisingly consistent in their actions. No, no. You can't take them away. The master will. Do you want to go together? Marx stood still and interrupted him. No, your master has abandoned you, isn't it? Marx still stood there, not heading back. Mark. When I heard the word Mark, Marx couldn't help but move. He suddenly turned around and looked at Joshua calmly, his eyes sharp. So, Marx looked at him. If I help you remove the death mark, would you want to leave with me? Go, remove. Impossible. Joshua said incoherently, and both hands were placed on the chest, which is the mark of the brand. Will you want to leave with me? No matter how shaken his heart is, Marx's voice is still plain. Perhaps only to a certain extent. The master will give these children a mark. According to Marx's previous observations, the branding mark should be done by some sort of dark magic. Leave? Joshua looked at Marx dumbly, and it took a while to say, where can I go? Think about it yourself. Marx dropped the sentence and then turned around again, heading in the direction of the trip. Joshua stood at the entrance to the dungeon and watched as Marx's back was getting farther and farther away from him. He looked at the children who didn't even have a look at their own eyes, and his hands gradually tightened. I have lived here for so many years, and he has never considered what it would be like if he was free, but now, this reality is clearly in front of his own eyes. The wizard that is smaller than myself. Can you remove the mark that the owner gave himself, that day after day, year after year, tormenting his own brand? Can it really be removed? Maybe you can? That wizard is terrifying. Maybe it. I want to go with you. Joshua shouted. I don't want to beat again. I want to live the day when mother is still there. The memory of the dusty page has been quietly opened in his heart, and the faded picture seems to reappear in front of his eyes. Is it? Marx finally turned back again and looked at him. It's a pity, I can't give you that kind of thing. If you want, you have to work hard. I can give yours is just an opportunity. After all, Marx led the children to the direction of the dining hall, and Joshua, who was blaspheming, quickly chased him up. Take off your shirt and sit on the chair. In the dining hall of the monastery, Marx ignited the firewood in the fireplace and then urged Joshua. Joshua's heart was entangled with some complex emotions. He removed his clothes in silence, revealing the upper body of the thin and the same scar on his chest. The sacred mark of the dark purple faint is inconspicuous, because around the mark, the spread of the strange ribs is much more striking. After he sat down on the chair, Marx came to him with his staff and carefully examined the mystery. No doubt, there is a curse on the print. But Marx frowned slightly, sensing the magic power fluctuations in it. What is the extra magic power point? Unlike ordinary wizards, it is possible to clearly sense the close magic power, and it will be easy to pass the spell. Soon he discovered suspicious things from the hidden and complicated magic power fluctuations. He immediately took out a stack of manuscript paper on the dining table next to it, and sometimes touched the mark with his magic power, and sometimes wrote and painted, as if he was calculating something. However, when he observed the magic power feedback again and leaned over again for the deduction, he grabbed Quill's hand and suddenly stopped. Although he is especially good at analyzing spells, it takes time, and it is far from reaching the level of analysis. What made him stop the deduction process was a wave of particularly obvious magic power fluctuations. Marx turned suddenly, and the quill in his hand had already been thrown aside, re-holding his staff. In his eyes, he saw the black-purple rays of light from the death mark of Joshua's chest. Marx frowned and sensed the magic power change, and cautiously took a step back later, slid his hand between Joshua and Joshua. Then Joshua suddenly put his eyes on him, and the cockroaches in the scorpion had disappeared completely. What Marx can feel at the moment is a deep sigh. Hello, child. Joshua spoke without warning, but his tone was full of vicissitudes. Is the gift I gave you still like it? Marx finally confirmed what exactly he was doing at the moment. It should be a spell that can be connected at a distance and forcibly control the soul of the cursed. What do you mean? Marx looked straight into the eyes, parchment in Nermengard. There was a deep smile on the other's face. Don't be kidding. Marx snapped. Your conspiracy won't succeed. I won't let you hurt any of my friends. If you are there, you can't step into Hogwarts even half a step. Yes, I believe you have this strength. The other party nodded. But why don't you think about it? Where are you now? When the words came out, Marx's face suddenly changed. After a brief shock, his face was filled with strong anger. But before he could say anything, the other party was gently laughed. Well, it's a kind child. Joshua turned his head and looked around, calmly nodded. No wonder Albus will choose you. This should be very good for him, because love is his truth. He said, sighed again, save a group of children trapped in the dungeon, not counting, even this child wants to save. You are a real Hufflepuff. But, can you save all the people in this world? He looked at Marx and asked, it doesn't matter to you. Marx stared at him, screaming, Professor Dumbledore has kept you there for so many years. You haven't had a slight reflection? I warn you, if you dare to start with Hogwarts, I am even if you rummaging through every inch of the land on the world, you will find out what you are. Yes? The other person took a serious nodded road. I will wait for that day. Also, as a good friend of your teacher, I want to give you a sentence. You might as well go back to Hogwarts early. How? What's wrong with Hogwarts? You explain the words, Marx yelled. Oh. You have a very interesting wand. As soon as the sentence was finished, the black-purple rays of light on Joshua's chest suddenly faded, and the squats in both eyes gradually faded, becoming a fascinating color. Marx, standing in front of him, saw the anger on his face dispelled and restored his usual calm. "Hey," Marx frowned, whispered, "it's a bad thing to track in the last few steps, but unfortunately, although he is really angry, he still has not gotten to that point. In fact, from the time he saw the parchment in the Nuremberg Tower, he began to doubt the purpose of Grindelwald. The content on the parchment was simple, and Grindelwald told Marx that it was going to make a comeback and restart the subversive business that was terminated by Dumbledore that year. Key degrees 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 degrees. Opening brace opening brace opening brace. Sense Marx. 4. Electrode Grindelwald pot. Chain. Key Grindelwald Marx. Arc Lord. Marx. Og Hogwarts apostrophe. Marx L degrees 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 NNNN apostrophe. Harry Potter's Book of Sin chapter 409. Harry Potter's Book of Sin chapter 409. I used to live here with a weird old man. He is a herbology, but it doesn't seem to be very famous. At least I have never heard of his name elsewhere. He has never married his wife and children for the rest of his life, and dedicated his life to the poisonous tentacles, and finally died under the spikes and venom of the poison tentacle. On the Hudson River, there is an old house that the moles can't see. Yesterday night, the sisters of Rio Levi and Abigail brought the Sirius apparition to this neighborhood, and they came to this clean, but empty house. The scenery here is very good. The grass everywhere and the fragrance of the earth. Not far from the sparkling river. There is really nothing wrong with this little slope. Behind the old house, the original owner used a wooden fence to circle a small garden, but no one took care of it all the year round, and it was filled with weeds. Oh, right in the garden behind that Olivia sat on the window of the room, enjoying the rising sun, and said, "There was a poison in the past. No one dares to go in the tentacles." Is it? Sirius lay half sitting on the bed and leaned his eyes against the pillow to avoid the slightly dazzling sunlight outside the window. Yes. Olivia sat in the chair and swayed. At the time, I was still studying in IFAMO, and I hadn't learned the poison tentacle. For this, I deliberately went to the library to check a lot of information. It turns out that the leaves of the poison tentacle are valuable. Each piece is worth 35 Dago. Oh, that's really expensive. Sirius responded casually. The 35 Zo pot of the Magic Circle of North America is equivalent to the 10 gold galleon of the Britain Magic Circle. That is really expensive, but Sirius is not very interested in the topic of poison tentacles. The middle of the night passed, and the sky was already bright, but his physical condition did not improve at all. Although he used excessive spells in his escape, he also suffered an attack from the black fog, but it would not become what it is. Olivia has already given him a potion, and the trauma is mostly getting better, but he still can't make half of the curse, the ability to let a feather float away. As soon as he thought that there was still something urgent to do, the anxiety in his heart could hardly be concealed. Early this morning, in fact, just a short time ago, Sirius asked Abigail to send him a letter. It was actually a very kind and good girl. Last night, although she said something unforgiving, she later helped him to take out his robe. But unfortunately, the robe has not been put to the real use, and even met the enemy. It's good to be able to escape smoothly. Thinking of this, Sirius shook his head. At that time, when he was chased himself, he deeply realized the powerfulness of the strange black fog. He was forced to only be short-distance disapparition, and could not concentrate his attention to further afield. The speed is fast, the resistance to the spell is high, and the destructive power is surprisingly strong. The kind of unreasonable gadgets can't be dealt with by one or two wizards, even the Auror of Ministry of Magic. So when Abigail went upstairs to tell him that there were enemies, he immediately let them set about spreading the disapparation at a distance and fleeing there. It seems that his choice is correct. At least he didn't let the two girls get hurt. This is the best proof. The poisonous tentacles are very aggressive, and they are the seeds. If you don't move, you will whalla. Olivia is still talking about the topic of poisonous tentacles, as if a person singing Onaman show is not bored. Oh, is it? Sirius forced himself to wait patiently. To be honest, this is the first time that he feels that his strength is actually insufficient. In the past, even if he had several Fastoface Death Eaters, he was able to retain the spare power at all times, far from being battered and exhausted like this one. Later, when I was on vacation, I often came here with Abby for a few days. Olivia leaned against the window, bathed in the sunshine, and gently said something that was not there. Looking at her pure smile, Sirius's heart seemed to be a little calmer. On the other hand, Abigail has returned to Jackson Square, and she is now filling out the mailing list at the Owl Post Office. Yes, North American Magic Circle also uses Owl to send letters, which has been the case since. In fact, the matter of sending a letter today should not be done by her, because she had been seen by a bad guy last night. But if you give this thing to your elder sister, that is the biggest disaster. No one is more reliable than Olivia's, and no one is more clear than her younger sister. Therefore, although she still feels uneasy in her heart, since she has accepted the trust of the delivery letter, she must do it for others. From the situation last night, the man should not be a bad guy. But you still have to go back as soon as possible. Abigail filled the list with shwishwil and whispered softly, "This is as it should be by rights." She is not only worried that she will meet the bad guy last night, but also more worried about the elder sister and the man being alone. Think of it this way, the tip of Abigail's hand suddenly slowed down. Is it wrong, or say, in fact, I should not worry about them? She thought with a sigh of her head. Speaking of it, Abigail and her elder sister are a lot different years old. Now, Olivia is also a big boss. She should have been looking for a man to marry a few children. It doesn't mean that no one likes their own elder sister. In fact, Olivia's sight has always lacked the pursuer. But with her character, I couldn't catch up with her in the end. For a long time, those men had given up and went to work alone, and Olivia finally became one of the American Magic Circle women. I don't want to talk about their man's trouble first, at least it looks very tasteful. Abigail took care of his chin and thought, well, no, the premise is out. In the counter of the post office, the staff of the receipt looked at Abigail expressionlessly, and the inscription on the stamp of the post was held in ink. Abigail suddenly came back to his senses. Sorry to laugh. Just right. After filling out the mail order, she confirmed it again and hurriedly handed it to the counter staff. I saw the other party with the slightest hesitation and stamped the postmark, then threw it in the letter basket behind him, which was temporarily processed. After the letter was delivered to the post office, Abigail walked out of the post office hall. She hesitated on the steps at the door of the hall, and finally gave up the plan to go home and take a look. Anyway, it is necessary to postpone the travel of the business, and the luggage will be left at home for the time being. She was planning to leave the disapparation, but suddenly she was cold, and then she found that she couldn't move her whole body. Sorry, this beautiful lady. Please take a trip with me. A sound that sounded rather gentle sounded behind her, and then she felt only a blank in her mind, and her heart was filled with an unparalleled sense of well-being. Follow me. It was the voice, but this time it was ringing in her heart. The voice seemed to carry some irresistible magic power, which made her involuntarily want to comply. No, or she doesn't want to resist at all, because she feels that she is the happiest only by obeying that order. Immediately, Abigail turned around and followed a young wizard dressed in a refined wizard robe, moving away towards a certain direction and slowly leaving. This young wizard is naturally Marx. When he left Joshua Square last night to track Joshua, he did not take back the Acromantula that had been searched out. Who knows that when he came back here with the children in the early morning, he got a pretty good news from the mouth of a little guy. In the post office, There was a witch with a breath of Sirius. According to Marx's understanding of spider organisms, the spider's sense of smell is definitely not sharp, whether it is the magical creature or the ordinary world. This harvest can only be said to be a coincidence. Just now, when Marx saw the little girl directly, he finally confirmed that there was no deviation in this coincidence. Last night, he only saw one of the two wizards, and the result was also ran to her. Why did she want to show up here today? Marx, who has always had doubts about the luck thing, really wants to be lucky this time. He took Abigail, who was in his imperious curse, and walked down the street to the West End. As the number of pedestrians around them gradually decreased, it was not long before they came to the humble shack. Here is where Joshua proposed to temporarily place the children just right. After all, there are Marx's baby Acromantula patrol monitors around Jackson Square today, and the degree of security is naturally higher than anywhere else. Oh, Marx opened the door and walked into the shack. In a small space, more than 10 children sat or lay down, making the head look a bit crowded. He went inside the door and took a step to the side. Abigail's face behind him, I saw her eyes straight forward and walked a few steps, then stood in the door. Marx waved his hand at random, and the door to the shack was creaked and closed. Have you been hungry? Eat something first. He took the staff and pointed it at the round table in the middle, and immediately showed a large bread basket out of the air, filled with all kinds of freshly baked bread. And next to the basket, several pots are braving the heat, and a wonderful milk fragrance floated out of the mouth of the pot, filling the whole house. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 410. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 410. As the food on the small round table appeared, all the children, including Joshua, swallowed their mouths subconsciously. They haven't eaten well for a while, especially those who are locked in the dungeon. But they didn't move at all, even if they were hungry alone. They didn't mean to be automatic. You have to fill your stomach first. I have to deal with some things here. Marx waved at them, then took Abigail to the side and sat on an empty wooden barrel. Then he swayed wand and untied the curse of Abigail. This is the second time we have met, Marx said calmly at her. To be honest, I didn't expect to see you again so simple. You Abigail slammed back, sobered up, and when she saw Marx, her body instantly tightened. Is that Imperious curse? Who are you, N? When Marx saw her waking up, she showed a flustered look. She couldn't help but wonder if she was catching the wrong person. You don't know who I am? He stared at Abigail's eyes, faintly. How do I know? Abigail was nervous. You still tell me directly. Where did you take Sirius? Marx frowned. As long as you tell the truth, I won't be embarrassing you. But Abigail was a vigilant. Her hand moved slightly, and suddenly looked at the stared wide-eyed behind Marx, as if there was something incredible behind him. I am afraid that most of them will at least take a look at her inexplicable move. And in the next second, the space in which she is located suddenly twisted, which is the sign of disapparation. However, Marx was completely unaffected by Abigail's cleverness. I saw that the staff in his hand swayed and seemed to have responded, but Abigail's disapparation showed no signs of being blocked. Space distortion, expansion, contraction, in one go, very fast, in the blink of an eye, with Abigail disappeared in front of Marx. The one that can be twisted into a little twisted, Marx's left-hand side also showed a point, and quickly expanded and stretched out. The coordinates of Abigail apparition are right next to Marx. Go back and sit down, Marx said faintly. I said, as long as you tell the truth, I won't be embarrassed. Do you understand? This. How is it possible? Abigail groaned and stayed in the same place. How did you do it? Confundus charm. Marx waved his hand and motioned her to go back and sit down. Just Confundus charm? Abigail said with amazement. That's a very complicated spell. It's never used by the wizard to block disapparation. The length of the spell is simply not comparable. Yes, I didn't think about it before I met you. Marx calmly nodded, then continued. You don't want to sit? Then stand up and say yes. Answer my question. Abigail was right, this time just because of her many actions, Marx was ready. Otherwise, even if it is Marx, it will not choose to use Confundus charm to interfere with the positioning of Disapparition, but will take some more rough means to stop it. Because the Disapparition spell is one of the spells that Marx can't use to block, because it involves the rules of space. Don't you want to say? Marx turned and looked at her stiff side and asked, "Is this a secret worthy of your own security?" Abigail was silent, but her heart was struggling. She has already felt the power of the wizard in front of her, so strong that she does not dare to move. At the beginning, she graduated from Ifamoni with a pretty good result. The professors liked her clever and talented little witch. And she has always been very serious. Every homework, every exam will not be perfunctory. Never let down the expectations of professors and students. She believes that her efforts are worthy of the magic innate talent that God has given her. It is for this reason that she understands that the wizard in front of herself is unfathomable. It is because she has worked hard on the magic road to know how incredible it was. So, thinking of this strong terrifying guy in front of her is most likely a dark wizard, she can't help but want to escape. Therefore, once she finds that she can't even escape, she wants to compromise. The first thing she thought of was her own elder sister Olivia. Such a terrifying dark wizard, she absolutely does not want to let the unreliable elder sister to face alone. Therefore, she can't say that one word can't be said. The Sirius may also be a good person, but right now, it is a powerful dark wizard that can unload unforgivable curse without any action. Abigail grinned and shivered slightly. Brief remark. Then Marx stood up with his staff. Maybe you have any hardships, maybe? Marx looked at Abigail's face, and the expression on his face was a little stubborn. My time is not too much, but I have to get it from you. Information. Since you don't want to say it, then I can only see myself. The staff in Marx's hands was stopped on the ground, and his eyes became incomparably deep. It was that moment. Abigail's mind was awkward, and when she came back to his senses, she saw Marx's face with a sigh of relief. What did you do to me? Just now, Abigail felt a feeling of being peeped by the other side. She immediately stepped back 2 steps in a panic, and suddenly felt a guilty conscience. Oh. Marx blinked and looked a little embarrassed. Well, I want to say sorry. What? Abigail was surprised. I mean, sorry. Marx leaned over to her. Yes, sorry. I just got you scared. I didn't expect you and your elder sister to help Sirius. What? Suddenly apologized by a dark wizard. Abigail was confused. Probably because the transition before and after was too abrupt, she could not respond to it for a while. In the last second, I am still wondering if I will leave my life here. I just read your memory with Legilimens. I have to apologize to you about this. But let me wait. I want to say, because we were too rushed to meet for the first time. So there was some misunderstanding. In fact, I am a friend of Sirius. I received his letter before and came to save him. And I want to attack him. In fact, there are others. No, wait, Abigail heard Marx say. But his heart did not produce much peace of mind, but it was a bit more skeptical. Do you think I will believe what you said? Marx but shrugged said, I did this when I knew where Sirius was. What reason do you not believe? Well, he is now with your elder sister Olivia, staying in Hudson. In the garden cottage by the river, isn't it? But Abigail felt that he still seemed a bit confused. She thought about it and he hesitated and nodded. Well, yes. Are you really a friend of that guy? Of course, I don't have to deceive you. Marx spread his hand. Yes. You used Imperious Curse before the post office. That's one of the 3 unforgivable curse. Abigail was frowns. All the curses are related to the spirit of the wizard. Dark magic, but it will greatly affect people's emotions and minds. How do you tell me how to believe you? Marx hearing this, not too surprised to see her point, nodded. To tell the truth, for the essence theory of magic, I can rarely hear such clear descriptions from other wizards. Are you graduating from Ifamoni? Is your course taught so deeply? No. Abigail feels that some can't keep up with Marx's pace. This guy is really concerned about this. This is my own self-contrast with the information and the actual curse. I slowly infer it. Marx took the lead and said, your understanding of magic is very good. Indeed, as you said, modern spells are related to the spirit of the curator, and the magic intensity will follow the curse as the mental bias is increased or decreased. The reason why dark magic is because they are indeed evil in general. Yes, so say. You listen to me first. Marx interrupted Abigail's words and continued. But magic itself has no distinction between good and evil. They only have the rule bias. The reason why dark magic will show up evil is purely because it is easier to understand them's all with a spirit that favors evil. Seeing Abigail heard a little confused, Marx turned to say, for example, let's say I used Imperious Curse. The main point is control. Use your own spirit to control each other. The spirit of the evil is because of the strong malice and desire to control. It is easy to suppress the spirit of the other. But the fundamentals are still willpower stronger than the other, or spiritual. Marx paused, continued, so Imperious Curse is resistant, understand? Listening to Marx's detailed narrative, Abigail, who likes magical theory, couldn't help but be fascinated. So, Abigail slammed, Killing Curse. What do you say? The essence of Killing Curse is special. Not so easy to parse. Marx shook his head. If you are interested, try to find out about other dark magic, but Killing Curse is best not to touch it easily. Well, the topic is a bit far off. Let's go back to Sirius. After a long time as a professor, I started to get an occupational disease again. Marx couldn't help but secretly laughed at himself. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 411. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 411. Good morning, Sirius. It's great to see you can open your eyes and look at me. On the second floor of the Hudson Riverside cabin, Sirius was very pleasantly surprised to see Marx's silhouette when Abigail returned from the letter. Oh, I think so too. Sirius leaned back on the bed and smiled bitterly. Marx smiled and came to the bed, happy to hug Sirius. In fact, Marx has not been used to this kind of enthusiasm meeting etiquette, but this time it is different. If there is a difference, he may not be able to see the living Sirius. For the time being, I won't tell you about it. I checked your body for you. Marx let go of his arms and let Sirius lean back on the pillow, and immediately said, to tell the truth, you don't look good. However, his movements were stopped by Sirius. No, don't worry, I have more important information to tell you, Sirius said seriously. If you didn't come to New York, I would do it myself. But since you came, it must have been done. It will be more appropriate to trace it to you. Marx, hearing this, paused. What intelligence? Sirius was just about to say, but he opened his mouth. But he glanced at Abigail and Olivia, who stood side by side. Sorry, he thought. Our next topic is not something interesting. If you don't want to know some dangerous information, it's better to avoid it. Just listen to Sirius. The two sisters are naturally confused. Especially Olivia. At the moment she was looking at Sirius with a blank look, as if she didn't realize what the dangerous intelligence in his mouth meant. Of course, she was not really curious at all, because after she was confused, she naturally began to look at Marx and seemed interested in this new young wizard. On the other hand, Abigail thought a little carefully, but then he also fell on Marx. Mr. McClone. Abigail suddenly called Marx, and his face looked rather solemn. Well, what happened? Marx showed a polite smile to her. Can I follow you to learn magic? She said earnestly. Even if you just use letters to ask you some questions regularly. Marx glanced at Sirius lying in bed. The latter laughing and shrugged. If it's just a letter, he looked at Abigail. Because I am tentatively a professor at Hogwarts Magic School, perhaps you know. The Britain Magic Circle is not stable in the near future. Abigail heard this and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Professor of Hogwarts. I thought I was a dark wizard. Marx smiled. No, I don't mean this. Abigail quickly waved his hand. Although I thought about it before, but this misunderstanding has been lifted, isn't it? I want to say, I thought you must be older than me. Small. Marx calmly nodded. You guessed it right. If it wasn't because of a lot of accidents, I should still go to Hogwarts now. Hey? Abigail snorted. Can you still be an accident? Sirius leaned back on the pillow and glanced at Marx. Cough. In short, Marx spread his hand. If you have any questions about magic research, feel free to write to me. I will reply to you as soon as possible. Well, but you are best. Don't expect too much speed to reply. After all, I haven't really lived this time. Yes, you can ask him any questions. Don't be polite to him. Sirius curled one's lips said, I have never seen him being stumped by anything. No. At least the problem in your body is quite tricky. Marx frowned said, I still think it's best to let me check it out and say something else. Is it so serious? Sirius hesitated a little, but quickly shook his head. No, my physical condition is still aside. I have to tell you what I know as soon as possible. It's all about it. Hogwarts safety. Lee, why? Let's go out first. Abigail said suddenly. Hey? Olivia reluctantly said, why? I want to hear it. Abigail grinned and grabbed the elder sister's arms, which had not yet figured out the situation, forcibly dragging her away from the bedroom. Then let's talk about it. Marx looked at the door that was lightly closed and said to Sirius, the first thing I have to say when I leave the old house. Sirius quickly sorted out his thoughts and spoke out some of the most important things he had experienced during this time. And the focus was of course on what had happened recently. In the original Mad Wizard incident, Sirius once traced the black market for the culprits of Kingsley. Although his survey efficiency is also very high, after all, there is no potion level like Marx. It is the event that Marx will eventually solve first. Sirius, who knew the situation secretly, simply did not go back, because he is very clear. The current Order of the Phoenix is not enough to control the Britain Magic Circle. In fact, it is necessary to have a person to explore for a long time in order to plan ahead. Whether in the Muggle world or in the Magic Circle, the importance of intelligence is extraordinary. Sirius is very good at doing this kind of work, even if he still carries a wanted order. There will be no wizard who is better at acting alone than him. Sirius is of course very confident, because he is still the Padfoot that was fearless. Obviously, his ability is worthy of his mad self-confidence. After a long period of lurking around his magic circle, when he was informed of the sudden death of Dumbledore, a rather secretive intelligence immediately turned his attention to Hogwarts Intervigilance. The information from Goblin shows that there are several suspicious dark wizards who frequently enter and exit the Dark Spirit Pavilion in the black market, seemingly raising a small amount of money. Sirius, who had not missed important information, was ambushing near the Dark Spirit Pavilion for more than a dozen days and was carefully monitored. As it turned out, his hard work was not in vain, because he finally waited for those few dark wizards. More importantly, among those guys, he found a silhouette that he was familiar with. Dot is my crazy cousin, although she covers her face, but how can I admit her? Sirius blinked his eyes, with a hint of coldness in his tone. Bellatrix? Marx nodded. The woman is not easy to admit. After that, Sirius sneaked in the hearts of the unpleasant and secretly tracked the Death Eaters. Of course, he is already ready to watch their disappearation leave. However, he did not think that after the other party finished the operation in the Dark Spirit Pavilion, he did not immediately withdraw from the black market, but walked into a noisy bar. There, he saw a wizard who had a bloody smell on his body. To be crazy, Sirius's cousin is an extremely crazy madman. At the time Voldemort was quite awkwardly defeated by Harry. Bellatrix was one of the most conspicuous ones in the loyal Black Death who spontaneously began to look around for the owner. The woman who only expressed loyalty to Voldemort was finally confined to Azkaban. Even in Azkaban prison, which was guarded by a large number of Dementors, she never gave in from beginning to end. On the contrary, her madness and even vagueness have outperformed that year. However, The wizard Sirius saw in the bar was more crazy and more surprised than his mad sorcerer. "I'm familiar with that look," Sirius frowned. "In the years of Azkaban, I've seen several guys like him. But I think those people are still a bit lacking with him, that the guy is probably going to be more crazy, and there is a very strong belief in evil. So, do you know who he is? What did the Death Eater look for him?" Marx asked. "The bar was too noisy at the time, and I heard a few words faintly," Sirius said, adding to the tone and emphasizing, "It's Nermengard. I heard the word Nermengard. Is it really a Grindelwald remnant party that lurks?" Marx said nodded. "Do you know?" Sirius was surprised. This is not everyone knows. The information about the Wizard War was not comprehensive at the time. Gellert Grindelwald's final destination is not known to anyone. I am also a fee. It took a lot of effort to figure it out. Marx laughed. "In fact, I've been to Nurmgard before, but it's a little worse. Grindelwald escaped before I arrived." Sirius stared at Marx for a long time, and this sighed. "How can this kind of thing reduce you?" "I should have guessed it." He paused and asked, "So, do you know about the United States?" "No." Marx shook his head. "I don't really know. If it weren't for your note, I wouldn't think of coming to New York." "But who can think of it? Is Grindelwald's remaining party still studying Obscurus?" "And still I was really made up of some famous names." "You mean, those black fog that attacked me? Really is the Obscurus?" Sirius didn't seem to confirm this. "I don't think it is the Obscurus. I thought they would only exist on A History of Magic." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 412. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 412. When Marx was exchanging information with Sirius, somewhere inside the old wizard house was in the basement. Grindelwald, the research has made great progress, and our original goal has come to an end. Now that you have come out, why not lead me to restart the reform as I did in the past? In this dark basement, a white-haired old wizard dressed in a large wizard robe with his hair in his arms was waving his arms and screaming wildly at the wall. On the brick wall that covered the moss, there was a mercury mirror with a black-purple glow and some kind of spell. In that mirror, a blurry silhouette seems to be faintly looking ahead. "Lord Grindelwald, why don't you talk? Old Wizard State seems crazy. Isn't you said that in the past, we will not have to huddle under the jurisdiction of others? We will not have to live like the rat who committed to the sewer. We will not have to hide the true self. But now, why are we still stagnating? You have already come out of Dumbledore's restraint. What else are we to be afraid of?" You Britain's younger generation, some time ago, even he dared to attack Dumbledore's Hogwarts. Now Dumbledore is gone. Lord Grindelwald, are we still necessary to continue to cringe? What are we afraid of? If you are not afraid when you are arrested by the Magic Congress of the United States. The old wizard rounded his eyes, and the arrogance was as full as overflowing from his heart. 53 years. Grindelwald was defeated by Dumbledore, and the entire reform was forced to disappear, and his most loyal and equally talented follower never gave up, crouching for 53 years in the United States. During these 53 years, he was always careful to prepare everything. Even though he became nothing with the fall of Grindelwald, he is still working hard. At the time, he and Grindelwald started a research project for Obscurus, and he has been insisting on it for 53 years. No matter how hard the research environment is, no matter how difficult it is to raise funds, he never thought about giving up. However, his talent in magic research has surpassed many ordinary wizards. And like the magic geniuses like Grindelwald and Dumbledore, he is far from reachable. As Marx commented on his research was quite boring. In fact, he himself is not unclear about this. In the first 3 decades of his invisibility to Mole World, he has been testing and analyzing thousands of times of the strange energy of the Obscurus within the body. However, his knowledge of magical theory was not enough from the beginning to understand the nature of that energy. When a researcher is still unclear about the subject of the study, just trying to take the first step will be a thin ice. not to mention the road to go. It is often a long way to go, and he will find out in the process that he is actually wrong in first step. However, he is just a genius of hard work. Excessive perseverance makes him never give up, go the wrong way, then start all over again. For this reason, for more than 30 years of life, he was wasted on the unnecessary shackles. Until he had not known how many times he failed, he suddenly realized that he seemed to embark on a difficult and unsearching path that was completely unnecessary. And that was the awakening that made him change the object of research. Yes, he no longer drills the eccentric energy of the horns, but instead turns the research object into the carrier of the energy, the obscurus itself. As a magic researcher, he naturally understands that this is undoubtedly a way of betraying the spirit of magic research, but he also understands that this is definitely a shortcut for him. Even if it's boring, what he needs, what Grindelwald needs, is just the result of the research. In this regard, he believes that he is completely wrong. Thus, in the last 2 decades of his crouching in the United States, he permeated his perseverance and determination in the batch of children. Not to mention the cruel behavior he has done as a researcher to those children. But for those children's love, he has never been married for a lifetime, but he is no less than any parent. Even the love in his heart is an extremely distorted love. In this way, the whole 53 years have passed. He has used a few dark magic created by his painstaking efforts, and his careful reconstruction of the children. The final result is finally about to be harvested. Just then, it happened that Dumbledore was dead. To be wild with joy, he went to Germany for the first time. After discovering the magic and giant guards set up by Dumbledore, he desperately contacted Voldemort. After a lot of twists and turns, the great dark wizard he once worshipped finally stepped out of Nurmengard. But he absolutely did not expect that the object he worshipped seemed to have some inexplicable changes in the entire 53 years of being imprisoned on the top of the Nurmengard Tower. At first he hadn't noticed it, because the joy of reunion made him forget. When he first reunited on the German border, he couldn't help but marvel at the changes of Lord Grindelwald, because he felt that the current Dark Wizard seemed to be more powerful than it was 53 years ago. But recently, he finally realized that the willpower of Lord Grindelwald disappeared. Let's not mention the previous series of instructions, just say this time, isn't it a young wizard who will train magical creatures? Why did Lord Grindelwald have to give up again and again? Not only ordered him to abandon the 4 very obedient children, but even he immediately transferred his position. These are all the hard work of his own hard work in these years. But the other party is Lord Grindelwald. Even if it has changed a bit, you are still yours. He is a person who can die for 53 years in a research project, and he will not change his mind because of this. He still believes in the depths of his heart that the Lord Grindelwald will return. Gr. Grindelwald, our Obscurus army is almost complete. We can use this power to heal all the opposition. We will realize your great ideal. The old wizard opened his arms and spoke with his passionate old voice, staring at the ambiguous silhouette in the mirror. The bloodshot eyes were all extremely depressing madness. His Lord Grindelwald, Lord Gellert Grindelwald. He shouted again the greatest name he had in mind. Lenny. In that mirror, the voice came out for the first time today. Even though the sound sounded a bit muddy and even difficult to distinguish, the old wizard in front of the mirror was still excited. You wrong way, Lord. The old-fashioned old wizard Lenny was paused, and there was a bit of confusion in the madness on his face. No, it's not that you went the wrong way. The silhouette in the mirror shook his head slightly and said softly, you are doing very well, very good. At least, if it was me, it will definitely be your perseverance, and I am very happy with the results. You have thoroughly pondered my original ideals, and you have exceeded the expectations I gave you that year. But this road is wrong. It is not enough. It is very naive. Grindelwald in the mirror was calm and calm. Yes, it's all because of me. It was not mature yet. I let you go the wrong way. Grindelwald, Lord. Old Wizard Lenny's madness has never existed. He just looked at the mirror in front of him and didn't know what he was thinking. Lenny, my old friend. Grindelwald's voice still looked a bit fuzzy, but his next words, but it seems to be a blunt knife cut in the heart of the old Lenny, tearing his tears against Grindelwald. In the 53 years of the Nuremberg Tower, Albus only looked at me once. Grindelwald faintly said, "It's recently." Do you know what he said to me? He said that I was not wrong with his original thoughts. Our wizards are different from ordinary people from beginning to end. However, my approach is wrong and wrong. Wizard is lonely. It will eventually go all the way on a magic road, but that doesn't mean we are better than the mole. We have the way we have to go, and the moles have their own life journey. Speaking of, the sound of Grindelwald suddenly became a bit strange. It seems that there is a new willpower rising in his heart. Lenny, he turned his voice, and brought a touch of sensation in his tone. I am sorry for you. I wasted your life because of you. Just a normal wizard that can be seen everywhere. The voice did not fall, and as the click sounded, the magic mercury mirror cracked open a gap and spread to every corner of the mirror in a flash. Subsequently, the entire mirror fell off the brick wall and turned into pieces of a place. In the basement, old Lenny stood in front of a brick wall covered with moss, and there was a ripple in the pupil. After a long time, he slowly closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, there was a near morbid madness in the scorpion that was opened again. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 413. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 413. The time has come to noon, and the sun hangs high above the head, bringing the warmest time of the cold day. The bright sunshine plunged into the living room from the window, and gently sprinkled on the floor with a little dust, reflecting the soft rays of light leisurely. On the Hudson River, the tranquility of nature is far more than the hustle and bustle of the city, and there is no towering building to block the light. It is indeed a good place to live leisurely. Abigail and Olivia are both busy in the kitchen on the first floor. Some simple yet characteristic meals are quickly placed on the dining table, but there is still no movement in the upstairs. It has been more than 4 hours since they left the bedroom. During this time, Marks only came out once, and after explaining that Sirius was being inspected and treated, the door was never opened. Now Abigail is very upset, and it's time for lunch. Should I call them? Although treatment must be important, it is also important to fill your stomach. All right, you can have lunch. I am going to call them. Wait. Olivia didn't think that she would bother their treatment, or that Marks only said I want to check and treat, and lunch always eats. Let's wait. Abigail subconsciously stopped Olivia. However, this seemingly good lunch, Marks and Sirius eventually failed to eat. Sirius's situation is more serious than Marks imagined, although it is not at a loss, but it takes a lot of effort to deal with it. When the Obscurus attacked Sirius, some of the energy infiltrated Sirius's into the body and continued to erode his own magic power, making them no longer used by Sirius. Because of this, he will always be in a state of exhaustion like magic power, and even a small levitation charm can't be released. However, if you want to say the harvest, there is also it. In fact, after some inspections, Marks confirmed one thing: the strange black fog of the Obscurus, and it has many similarities with the black gas of the Enchanted Monument. This is not the word coincidence. Generalized. The last time Marks took a blow from Voldemort, the situation he encountered was quite similar to the current Sirius. Although it is not exactly the same, it is worth mentioning. From the inspection and treatment of Sirius, to the analysis of the black fog energy, Marks's hands almost never stopped. The bedroom door finally opened when the sun gradually sank and the clouds of the sky reddened the entire field of vision. "Oh, Mr. McLawn, are you finally coming out?" As soon as Marks walked out of the room, he was caught by Olivia, who had nothing to do all day. "How is Mr. Black okay?" "From the time I first picked him up at the back door of our house, He always looked sick. I thought he was bitten by Mortara. You are not here. You may not know that there are fewer and fewer Mortara rats on the US side. It is not easy to see a patient who is bitten by them. I always wanted to have a fire in my ass. The symptoms. If the laws of the United States strictly prohibit the private breeding of magical creatures, I can bring you two to come. Marx interrupted Olivia's chatteringly and casually. What's the food? The kitchen. There is in the kitchen, Olivia said cheerfully. Abby has been there. So that you can eat hot pies at any time. Oh, she won't let me say this. Oh. Marx shrugged said. Well, I understand. I will not hear anything. He paused and said to Olivia sincerely, right, haven't thank you yet. Thank you for saving Sirius. He is a good friend of Godfather. And he is only one after another. Loved ones. If you didn't take him when he needed help most, they may never see each other again. No, nothing. Olivia showed a pure smile, briskly. I am the daughter of my father. Our father never abandoned any patient, and I am the same. Although my ability is not enough. When a real healer, my principle is never changed. Well, Marx watched as she nodded. I think that you are already a real healer now. The lack of knowledge can be filled with time, but the beliefs and principles are often accompanied by people. Life. He thought about it, and then he pulled out 2 thick notes from his waist and went straight to Olivier's hand. This is a note I have compiled while studying some of the practical applications of potion. There are quite a few well-known healer treatment records for various illnesses, and my analysis of those records. Although the knowledge inside is inevitable, it's one-sided. It might be helpful for you. After all, Marx didn't wait for Olivia to say anything, then turned and walked downstairs. The house is not large, and downstairs is only bedroom room with a kitchen and living room. When Marx walked down the stairs to the living room, he found that Abigail was slumbering on the dining table in the kitchen. He did not bother to Abigail, but he went to the kitchen side and squatted. It seems that Olivia is right. Abigail is estimated to want to wait for them to come down and then roast. Although Marx feels that pie, it is actually cold, but in such a cold weather, it is still just baked. Since people have been waiting for so long, Marx is so embarrassed to trouble people. After considering the material in front of him for a while, he took out his staff and slammed it alone. Well, it's also a wicker from Hufflepuff. It's estimated that you can't make a big meal. It's really easy to bake a pie. However, Marx soon found himself looking down on the magic about the kitchen. No, to be precise, he is a small idea of his own day. Bang! It didn't take long for a flame to rise in the kitchen and wake up Abigail, who was holding his chin and dozing off. Oh, she jerked around and couldn't help cry out in surprise. Mr. Lawn, you are. What is this doing? At this moment, just in front of Marx, a huge fireball is floating in the air. The flame in the fireball is constantly rolling, the sizzling heat waves assaults the senses. Oh. Marx looked back and laughed. I suddenly want to try it. If you only use magic, can you bake an apple pie? Only use magic? Abigail stared wide-eyed. Where there are baking pans and ovens, why use flames directly? Is it enough to heat the oven with a spell? Well, how do you say that? Marx smiled. It's just a small idea, a little creative, that's all. Is it? Abigail looked at the big fireball in a complicated look, unable to speak. So, can you tell me what is this fireball? Well, this. Marx thought. This is the effect of controlling magic power, but, well, the premise is that at least you must be able to perceive your own magic power. Generally speaking, this is more difficult. Is it aware of magic power? Is it innate talent? It's like metamorphmagus. Abigail is curious. I know that there are also a few wizards in the magic circle that have some strange magic innate talent. One kind? Maybe there is such a wizard. Marx explained while maintaining the temperature of the fireball. But I am not innate talent. But, do you know Patronus charm? No. It's a pretty esoteric curse. Abigail nodded said, our curse professor said that the magic foundation needed to cast that spell is far beyond the ordinary wizard level. No, in fact, Patronus charm is not a complicated curse. Marx shook his head. The difficulty of Patronus charm is the chanting of the spell, because it needs to infuse the purest willpower in each syllable, which requires a fairly high concentration and rich imagination. And Patronus charm's character is the curse's inner happy, or guardian dash, both of which are willpower, related to others. The magic power that comes with each wizard's soul is essentially a kind of willpower, or at least related to willpower. If you want to perceive magic power, I think it's a good start from Patronus charm. Choice. When Abigail heard some heartfelt wishes, Marx gently picked his eyebrows and then swung the fireball away with a wand. As the flame instantly dissipated, a spherical golden dough immediately appeared in the sight of the two. What is this? Abigail stared at the ball and smelled a scent from the ball. He couldn't help but be surprised. Mr. Lawn, don't tell me. This is apple pie? Cough cough. Marx coughed. You have to listen to me. There is a reason for this. Because you think, if you want to heat the dough evenly, isn't the ball the most reasonable? Well, is it? Abigail blinked. Maybe you are right, but this reassured. The inside is hollow, otherwise it may not be cooked outside. Marx shrugged, said, you see, I still think a lot. As he spoke, he waved his wand again, and the seemingly funny new spherical apple pie immediately opened, defined and fell to the plate on the dining table. After a while, there was a strange pie in the plate on the table, but they looked really different from the remaining watermelon rind. Okay. Marx sighed, said, I admit, they look really bad when they sell. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 414. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 414. Peng peng peng. Peng peng peng. At 5 in the morning of New York time, a rush of knocking on the second floor of the Riverside Lodge broke the silence before dawn. Come on, wait. Abigail stumbled up from the bed and opened the door in his pajamas. What is the matter? Hogwarts had some accidents, and I had to go back immediately. Marx stood in some dimly lit corridors and quickly warned repeatedly. Abigail, I have left you with protection. I am not here. During this time, Sirius also asked you to take care of it. Also, don't leave here as much as possible. Understand? Just now, just leaning against the chair at the bedside of Sirius, Marx closed his eyes and suddenly felt a slight tingling on the left arm. There he painted a magical mark there, and if another mark that matches it is destroyed, then this arm will immediately slam the police to remind him that there is something wrong with the place being monitored. At the moment, the monitor he sent was his old Marf, and the place it monitored was Hogwarts. For this reason, he would not have to go back to check the situation when he heard Grindelwald good intentions remind him, because he had already let Marf stare over the long ago. Good. In Marx's serious tone, Abigail quickly woke up and quickly nodded. I will return here as soon as possible after I have finished the matter. Marx gestured to her, and then she was distorted and quickly disappeared into Abigail's face. 5 o'clock in New York, which is 10 o'clock in London time. That was the point in time when the German Sprout, which was rushed to buy Hagrid's Cerberus Fluffy, was wrapped in a wool yarn ball with Devil's Snare. However, making Owlmarf smash the foot ring and destroying the magic mark to remind Marx, it is not Centaur and Fluffy. Marx tells its warning standards that there are hostile creatures, including wizards, that appear in critical situations within the Hogwarts school court. The so-called school court only extends to the lawn part around the castle. Neither the Centaur nor the Cerberus Fluffy have taken a step in Forbidden Forest. Just 10 minutes before Marx appeared at the school gate, somewhere outside of Forbidden Forest, Luna stepped back under Helen's dragon down, Devil's Snare. Oh. This dark vine is called Devil's Snare. Helen looked at the terrifying plant that had been covered with the entire forest in front of him. It seemed to be a bit scary. This name sounds less friendly, is it? Luna sat down on the floor, squinting at her head. I guess they just like people close to them. They won't get too tight as long as they don't move. She groaned as she stretched out her delicate white hands and swayed by the black vines that could be stopped at her feet. Demon Ghost Vine immediately sensed the breath of the creature, and Black Vine slammed into it, and Helen pulled her hand back. It seems that the scope of the spread is already the limit. When Demon Ghost Vine lost its target, it swayed for a while, then pulled back to the ground. Do you want to be beaten by them? Helen blinked. I don't think it's best. When the voice didn't fall, Luna suddenly noticed that the left side of the field was suddenly brightened, and then she felt a strong hit on her side. Luna, still sitting on the ground, was unsteady and was pushed into the big devil's snare. The black vines were shocked and instantly rushed, and Luna's body was entangled in the blink of an eye. Helen, who had been kneeling beside her, flashed to the side very quickly, and the soft expression on her face was cold, but then it was extremely abruptly transformed into panic. I can't stand it anymore, Miss Skin. A voice rang out behind a tree, and there was a hint of disdain in the tone. Friendship, love, it's boring. Helen licked her lips, and the brief remark was staring at the direction of the sound. What's wrong? Why don't you talk? If you don't work well, someone will be angry. As the sentence was exported, the man hidden behind the tree took a step to the side and turned and walked slowly toward this side. The thin figure and the temperamental appearance all indicate the identity of the other. So Karadis? Helen called his name. N? Sokas frowned slightly. Don't call me with that broken name. What happened to you, just there? Many times, you have been talking nonsense with the target. I am in the light. It's already impatient enough to look at it. I don't understand what you are talking about. Helen seemed to have stepped back a little more, and the bushes behind her were only a few steps away. Sokas glanced at him and looked at Helen's coldly snorted. He opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something, but before he could say it, he immediately complex changed and hurriedly left the place. And in the next moment, a red light almost swept his arm and flew past it, hitting the trunk behind him, bursting with a spark. It's okay, Helen. In the bush behind Helen, suddenly two people came out. But Hermione and Ron will be here. And just shot a disarming charm. It was the first Hermione. Oh, Sokas was impatient. What happened? You shouldn't be moving to the larger Cerberus. How could you come here? In my plan, I haven't gotten it yet. What about you? Marx is right, you really are a dangerous guy. Hermione clasped one in her hand and looked at him cautiously. But your brain doesn't seem to be enough. We just want to go. Maybe so the big devil's snare is over there. How are we going? Sokas was irritated by Hermione in 2 sentences, but he glanced at the corner of his eye, but he had to admit that it was his fault. But who would have thought that there would be a professor who sprinkled such a large piece of devil's snare? From the beginning, this was not at all within his plan. HMPH, that's okay. Sokas pressed his heart's anger. Curl one's lip. This is just a small mistake. For the whole plan, it doesn't matter. Impedimenta, protago? Hermione responded quickly, defindo. Sokas immediately flashed again, hiding behind a tree, avoiding Hermione's curse. Ron, take Helen to leave here. Hermione quickly returned without a head. But Hermione decisively prevented Ron from continuing to evade, and she carefully stared at the front while urging Ron to speed up. Hermione. Helen suddenly started talking. Luna was pushed by the guy into Devil's Snare. Luna? Hermione suddenly stunned, and she subconsciously turned her head to the side, and soon saw the Luna entangled in her body. But at the moment of her distraction, a silent curse shot suddenly towards her side. Because he didn't know what the other party was casting, for the sake of insurance, Hermione slammed back to the side and evaded it in a timely manner. But because the concealment of the silent mantra is too high, although she barely avoided the direct attack of the curse, she fell to the ground. If there is another spell coming to her, then she is just a living target. Incendio. The sound of the chanting is not the sound of the boy. Is Luna? Damn. This madman is actually igniting in the forest. In a flame, Sokas had to give up and continue to cast a spell, but hurriedly tumbling away from the flame. At the same time, Devil's Snare, who was trapped in Luna, quickly retreated because of fear of the flame and returned her freedom. Oh, Luna, thanks. Stupefy. Soakers, who had left the flame, did not give Hermione the freedom to speak, and his other spell followed her and interrupted her words. Wingardium Leviosa. Luna, who had escaped from Devil's Snare, swept the normal squat at this time, only to see that she was very skilled in controlling the levitation charm, pushing Hermione aside. Two people. Hey, let you understand today, what is the power gap? Soakers vented his heart anger, gnashing teeth. Authentic, expulso, protago. Seeing the other's tip pointing to himself, Luna immediately waved his own wand. But the other party's spell, formidable power, is not ordinary. Even if it is offset by most of the impact, she is still sitting on the ground. Petrificus Totalus. Hermione rushed to support, but it was no surprise that Soakers once again avoided her curse. It seems that in terms of the concept of the wizard duel, he and Marx have some similarities. Soakers also believes that the physical ability is also one of the weapons of the wizard battle. Powder broken impedimenta. Luna's curse prevented Soakers' action very accurately, and then she did not hesitate and lifted her leg and ran towards Hermione. Go. She grabbed Hermione, who still wanted to continue fighting, dragging her into the bushes behind her. That person is very powerful. It is very difficult for us to deal with him. Want to run? The effect of impediment jinx is only a few seconds. According to the magic strength of both parties, this number may even be shortened to some extent. Soon, Soakers, who broke free from the bondage, has already chased him in the direction of their escape. Go find someone. A sprint. Just as the two people at the gasping for breath were about to arrive at the edge of Forbidden Forest, Luna pushed Hermione away. Protago. Just as Luna barely released a shield charm in front of him, a violent spark exploded on the invisible shield wall. With the power of power, she also fell out of the border of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 415. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 415. Helen, don't stop, keep running. On the way to the lawn trail leading to Hogwarts Castle in Forbidden Forest, Ron stopped and stepped out to the front of Helen, loudly shouted, "Ronald!" Helen slowed the pace and went back. "Don't come over, I have to help Hermione." Ron swayed. "Go back to the castle and call other professors to help." "But, Ronald." Helen looked hesitant. "Listen to me, right? Take time, what you have to do is also important." Ron said that when he turned around, he pulled his legs and flew along the way. "Yes, I am Ronald," he whispered while running. "Although only one of you is called with this name, that is enough." However, he had not had time to run far, and a curse slammed into the air, accurately hitting his heart. A strong force with the running inertia suddenly made him pounce on the ground in front. Oops, Helen. I didn't protect her. At the moment before the unconscious, he reacted with Helen's safety. Return. I have to marry Hermione. Just as Ron fell to the ground, he crossed a black shadow in the air and swiftly swept away toward the castle. It was Marx's owl Marf, and when it caught this scene in the air, it quickly landed on the top of the west tower. Click. Marf's hard, pointed sharp tip, and the foot ring that slipped over his foot split in a few moments. Stop. Don't want to escape. On the edge of Forbidden Forest, Soakers held the trunk in one hand and slid smoothly over the bushes, chasing Hermione and Luna, who were running on the lawn. They did not choose to return to Hogwarts Castle. The distance there is not far, but the view on the lawn is wide, which is definitely not good for the escaped party. Therefore, these two very smart girls invariably give birth to the plan to go back to Forbidden Forest. You just saved me. Thank you. Ran in the late Hermione at Luna and said, "Now, I want to return to my original position." Agree. Luna clicked, nodded. Reducto. When there was another spell behind him, the two men who had been running along the edge of Forbidden Forest immediately squatted to the side, and then rushed into Forbidden Forest. Soakers' curse hit a tree, and the sawdust splashed for a while, but did not hurt Luna and Hermione. "Damn," said Soakers while running, angrily. "It will be smart Do you think that you can run the forest? His movements are fast. The speed of running and the flexibility of the body are far from being comparable to that of Luna and Hermione. The distance between the two sides has been shortened a lot. The trees in Forbidden Forest grow quite densely, and if you run around freely, it is very easy for people who enter without permission to fall into the trap of getting lost. This wide range of woodland is usually in and out, probably except for Hagrid. Most of the visitors will probably lose their way in it. To be honest, Luna and Hermione are actually regulars in Forbidden Forest, but they are usually in. But they are just outside the action. Now that they are returning to Forbidden Forest, they naturally won't choose to follow the course because they are purposeful. Luna, are you okay? Although these two little witches are not very good at sports, compared to the slightly exercised Hermione, the Luna, which is usually a fun-filled one, is even more difficult. This sprint made Luna's physical strength drop sharply, and she even felt that her legs were not listening. Can't stop here, the guy is catching up. Hermione held Luna's arms and said anxiously, I understand. Luna took a heavy step and struggled forward. The two ran in the Forbidden Forest along the edge of Devil's Snare, and from time to time they cast back a spell to stop Soakers, which continued to approach. After running around a large circle around Devil's Snare, they finally saw the flame again. It was the previous Luna ignited with a fire spell, and the fire was obviously bigger than it was. Can't run. Just as Luna and Hermione stood in front of the sea of fire, the bushes trembled behind them, and Soakers appeared in the campus. Why don't you run? Soakers held the wand and walked step by step. It was stupid to be stopped by the fire of his own. I don't know. Who is stupid? Hermione gasped. The mouth is hard. Soakers blinked and shouted, Crucio. Bang! A glamorous fire broke out in front of Hermione, and the curse of Soakers was blocked. Cruciatus Curse. A powerful voice came from the forest beside Hermione, with an incredible amount of words. How dare you, Professor McGonagall? Hermione immediately shouted, You are here. Damn, it turned out to be like this. Soakers heard the sound and suddenly complex changed slightly. It's all the stinking mistakes that made my plan completely messed up. After the sudden appearance of Professor McGonagall, he finally understood the intention of Hermione and Luna to return here. In fact, if you didn't want to catch them, Soakers wouldn't think of it. Hermione? Luna? When McGonagall came out of the woods, another silhouette followed. Harry? Hermione said with pleasure. It's great to be fine. Everyone is here, Professor McGonagall whispered, and then extended the wand in her hand. In a flash, a silent mantra swiftly flew out, and the speed was so fast that Soakers was shocked. Can't harden. Just a little judgment. He went to the side with the slightest hesitation, and he would return to the bushes. Professor McGonagall saw the appearance and did not reveal any unexpected expressions. I saw her calmly waving wand. The tree in front of Soakers suddenly twisted, and was very timely in his waist. Soakers, who was stopped by Professor McGonagall's transfiguration, immediately climbed up and flexed and moved toward the opposite direction, seemingly wanting to leave McGonagall's sight. But at this moment, a black and grey powder suddenly sprayed his face over him, and he was immediately smashed. Before he could react, he saw several black vines flying up from the ground, and the Soakers, which had not yet landed, was entangled in the air. Pomona. Professor McGonagall put away the wand he was about to explore, and yelled at it. Minerva, go back with the children. Professor Sprout slowly walked out of the woods over there, and she put the stopper in her hand back into the bottle and started talking. Rubeus is pacifying the Cerberus. It seems to be quieter. I am here to stare. You should take them a few. Okay. Professor McGonagall did not insist. She ordered, nodded and then greeted her. A few of you, come back with me immediately. Don't think it's over. Soakers, who was entangled in Devil's Snare, was still yelling, Dark Lord won't stop. This is just the beginning. Morse Morderer. He struggled with desperation, and a green glow lit up from his wand, breaking through the dense canopy and going straight over the Forbidden Forest, turning into a huge dark mark. Professor Sprout waved his hand and his wand jumped up and left his palm. What sound? Sprout, who was about to stun it, was stopped by his hand, while Professor McGonagall, who had children on his way to return to the castle, also suddenly turned back. The people present at the same time heard the sound of the sorrow almost at the same time, and the source of the strange movement seemed to be deeper in the Forbidden Forest. Ha ha ha, Soakers, who was listening to his ears, suddenly spoke with a big smile. Damn, it's finally here. It's finally here. You can't escape. One can't escape. His words had not been finished yet, and a tragic green beam interrupted his words decisively. He immediately had a sigh of relief and no sound. Sudoku curse. It's a curse. But who is this who sent a fate? Professor McGonagall reacted very quickly, only to see her swiftly waved wand and sent a spell in the direction of the green light. It can be splashed with it, but it is just a broken branch and leaves. After releasing the curse, she ran to the side immediately and quickly disappeared into the woods. It's terrifying, Professor Sprout said with a heartache. There was someone else who cast Killing Curse at Hogwarts. It's really terrifying. The nature she fears is not her own, but the safety of the students. She has always treated her every young wizard like her grandmother, and when she thinks that they will suffer misfortunes, she will tremble with her heart. Go back, Harry. You can't stay here anymore. Sprout opened his arms and pushed Hermione and the others out. On the other side, next to the huge body of Cerberus, Fluffy. 3 stupid dog's head. Look at them, very long, ugly. A picture of the head of the Mole Bellflower. Eat everyday meat. You have never seen such a stupid dog in this life. 3 There is only one stomach in the head. Hagrid was leaning on Fluffy's lap, licking his fifth-tone scorpion and licking his own virginity, not only in a tune, but also inexplicably funny. Not far from the centaur, they looked at this expressionlessly, and from time to time they looked at each other and then retreated some more, trying to keep enough distance from Hagrid. Fluffy seemed to be very satisfied with his voice. It was lying on the ground, and the eyelids had gradually pulled down. However, the strange noise from the depths of Forbidden Forest once again awakened it. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 416. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 416. Roar. Hagel. A thunderous roar screamed in the Forbidden Forest, and then, with the heavy footsteps of bang bang bang, the 2 trees on the edge of the forest collapsed. The professional Sprout, who just ran to the lawn, turned around with Hermione, Luna, and Harry, but saw a huge silhouette rushing out of Forbidden Forest. That is Glop. Under his knees, Hagrid, who was covered in grey, was pinched by him, and he came out of Forbidden Forest with him. Giant? How come? Professor Sprout quickly raised the wand in his hand and shouted loudly, Harry, let go. Rubeus. Wait. Luna stopped Sprout immediately. It is the younger brother of Hagrid. He is called Glop. What? Sprout, Hermione, and Harry, when they even looked at Luna in unison, had an inexplicable complex expression on their faces. Hagrid's younger brother, Luna whispered, Glop. Oh. Professor Sprout snorted and ran to Hagrid and Glop with a look of wonder. In any case, look at Rubeus first, he doesn't look right. However, Glop obviously did not pay attention to their plans, only to see him go to the other side of the door. He still remembers that when Hagrid took him to Hogwarts, he came in from there. Of course, even if Glop wants to stop and talk to them, they don't have the time to work. Just as Professor Sprout took the lead in the direction of Glop, and Hermione and the others immediately followed, the entire Forbidden Forest edge suddenly became a commotion. Not only the bushes rustled, but even the ground made a slight and messy sound. The next moment, a large group of centaur rushed out of the woods, like a group of medieval cavalry, moving back towards the direction opposite the lawn. And behind them, there are a large number of terrifying monsters, and the Forbidden Forest rushes out of the way. That's right. Except for Surge, you can no longer describe the amount of horror. The monsters are big and small. The biggest guys are never lost to Glop lying down, and the smallest one is probably only one baby's fist. They are all in color, but under the light of the sun, they can faintly discern a deep bit of green. They have black burrs on their bodies, especially on their legs. They can be covered with a fine layer of dark green scales in some areas far from the joints. They are Marx's first great accomplishment in the study of bloodline transformation. Alienation Acromantula. Look back. Go back now, fast. Hermione and the others haven't had much time yet, and Professor Sprout immediately yelled. She couldn't help but because she only looked at it more and felt that her skin was tightening. Sprout recalled the incident that Chamber of Secrets was opened the first time and quickly responded. You can't see those spiders, they have petrified abilities. Just a moment in her speech, the few centaur that ran in the last place seemed to be afraid of being caught up, and looked back when they were indifferent. But they happened to be squinting with an acromantula. Not long after, the movements of several centaurs slowed down and the whole body gradually turned to grey-white. Perhaps it is because the distance is a little far apart. Hermione and the others, although they subconsciously looked over there, but the number of acromantulas of different sizes was so many that they had been reminded by the screams of Professor Sprout before they could wait for them to find a watch. Professor! Hermione screamed. At a glance, she saw that Sprout's body was covered with a faint grey, and deepened a little bit, and even the action slowly became slow. Do not come. Sprout slammed out a bottle of potion and poured it into his mouth. For a little while, Centaur passed by her, and then the acromantula who quickly caught up with it. Sprout, who took the potion, decisively closed his eyes and sprinkled an unknown seed, then extended the wand to the lower foot. For a moment, the seeds immediately landed on the lawn, slammed up, and the thick and hard azure vines wrapped her whole person. The rest of the seeds spread together, waving the rattan with spikes and constantly smashing everything around them, trying to stop the horrible acromantula from advancing. Run. Leave me alone. Run. At the last minute, she did not forget to remind Hermione loudly that tenacious rattans with thick arms are really strong, but the number of acromantula is too much. They just block a small part, and more spiders pass the slightest hesitation where the vines are out of reach, going to Hermione in their direction. Go. We can't do it, Harry. Let's go. Hermione slammed Harry, who was hesitating, and dragged him back. And by their side, Luna ran while pulling something out of his pocket. Hermione, we have to do something. Harry was still running, but his face was full of unwillingness. Professor Sprout is still behind, and our front is Hogwarts. We can't do anything. Hermione frowned. They are too many. We have to rely on the castle defense. This is the best way. But Harry's heart was anxious, and he hated his uselessness. He couldn't forgive himself. Some time ago, he finally got the courage to cheer up, but his strength still limited him, so that he could not do what he wanted to do, nor could he protect the person he wanted to protect. Today he ran back to Forbidden Forest, but he could not do anything. He just stood by and the whole process was a weak observer. He is actually very clear that Hermione is right. He can't do anything at all. But he didn't want to give up thinking. He thought that even if he couldn't think of any idea, even if he couldn't do anything in the end, he couldn't give up thinking, because once I give up this time, I am afraid that he will never stand up again. They struggled to run forward, and the castle continued to zoom in and out of sight, seemingly within reach. At such a distance, the normal steps can go so far, but at the moment it is as difficult to reach as the distant horizon. Behind them, the acromantula's body shape did not hinder their speed at all, and they still ran fast. Harry and the others, even if they used their strength to fly, the speed was still not comparable to the giant spiders with 8 hairs. The dense footsteps in the ear are obviously getting closer and closer, and there is some unpleasant stench in the nose, and they simply don't dare to look back. Suddenly, Luna slammed the thing clinging to her left hand in the air behind her, then she deliberately avoided the big guys who were chasing the front, and the line of sight fell as far as possible into a parabolic drop in the air. That little thing in the sun, the thing with some reflections, is obviously not difficult to see clearly. Reducto. A curse suddenly flew out of her wand's tip, faithfully carrying out her intentions and blasting the whole thing. It was at that moment that a dazzling bright blue flame burst open in midair, forming a small piece of fiercely burning fire behind Luna and the others, slamming into the crowded forward Acromantula. That's the fiend fire bottle that Marx left for her. Hermione, which I used to use, is also very clear. The formidable power of the gadget is amazing. After the fiend fire bottle was broken, Luna immediately turned back and continued to fly. Behind her, the burning hot flames clung to the contaminated Acromantula and sizzled. Oh, Hermione and Harry, who ran in front, suddenly heard the cry out in surprise, and Harry no longer hesitated, and immediately reached the sky. "Close your eyes, Hermione," he shouted. "Lumos, maximize." At this nearly noon moment, Harry's wand stunned a group of extremely dazzling light. The group of brightly lit light groups almost shined more than the sun on the top of the head, and the strong light made the three people close their eyes. Even so, the dazzling light still passes through the eyelids, and even a closed eye can see a piece of orange. The sun hanging high in the air can bear it if you don't look at it, but if the light bursts in front of your eyes, it will be very terrifying. The Acromantula, who liked the dark environment, suddenly rioted. Fengji Harry, who had his eyes closed, opened his mouth again, only slightly hesitating, and he bit his teeth again, sorting Hataxio. The voice didn't fall, and Harry was behind him in the window at the top of the main fort. He took a black shadow and landed at him at a very fast speed. It only took a few seconds to fall precisely on his outstretched in the hands. He extinguished the dazzling light of the tip and immediately plunged his hand into the hat, holding his face firmly in the cold hilt that appeared in it. The Gryffindor sword is silently drawn from it, and the mirror-like pure silver blade reflects the sun and looks very incomparable. And the huge ruby that is set on the hilt is even more faintly flaming. Harry opened his eyes, even when he saw Luna, which was thrown to the ground by Acromantula, and a huge silver-white eagle that guarded her with wings. Luna seems to be trying to get up. It seems that she was really hurt, but Harry's timely glow and the giant eagle patroness almost protected her at the same time. Marks. Harry took the Gryffindor sword and decisively rushed to Luna. From afar, the bright sword shimmered on the lawn, and a bright band of light was drawn. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 417. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 417. It turns out that Harry's recent state is not good. Or, when he picked up the Gryffindor sword, the courage in his heart still did not reach the extent he faced Dragon. The source of courage in everyone's heart is not the same. And Harry's courage is more from faith. When he consciously lacks confidence, his beliefs will fade together, so that the recognition of Gryffindor's sword will also become awkward at the same time. Without the tacit support of Gryffindor's sword, even if the sword's blade is still sharp, if it can't be used easily, it is just an ordinary sword, that's all. Harry, who rushed to Luna, just cut a leg of an Acromantula with the sword and was smashed out by a big spider who was mad at the moment of blindness. However, at this moment, a silhouette of the self-school door quickly echoed. Marks. In Hermione's shouts, Marks, who had a magical book and a long-handed staff, swept to them and stopped quietly on their heads. "Harry, it's a good job," he said quickly. "Now, go back to the castle now." The voice did not fall. I saw the blue-white radiance of the staff in his hand, and a semicircle around his body as he swinged his arm. In an instant, a seemingly thin, but extremely cold air diffused silently, and the surrounding Acromantula was frozen and slowed down. In the next second, Marx's staff slammed into the direction of the castle, and a white frosty cold gas suddenly rushed toward the castle along the line he pointed at. Where the coldness passed, whether it was the Acromantula on the way or the manicured lawn, it was coated with a layer of crystal frost. "Come on, let me solve the rest," Marks urged again. "Marks, Professor Sprout is still ahead." Hermione raised Harry while reminding her. "She wrapped herself with vines, it shouldn't be hard to find." "Know it." Marks immediately nodded. When Hermione, Harry, and Luna squatted back and forth, and quickly slammed the castle gate, Marx escorted them all the way back to the Forbidden Forest at an alarming rate. Aragog. The shouts with the sound-filling mantras were transmitted like thunder in the Forbidden Forest. The volume was loud, and even the leaves trembled slightly. Axio along the Marx, in addition to the sturdy vines that are still intact, did not see other teachers and students. It seems that this incident happened to be still in class, which can only be said to be fortunate in the misfortune. But now the school court has been occupied by the horrible Akromantula. Even Marx cannot help but sigh. The spider's reproductive capacity is too strong. In fact, if he did not modify the bloodline for Aragog, the survival rate of the new student spider would rise sharply and it would not be so terrible. Even if Akromantula is an extremely dangerous species of the Ministry of Magic classification XXXXX, it can be as fragile as they were when they were born. The spider in front became denser. He flipped the pair of light green lenses that he had made and placed it on the bridge of the nose. Then he pulled out a bottle of antiptrified potion and poured it into his mouth. Aragog. Marx stuffed the cork and continued to scream. He shouted as he slid away the Akromantula he encountered on the road, with the slightest hesitation going forward. He didn't have the extra effort to annihilate these fierce big guys because he had to find Aragog first. Akromantula is a species of wisdom that is quite high in length. Although their rationality is sometimes lost to slaughter's instinct, they also have the instinct to listen to the command. Marx continued to push deep into Forbidden Forest, and the new nest after the migration of Aragog was at the foot of the forest range at the deepest point of the Forbidden Forest. As he quickly penetrated the jungle, the surrounding trees became thicker and taller, and the shape of the Akromantula seen on the road changed as well. The large adult Akromantula is 1 or 2 more laps than the outer part of the forest. The number is not too much, but it is only compared with the average body type. The small juvenile Akromantula is only a fingernail size, but the number is terrible. The difference in the individual mutations of these spiders is getting bigger and bigger. It's estimated that there will be intensive phobias after staying here for a long time. Marx twisted his shoulder and groaned a little uncomfortably. Not long after, Marx, who was moving fast in the forest, finally saw a huge cave on the slope of the mountain wall. In the hole, countless spiders are rushing out from inside. Most of them are small spiders that are too small to be small. Aragog. Marx stood in the hole, and the coldness of his body made the spiders rush to avoid it, so as not to be frozen. Isn't it going to come out? His voice quickly poured into the cave, and the sound waves swayed in it, causing a good commotion of the spiders. After a while, Marx found that the spiders that came out of the cave suddenly increased, and then the dark caves crawled out of the 3 giants. These 3 are obviously the largest Akromantula that Marx saw today. He even thinks that none of these 3 is smaller than Aragog. No, maybe even bigger. Is the 3 of the first batch? Marx watched the 3 big guys rush to the front of him and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. He couldn't help thinking, if you look at the size, it should be true. The little guys he raised are almost the same size. If I had left all the little babies in the United States this time, he really wanted to release them all, and meet these brothers and sisters. McClone. Sir. When the 3 big guys stood in front of themselves, one of them immediately spoke. Yes. Marx ordered nodded. Father. Inside. The big spider said intermittently, please. Go in. Let's go. Marx waved his hand. The 3 big spiders stared at him and looked around. Then they walked back and walked in front of them, taking a decent picture of Marx. Marx stood on the magic book and floated behind them. The staff in his hand gave off a faint glow, illuminating the dark caves slightly. The terrain of Aragog's new nest is quite complicated, although the narrower it is, the more narrow it is, not to mention Marx. Even these big spiders can move smoothly. This narrow word is only relative, that's all. On the way, Marx saw a number of different sizes of split holes, each extending to a different crypt. The wall is rugged and looks like a natural underground cave. A large number of stalagmites are intertwined on the sides of the cave, and look like a devil's sharp horn in a dim environment, which is cool. During the rapid process, Marx found that the surrounding air also had a thin layer of moisture, and perhaps deeper there was groundwater. After walking with the three big guys for more than 10 minutes, the surrounding terrain suddenly became more spacious. Don't look at it for more than 10 minutes. In fact, the three big spiders went very fast, and they continued to move along the slope down channel. Marx felt that he might have come to a deep underground. In fact, in this cave, there are still a lot of spiders crawling around at first. As their depth deepens, the number of spiders is also drastically reduced, and there are almost no small spiders here. Is the smell of McClone. Not seen for a long time. In the depths of the deep and dark caves, an old voice screamed and reverberated around. Aragog. Marx increased the fluorescence on the staff to see more of the inside. It's really a long time gone. I'm going to know. You should be very clear. As the light illuminates, he immediately sees the giant spider that is in the middle of this large cave. Although his size here is not so conspicuous, Marx still recognizes it at a glance. Because Aragog is alienated by direct bloodline transformation, there are still traces of the past on the outside, making Aragog look more calm. Yes, I understand. Aragog sighed slightly. It becomes like this. I am sorry. What about nonsense with him? Don't hurry to petrify him. Marx hasn't continued to ask questions, but he heard a voice rang from behind Aragog, with a hint of glory in his tone. I didn't have to listen to your orders. Aragog said faintly. You. The voice suddenly suffocated, but he apparently put this unpleasantness aside soon. Professor McClone, I have heard a lot about your deeds, the voice said lightly. Are you not very powerful? Hey, you are better. Can you deal with so many mutant spiders? Sokarades? Marx calmly said. Sokas. Call me Sokas. The other party said, don't call me with that name. Do you understand? Marx paused, seeing that he didn't come out of Aragog at all, put his eyes back on Aragog. Say, what is the reason for stepping out of Forbidden Forest? He asked Aragog. Oh. Aragog indulged, then slowly said, my children are getting stronger, so they are getting more, and food is not enough. This is the most direct and important reason. It makes a lot of sense. Marx frowned and nodded, but immediately questioned. But, we have already discussed this point. I remember reminding you, let you send your child to find me, isn't it? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 418. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 418. Yes, you did say that you can help us solve the problem of food. Aragog said solemnly, so. There is another reason. The head of the Dark Wizard came to me. At the deepest point of the spider's nest, Aragog and its first batch of bloodline-modified children were surrounded by Marx. They all watched Marx quietly, listening to Marx's conversation with their father. Behind Aragog, the leader of this event is hiding in the shadows, and it seems that from the beginning there is no need to come out to face Marx's ideas. Which head? Marx continued to ask after hearing about Aragog. What does he claim to be Dark Lord? Aragog said. It's a very powerful dark force. It's hard to resist. Yes, he has a familiar taste. The smell of the snake? Marx reacted immediately. Yes, that's right. Aragog replied softly. Basilisk's bloodline makes us feel a touch of the same kind. Dark. Damp. Cc. And then, he wants you and your children to attack Hogwarts? Marx asked faintly. He promised me that after he succeeded, he would give us endless flesh and blood. Aragog's tone became a bit cruel, and it seemed to have some kind of fierceness in it, with the body gradually burning. Tasty. Human flesh. Is it clear that there is enough wisdom, but can't suppress the instinct's temptation? Marx stared at Aragog for a moment, and finally shook his head. But what made you think he would succeed? Because Aragog gloomy is authentic, you will come to me. At the moment when this sentence came out of its mouth, a lot of black gas rushed in from the hole behind Marx, and the black air tumbling, swirling around, turned into a large number of silhouettes wrapped in black smoke. Almost at the same time, Aragog and its children suddenly burst into a strange black gas, and the original grey spider eyes turned black again. Also because Aragog continued, "We have more power." The voices did not fall, and the dozens of fearless dead blacks and huge spiders, wrapped in strong black hair, rushed toward the Marks standing in the middle. Bang! Marks's eyes narrowed slightly, and the cold face stopped. The staff on the ground, and a rune on the top of the stick flashed. At this time, a touch of ice blue suddenly spread out from his body, and the cold atmosphere covered the huge cave with a layer of frost in a blink of an eye. All the spiders and the black dead, together with the black hair from them, settled on the way. "Aragog, I will ask you the last sentence," Marks said in a succinct manner. "Do you think that you raised your family? Who is this life? Who is it?" HMPH. Aragog's black hair swelled, and as it stretched out on a long leg, the frost covered with it suddenly collapsed. "Yes, it's Hagrid, Rubeus Hagrid, but It paused, whispered, "But what about it? He just treats me as a pet. And you, Marks McLawn, just treat me as an experiment." "But that's right, Who. There is nothing wrong with it, because in the end, everything will become food. The weak become the food of the powerhouse. Acromantula, this species, from beginning to end, obeys instinctive action, and even the dead companions will become abdomen, no matter how close their wisdom is to humans. From the very beginning, the idea is completely different, is it?" Marks chuckled. "I'm still looking forward to the relationship between you and Hagrid." "Really? You can call me too disappointed." Caca. The other shells and the black shells of the black dead had cracks one after another, and the black gas leaked out from the inside, slowly turning into a black flame. Looking at these familiar black flames, Marks couldn't help but pick an eyebrow. "Is the strength of the Black Death increased?" he observed calmly, as if the attack on the upcoming attack was not too much of a concern. "Voldemort's situation is really worrying." Voila! Countless pieces of ice slag are scattered, and the enemy rushes to Marks like a tidal wave. It seems that the black flame is tumbling, as if it had its own willpower. On the ground are a large number of blackened Acromantula, and in the air are dozens of black deaths. No matter which side, there will be no fear and withdrawal due to death. "You have no chance," Aragog whispered in his heavy voice. "My children, countless. It's right, even if it's a powerful wizard, it will still be exhausted when it comes to enemies." Even though Marks's magic formidable power is amazing, he also has magic power exhausted. At the end of the day, Aragog's children will drown him mercilessly. Marks didn't pay any attention to it. I saw him lift his staff high, and several blue-white beams shot from the rune and swept through Marks. The Acromantula and the Black Death, who were at the forefront, were all black flames, and fell to the ground and broke into a hail. The spiders behind them also blocked the route of each and every one, and the speed of the forward rush immediately slowed down. Marks said nothing. The light column swept the air again. This time, the light column was thicker than the previous one, and the intensity was obviously even better. It directly knocked out the Black Dead who had swept from the air. Of course, this kind of intensity attack is inevitably expensive, and he obviously can't use it all the time. At this moment, Marks was slightly frowned, and he seemed to suddenly notice what it was like, and looked back at the hole behind him. It was this eye that focused on the attention, which made him feel a magic power quickly smashed out of the hole. Marks, when the backhand swung his wand, magic power turned into a sharp blade and flew out at the high speed in front of his stick. The moving towards the group was about to disappear into the magic power of his range. Well, a groan fainted from the darkness, and then the magic power was removed from Marks's perception. Soakers? He put this idea aside for a while, then turned again and looked towards Aragog. At the same time, his left hand squatted around his waist and took out a small test tube with an oak plug. "I will take you to Hagrid for a ride." His eyes crossed a lot of spiders and looked coldly at Aragog, who was still at the end. "You should be glad, at least I have adopted some of yours, child." The surrounding spiders have already flowed to his side, running at the forefront and even raised the giant cheeks in front of them, and the vets of the green are flashing without breaking the mouthpiece. Marks, which can be surrounded by it, has no sign of half movement. But the test tube in his hand suddenly shattered, and the liquid in it immediately evaporated to the point of immediate exposure to the air. In the next moment, the spiders around Marks began to smash softly from the nearest lap, and for a time his ears were rumbling. That apostrophe s. What east. Aragog can no longer support his body. The feeling of being weak is spreading throughout the body. It can even feel that his life is losing a little bit. You don't think, I just think of you as an experiment? Marks threw the broken test tube in his hand, expressionlessly authentic. Hope my behavior, you will be satisfied. You Aragog suddenly burst into a convulsion, and there was a lot of green foam in the huge mouth parts. Sure enough. The natural enemy's bloodline. I hate it. Is it? Marks said faintly, and then turned and walked out. The staff in his hand swayed gently, and a strong wind rang silently, and a circle was circulated in the cave, and then violently blown out of the cave. How can a creature that has been transformed by himself betray something? How can he commit such a low-level mistake? From the moment he originally developed the bloodline transformation plan, he had plans to leave behind. In the bloodline transformation, the difficulty is much simpler than the perfect transformation. But to be honest, he didn't really want to let this backhand come in handy. In his impression, Aragog is ferocious, but he is grateful to Hagrid, who raised it and saved his life. Hagrid also had a deep feeling for the little spider who once lived in the Hogwarts kitchen cupboard. In this way, according to the habit of a Cromantula, the Aragog race in the Forbidden Forest is absolutely indispensable, because these guys often eat the same kind, and the transformed individual is obviously more fierce. Marks thought as he avoided the large and small spider on the ground, and the magic book in his hand was about to be thrown in front of him, only to find a light voice behind him. Sorry, Hagrid. He suddenly turned back, and the fluorescence on the staff suddenly lit up, but he saw that the 4 pairs of spider eyes of Aragog were again occupied by the great color. Judging from the last sentence of sorry, the previous behavior is obviously contradictory. In the hesitation, Marks seems to think of something. But seeing his staff sticking forward, a scorpion black pen plunged directly into Aragog's body. Immediately, a spider soul that was being eroded by inexplicable forces was driven out of the body. It seems that the previous research is not wrong. Is the goal of the enchanting monument really a soul? Looking at the soul, it became a little bit broken, and Marks fell into meditation. Correct it, it is the soul that has been evoked by desire. For a moment, he was slightly stunned. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 419. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 419. Ron. Ron didn't come back. He and Helen are not there. Hermione hurried back to the Gryffindor common room and screamed. I didn't find them either. Harry circled in the common room. Where I went to find it. I went upstairs and downstairs. I want to go anywhere except the professor's office and the headmaster room. Searched all over. Still on the road? Hermione thought that they were most likely to be attacked by spiders, and suddenly shuddered. If that's the case, it's too bad. I can't imagine it, Harry. We have to go out and look for it. You don't have to go out and find it. Just as they turned and wanted to walk toward the door, the fat woman's oil painting suddenly opened, and Professor McGonagall took a step inside. Mr. Weasley is now in the school hospital, and Miss Skin. Together, we found them on the edge of the trail to Forbidden Forest. Oh, school hospital? Hermione suddenly had a bad feeling. Yes, Professor McGonagall said slightly. Mr. Weasley's situation is fortunate, but petrified. It will be recovered over time, as it was last time. What about Helen? Hermione asked. Oh, I mean, Miss Skin? She was very hurt. Fortunately, before Professor Sprout found her behind Mr. Weasley, she seemed to have treated herself, but the effect was not very good, Professor Mike said. Hermione, let's go see. Harry said that he was going out, but he was stunned by Professor McGonagall. Not now. she said with a serious face. You should be honest in the common room. The martial law has not been lifted. You are not allowed to walk around. After all, McGonagall suddenly turned and left in a hurry. Wait, Professor. Harry hurriedly asked. Outside? What's going on outside? I don't want everyone to open the window, but it also makes us completely unaware of the situation outside. Professor McGonagall looked back and stared at Harry and Hermione for a moment, and glanced at the young wizards in the common room, which was started talking. The spiders are dead and the rest are still not hurt. Auror is investigating, and that's the case. We are safe for the time being. After comforting the next young wizard with a slight evasive explanation, she walked outside the door again. Is it all dead? There are many of them outside, and the number is countless. Harry was shocked. How did they die? But this time, Professor McGonagall did not answer his question again, but instead walked out of the Gryffindor common room and walked away along the corridor. I want to know how they died. She shook her head as she walked. At the same time, the edge of Forbidden Forest. Marks peddled the magic book, the high-speed Accio over Forbidden Forest, after passing the forest boundary, rushed to the school gate. Over there, Hagrid was lying on the grass in the school gate, and the grey-white on his body seemed to be lighter than at the beginning. And just beside him, his younger brother Glop glared at the body of an alienated Acromantula. On his huge body, only some parts were a little white. The giant's powerful anti-magic skin, so he did not receive much damage. Well, in fact, the anti-magic ability of Hagrid's thick skin is different from ordinary people. Under the gaze of that many spiders at the time, it was still possible to insist on meeting Marks in an incomplete petrified state, which is considered to be powerful enough. At that time, I hurried back to Marks of Hogwarts, and the first acquaintance I met was him. Although the situation is urgent, Marks has given him some Mandrake resurrection potion. As long as it is not completely petrified, the effect will be even greater, and soon he will be able to relive. In a short while, Marks returned to here again. It is worth mentioning that when he flew over Glop, he saw Glop forcibly concealing the habitual slap action, throwing the spider's legs in his hand and squinting his face to the side. Since the day Marks taught him to remember his name, he used his simple brain to put Marks into the category of need for alert. Marks didn't go to Glop's little trick. He went straight to Hagrid and squatted down. Are you all right, Hagrid? Marks asked softly. Oh, your potion, very good. Hagrid closed his eyes and lay flat on his back. It's much better than the beginning. I still have a stone that I want to be in the woods. It's a little bit of eyelids. It's heavy. After a while, you should be able to move a small amount. Marks slid a few times at the belly of Hagrid, seemingly checking for a drop in hardness. Just take a break here. Thank you, thank you. Hagrid's voice still sounds a bit dry. Thanks to Glop. He is brave. I dare say that if he goes to Hogwarts to go to school, he must be a Gryffindor. Yeah? Marks laughed. But if it turns out to be like that, we must first remodel the castle. We have to let every young wizard go to the designated classroom on time instead of letting them put the door too small to enter the grounds for skipping classes. Professor Dumbledore's words will definitely say so. Oh, Dumbledore. Hagrid was sighed sullenly. Don't care too much, Marks comforted. At least Dumbledore hopes that we can be a little more relaxed when we mention him. Yes, I understand. Dumbledore is a great person. Hagrid was talking, and suddenly the topic turned. Right, Aragog. How is Aragog? How can his children run out of Forbidden Forest? And looks different than before. Well, Aragog. Marks shook his head slightly. Is dead. He was tempted by Voldemort, and finally my hand. Ah, Aragog. Oh. Hagrid brought a cry in the tone. Speaking of it, this may also be my fault. Marks said solemnly. Your fault. Hagrid said sadly. What's wrong with you? I understand. Understand. Acromantula is such a race, a person whose name can't be said. Is his fault. Marks shook his head and his heart was a little heavy. You won't understand, he said softly with a voice that only he could hear. Ah. Poor Aragog. Hagrid tried to bend his arm and lick his red eyes. It is reasonable to say that his age is quite large in Acromantula. I thought he could walk quietly. Yeah? Probably 50 years old. Marks agreed. Has he finally said something? Hagrid asked with a tear. I want to give him a slightly decent funeral. He can't stay in the woods and wait to be eaten by his children. I have brought him out. Marks patted Hagrid's shoulder and said quietly, well. Finally he said. He said thank you. He said he had to thank you, Hagrid. Marks repeated the words again. Of course, he did not remember Aragog's last words. Can you say sorry at this time? And what is the point? Those who need an apology should not be Aragog at all. Wait for Hogwarts to be quiet, then we will have a funeral for Aragog. Marks sighed said, call Harry. Acromantula is a lively race, because you are. They are always a family. That's right. Hagrid wowed and cried. After a while, when Hagrid was able to move around, Marks sent him back to the hunting lodge with Glop. Give it to me. Hagrid's mood was a little low. I will bring little Glop back to the woods. But this time he must have been seen by everyone. It's okay. Marks waved. Have he been a bit more secure recently? It looks a lot more honest. Well. Hagrid looked at some of the cautious Glop. It's a habit, but it's not so quiet. I think it's because you are there, is it? Marks glanced at him, and then he said, don't worry, he didn't do anything to hurt the person this time. I went with Professor McGonagall and they explained it. Then I will gone. Ah, okay. Hagrid nodded, thank you for your potion. After separating from Hagrid and Glop, Marks tweeted in the schoolyard and waited until he found out that there were no other victims. Then he went to the castle. The first thing he did after entering the castle was to go to the school hospital to check it out. After all, if someone is injured or petrified, they will definitely be sent there. But at the door of the school hospital, he saw a bed with a large white cloth on his bed. Looking at the contours of the white cloth, the bottom is obviously a person. Marks waved his hand immediately, and the white cloth floated up immediately, revealing the hooded person. Sokas? Lying on the bed under the white cloth is the pale Sakas. It's obvious that the look of the big-eyed eyes is lost. Marks immediately reached out and patted him around, only to find that there was no scar. Dead? He checked out the magic power and his brows gradually wrinkled. There are signs of a curse, and it should be for a while. So. Who killed Sokas, and who I met in the spider's lair. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 420. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 420. Mr. McLawn. When I heard someone calling myself, Marks immediately turned his head and gestured a little at the other side. He waved his hand, and the white cloth that had been floating before covered the whole body of Sokas. Madame Pomfrey, I've worked hard. He whispered. Is there a lot of people injured? Not many. When students happen, students mostly attend classes in various classrooms, and the students of Care of Magical Creatures are back in time. Madame Pomfrey, the head nurse of the school hospital, shook his head gently. Only 2 students. The injury is a little troublesome. Who? Marks asked. Is it petrified? If Mandrake's resurrection potion is out of stock, I have. No. Madame Pomfrey said softly. After supplementing the reserves, it has not been used much, and enough potions are available. If Marks is the most respected faculty member among Hogwarts, it is undoubtedly the Poppy Madame Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey has been a resident healer at Hogwarts for a long time. When Snape and the others were students, she was already a doctor here. Her extensive treatment experience, as well as her knowledge of various healing spells, potions, and mixed herbs, is enough to get her to find a highly paid job at Street Mungo's. But she stayed at Hogwarts for decades, treating both patients who were sent to her harshly and gently. Even if most of them are just minor injuries of trivial matter, she never complains about boredom. Incidentally, the potion here at Madame Pomfrey is generally weird, and some pottery and sweet potion, when she is here, will become a bitter medicine that is difficult to swallow. Remember that Madame Pomfrey once said this: if you don't want to drink these odd potions, please don't get hurt. Don't leave yourself a chance to come to the medical room. Otherwise, please bear the consequences. Of course, I heard that she is a bit tricky about the symptoms of the spell, and I don't know if it is a real thing. If that's the best, Marks nodded said. So, let's go see the injured student. Well, Madame Pomfrey, when he heard that he was going to the ward, his face became a bit serious. Of course, Mr. McLawn's achievements in potion have also been heard. If it is you, naturally, no problem. But please also be careful not to stay too long. The patient needs to recuperate. Yes, I understand. I was also taken care of by you. As a former patient, I am equally grateful for your philosophy of protecting patients as the first principle. Marks politely leaned down and then walked to the ward with Madame Pomfrey. When Marks walked in, the fire was swaying in the fireplace, the warmth of the flames dispelled the cold outside, and the whole room was baked as if it was still in the spring. The beds on both sides are separated by white curtains, but there are very few patients at the moment, so most of them will be blinded, and only 2 beds are covered, so as to ensure that even if the patient wakes up, it will not be because of the empty ward. And feel uneasy. Marks, the school hospital ward, has been there several times, and the longest stay here should be the period when Luna was hospitalized. And here, he also encountered an extraordinary life turning point. After that, first, he basically did not have the need to come here, and the second is that in his heart, there is actually some unclear resistance to this place. In this way, it seems that the hospital has been gone for a while since the last time. Now back here again. He glanced at the window in the first place subconsciously. There, he saw something that he shouldn't have seen, so that after that, even the road he had decided to move forward was greatly deflected. The words in my mind were slightly dissipated, and Marks stepped into the foot of a bed where someone was lying, and the line of sight fell to the patient on the bed. It was Ron, and his body was still grey with a layer of white, but in terms of petrified, it was clearly in a gradual recovery. After he has returned to his original appearance, he should be able to live again and again after a break. After Marks stood by and checked for him, he turned and walked to another bed. Well, another student was lying across from Ron. When he saw it, Marks couldn't help but lightly exclaimed, because in his opinion, the condition of this patient is probably much more serious than Ron. I remember she was, Marks recalled a little, secretly said in one's heart. Well, is it called Helenskin? It was bitten by a Cremantula. When I found her, the trauma on her body had begun to heal. I should have done some emergency treatment myself. Followed by Madame Pomfrey, but it's just a flesh wound, that's all. In the final analysis, the focus is on toxins. She paused. Seems to be pity on this seemingly cute female child. To be honest, that's a pretty dangerous toxin. After discussing it with Professor Snape, I used a mixture of Dungstone to temporarily suppress the spread of toxicity. Now Professor Snape should be looking for ways to prepare for this toxin. Sexual detoxification potion. Is it? Marks subconsciously nodded, but his thoughts remained in Helen's consideration. His last blow in the spider's lair really hit the guy who pretended to be Sokas. Moreover, he used the gift that Snape had given him at the time, the Sectum Sempra curse. Logically speaking, this magical spell created by Snape is extremely extreme. It is not only fast, but also highly concealed. It can cut the flesh and blood of the enemy and bones like a sword. Most importantly, the injury caused by this spell, except for the corresponding counter curse, cannot be easily healed by other means. Of course, this is not absolute. If the person who has the curse, if he can squat down to cut the flesh and blood of the wound, he can get rid of the heterogeneous magic power attached to it. If the injury is too critical, it can still be recovered without knowing the curse. Because of this, Marks will have doubts. The injury was an injury and was sent to the ward. Except Ron, there was only Miss Helenskin. But he just suspected, that's all. After all, the fake Sokas may have already escaped Hogwarts. If Helen is the guy who escapes, and she can use the toxins of the alienated Acromantula to cover up her words in the case of licking the wounds and recovering. If that's the case, it's nothing to say to the enemy. If you can be so embarrassed about yourself, that's the real dangerous person. And this danger is irrelevant to its own strength. The harm that occurs inadvertently is the most difficult to prevent. Should you start with a strong one? Marx said secretly. Mr. Lorne. Seeing that Marx had been staring at the little girl, Madame Pomfrey couldn't help but remind him. Marx turned his head and immediately saw that Madame Pomfrey was looking at him with dissatisfaction. He would immediately say, I was just thinking about it, and I went to Professor Snape for a while. If you like, said Madame Pomfrey. Nodded. It's a good thing for the patient to have a more potion-y reference. But I think we have to leave. Oh, of course. Marx immediately echoed. You have to let the patient rest, it's right. For the toxins of the alienated Acromantula, Marx is naturally clearer than anyone else. He had already tested and recorded a series of tests for Aragog as early as possible. This powerful toxin, which combines the two properties of Basilisk and Acromantula, is not necessarily stronger than either of them, but is quite reliable in terms of novelty and complexity. He believes that even Snape, who is a potions grandmaster, can't match the corresponding detoxification potion in a short time. It is only by the response of Snape and Madame Pomfrey's experience that temporarily suppressing the spread of toxins is already a matter of fact. The proper treatment is to delay the time of the toxin attack for some days. So, Marx didn't go to Snape's potion preparation room as he said, but went back to his own office. There are still a lot of things waiting for him to deal with, not only the Hogwarts incident, but also some tales in the US magic circle. For example, Sirius Black, who is still in bed, is, for example, the children who were placed in the shacks of Jackson Square. In addition, he also felt that it was time to strengthen the garrison power for Hogwarts. At the time, the most happy is probably Hermione. Marx, who had just walked to the front of the office, smiled and shook his head. He even walked in and unlocked the door. Just sleep a little for a while. I haven't had a good eye in these 2 days, and I can't rely on potion all the time. After closing the door of the office, he ignited the fireplace and cooked himself with hot cocoa. While waiting for his cooking, he still did not let go of this little bit of free time, but sitting in front of the fireplace while roasting fire, while starting to write and draw on the notebook. Since entering this beautiful and fascinating magic world, Marx has found himself to be less leisurely. For him, this busy but unusually substantial, because he can clearly feel that he is live. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 421. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 421. Night Tour of Hogwarts Castle. This is the evening show of the Young Lion Trio. In the case of Marauder's Map, which clearly identifies each person's name and path of action, it is not a difficult task to avoid a night patrol Professor or Filch. Even if one of them is still lying in the ward, the other two are still not slacking. On the night, Harry and Hermione set off from the Gryffindor common room. They first sneaked to the school hospital. After visiting Ron and Helen, who had not yet recovered, they went to the office of Professor Study of Ancient Runes where Marx was. On the way, they carefully chose a different route from Filch, and in a very timely way escaped Peeves, who was pranking at night, and it was smooth and smooth along the way. When they both came to the door of the office, Marx, who buried himself behind a pile of information files, looked up and waved his hand at the door, opening it before Harry raised his hand and knocked on the door. Oh, Harry, who wanted to slam the door, whispered a little and subconsciously went to the office, but did not find Marx in the first place. I know you guys. Marx's voice rang from the pile of books on the desk. Come in. This office is still a typical Marx style. At first glance, the books are removed from the parchment, some are bundled, and some are just piled up in a mess. In addition to the increase in the number, there is not much change from the beginning. However, from the doorway to the space in front of the desk, There is still a trail for people to walk. Otherwise, it is estimated that there is no point to get to Mark's. Hey, no problem with the fireplace. Walking through the path between the mountains of the book, Harry saw the burning fire in the burning fire on one side, and the fire tongue inside was almost thrown into the parchment pile on the side of the fireplace. No problem, Marks said casually. Of course I have done a fire treatment. Come over. Go to the desk and turn right. Harry and Hermione wandered around, finally passing through a chair and glimpsed Marks, who was sitting in the office chair and holding a thick hand in his hand. Felt that they didn't seem to be moving, and Marks turned to look at it and said, "Oh, sorry." He picked up the staff leaning against the table and moved towards the two big plaques next to him. Only in a flash, the two piles of paper were immediately distorted and turned into two cushioned chairs. "I don't think you should need a chair back," he said with a smile. "You can lean on the pile of books behind." "Well, look at your cold look. Do you want a hot cocoa?" "No, no." Hermione, who had just sat down with Harry, immediately said, "It looks like you are still very busy. We won't delay you for too long." "It doesn't matter. I don't think I have been idle, so it doesn't matter." Marks lifted the staff toward the distant fireplace, and the tea kettle next to the fire at the fire suddenly leapt high and floated in front of him with two ordinary cups. After pouring the brown liquid in the pot into the cup, the tea kettle flew back to the iron frame in front of the fireplace. "Talk about it." "Is there anything that comes to me so late?" Marks asked the two hot cups to float in front of Harry and Hermione, whispering, "There is no fireplace in the corridor of the castle. Going outside is weird, because Professor McGonagall." Hermione took the cup of hot cocoa in front of him and tasted it in a small place. Suddenly, a warm scent wrapped in the mouth and spread out in the mouth, straight down the throat. "Oh, this tastes really good." "Well, I want to say, Professor McGonagall won't let us visit Ron, so we have to go at night." "Marks, what did you put in the hot cocoa? How is it different from what I used to drink?" Harry was curious. "Are you sure you want to know?" Marks stared at him, giving Harry a good goosebump behind him. "Have you been there?" "I mean the ward of the school hospital." "Yes." Hermione looked at the hot drink in the cup and replied in her mouth, "I really hope that Ron and Helen will get better soon." "Marks, I have a question here and I want to ask you." Harry seemed to give up the idea of inquiring about the secret recipe in the cup. "How is Sirius?" "You look good. You must have found him." "Is it?" "Yes, that's right." Marks flipped the book over and said, "He still stays in the magic circle of the United States. This time he was hurt and needed some time to rest." "That? No danger?" Harry hurriedly asked. "Of course, I have already treated him. I must have a healthy godfather before Christmas." Marks laughed. "Well, but the premise is, he should stop rushing out and squatting." "I'm afraid it's very difficult," Harry said with some concern. "Sirius has never stopped moving forward." "Hey!" Marks shrugged said. "It used to be the case, but I can't say it this time." When he spoke this sentence, his mind immediately flashed the pair of sisters involuntarily, and he even smiled and shook his head. Sirius and Harry's father James Potter are friends of the same age, but now that Harry is so big, Sirius is still with his hands. This is not a good thing to praise. Flick Dumbledore and Grindelwald again. "Is it true that as a wizard, the stronger the magic, the easier it is? The more you think about this problem, the more information you will find." "Marks is about to die in this heart, lest he be unfortunate." "Marks, what are you talking about?" Seeing him secretly giggle, Hermione could not help but ask strangely. "No, nothing." Marks shook his head again and again. Cough cough. "Yes, I will go to Hagrid tomorrow evening. We have to go to a more special funeral." "Funeral?" Harry was shocked. "Who passed away?" "People we all know." "Well, exactly, it's not a person," Marks said with a little emotion. "You will know when you go." "Can't you say it now?" Harry heard that there was death, and Harry didn't feel a little uneasy. "It's not impossible to say, just," Marks thought, "I remember you should haven't seen it, but it's with you." It's a fate. What do you mean? Hermione asked. Marx looked back and forth between them, and felt a little regret for the confusing past. In the Chamber of Secrets incident of the year, Marx put himself in the shadows and guided the incident by himself. In order to be safe, in order to avoid risks, in order to put the road of deviation back on track, some unstable processes in the middle were skipped by him. Therefore, the young lion trio, which should have been acquainted with Aragog, has not seen it until now. Marx is regrettable now, but does not regret it. Harry, they don't have a good thing about meeting with Aragog. It's already gone. Let it drift with the wind. In short, Marx looked up and said seriously, it's called Aragog, a necromantula raised by Hagrid. Some time ago, it and its children were tempted by Voldemort to happen today. Attack. Is it a big spider? Hermione said incredulously. I thought Hagrid was dangerous enough to raise dragon. Did he still have a big spider? And he still gave birth to a large son and grandson? Aragog. Marx sighed said, it's actually a good guy. He said, looking down at the book in his hand, and then turned over another page. Marx, you have been reading this book since the beginning. Hermione groaned and yelled. What is the head here? This is a less common ancient language, and it's not the same as it is now, Marx explained casually. In order to enhance the garrison power of Hogwarts, I am doing some preparation. Is it an ancient runes? Hermione heard this, even when it was a look of Hunter. No, it's not a magical text, it's just a simple language, that's all. Marx is faintly authentic. It turns out that learning a foreign language is very important. Foreign language? Harry wondered. What does this have to do with strengthening the defensive power? What foreign wizard do you want to help us guard Hogwarts? Almost. Marx replied with a smile. After that, the three people talked for a while. Finally, under the reminder of Hermione, Harry proposed to Marx to open the defense against the Dark Arts study group, and Marx agreed on the spot. So, the time after the funeral was attended from Hagrid tomorrow evening. They were also booked by them. After Marx watched Harry and Hermione leave his office, he sat back in his chair, but once again he pondered some of the conversations he had just had. Helenskin. Marx chewed the name and secretly scolded it. As far as Hermione mentions this female child, she has a great affection for this female child. According to the behaviors described in her mouth, it is indeed a cute little girl who knows how to score. For example, when Hermione made it difficult for her to join the defensive study group, she immediately took the initiative to take a step back. In Marx's view, such a move that is too knowledgeable and advancing is a bit of a deliberate taste. In any case, she is still lying on the hospital bed, so let's take another look. Marx thought. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 422. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 422. It was only last night that I brought Christmas to Harry and Ron. Today, the outside of the room was fluttering and swaying. This year's first snow seems to be a bit late, but perhaps because of the long-awaited reason, this snow seems to be amazing. Only in the morning, the young wizards got up, and the thick snow on the outside of the lawn had already accumulated. And it seems that it will not stop for a while. Standing at the edge of the window and going out, it was all white. It really didn't look far. The corpses of spiders that almost filled the court yesterday were now cleaned up. Believe me, Professor McGonagall will not delay the cleanup work for too long, because the valuable materials will be stored as Hogwarts additional activity funds. Marx thinks this is not bad. He only hopes that Professor McGonagall can remember that only Venom needs to collect it in the first place, because if they don't care about it after death, they will quickly get rid of themselves. Just as Marx stretched out and tried to check the class schedule and then fulfilled his duties as a professor, he found someone in the corridor outside the door coming to him. There must be a lot of people coming to the floor where his office is located, because going out from here is a library. However, there will be no more people passing by in front of his office. It seems that I am destined to be a good teacher. Marx couldn't help but shrugged as the knocking sounded, and whispered to himself, "Please come in." After he responded, the door of the office quietly opened with his hand, and Professor McGonagall walked in from the outside corridor. "McLawn, I think you should sort out your office." She glanced around and found that she couldn't even find the location of Mark's. She couldn't help but remind her. "Oh, of course, I will." Marks circumvented the data pile from the back of the desk and came to Professor McGonagall. "Sorry, I am going to teach them today." "Well, that's right." No need." Professor McGonagall licked his lips and put on a look that does not expect you. "There are other things that you need to help today." The serious agent headmaster has not changed much today, although it may be a little earlier, since the documentation of Ministry of Magic has come down. We should be prepared to. Dolores Middle. Umbridge's professor appointment will end at the end of the school year. We have to prepare for the next semester. I believe you understand. Umbridge was reclaimed and Marks was naturally expected. It would be better to say that he controlled Umbridge with Imperious Curse, the only cause of this. "Would you like to ask a new defense against the Dark Arts course, Professor?" Marks was a little surprised. "It's a bit early to say it's early." "No, it's time to get ready," Professor McGonagall said slightly. "It's not easy to find a wizard that is both capable and willing to take up this position. Previously Albus's contacts are vast. I can always find the right person, but I don't know that many people." "Is it?" Marks wondered. "Is it possible for Professor Snape to take up this position soon? I remember he has always been obsessed with this class." "Severus is best at potion." Professor McGonagall shook his head. "This year, looking for a potions grandmaster to serve as our potions professor, it would be more difficult than finding a new defense against the Dark Arts professor." "Well, I remember that the Slughorn professor who used to work for Hogwarts was not a very good potion scholar." Marks thought. "Hey, don't mention him." Professor McGonagall decisively denied this sly idea. "Since Voldemort got the momentum, he immediately resigned and found an excuse. Albus personally tried to persuade him, but that was useless." "Is this the case?" Marks thought nodded. "Did Dumbledore's early death make Horace Slughorn, a very important person, unable to appear?" "No, maybe let Slughorn go back to Hogwarts. It's not that difficult." "Professor," Marks thought, "do you know where he lives? Maybe I can visit him. In fact, if you come to me this time, I want to ask if I have any good candidates. If I can only say, I am sorry." "Well." Professor McGonagall indulged for a moment, and then he sighed. "Well, if you want to talk about potion, Slughorn is indeed a candidate who is no worse than Severus. He should still live in Devon now." Battlebarbiton Village. After some reluctantly telling Marks about her location, she shook her head again and didn't seem to be optimistic about Marks's trip. As a former colleague, she knows very well what the Slughorn is. Well, how to slurry the oil and love the vanity of the old man. Of course, and not to mention the slightly frivolous behaviors of his youth. As he gets older, his attention has basically shifted to creating a good social circle. Although the act of putting the achievements of your own students to the mouth and showing off to others is also a teacher's self-confidence, if the show is over, the nature will change a bit. In short, come back as soon as possible without any hope. Professor McGonagall finally warned repeatedly. "You can still have classes in the afternoon. Don't forget the duty as a teacher." After Marks's consecutive nodded delivery, she turned and hurried away. "I remember that the old professor seemed to be a very interesting guy." Marks pondered, packing things and preparing to go to visit each other immediately. With him, Hogwarts should be more lively. The time is actually quite early, and the heavy snow has not stopped for a long time. The road has accumulated a thick layer of snow. Marks walked on a straight, narrow street, and the houses on both sides were neatly arranged, not clearly seen in the snow curtain. In the distance, you can also see the outline of a towering building, which should look like a church with a clock tower. It's just that the field of vision is a bit ambiguous, and people can't tell if their guess is right. Marks passed by a small pub that had been closed and closed. The remaining swarf footprints in front of the pub were not covered by snow, and they continued to extend forward. It seems that some people have just come out here. After looking for a while, Marks turned to the front corner, past a telephone booth and a bus stop, and found himself in another sustainable area. When he continued on for a while, it was not long before he stopped in front of a snow-covered garden iron gate. In the garden, a neat and tidy house stands in the middle. Marks glanced at the iron gate and found that Slughorn didn't seem to have the habit of locking the door, so he simply slammed the iron door and walked in. The lawn of the front yard garden is covered with snow, which makes people a little confused. Where is the road and where is the grass? He is here to invite people. Can't he sneak up on the lawn of others? After looking around, Marks reached for a wave, and a whirlwind swept up immediately, stacking the snow from the front garden onto the road outside the garden. After the front yard was cleaned, he went straight to the gate along the path that the garden saw. Oh, hey! Marks stood in front of the door. No one should knock on the door for the first time, and when he knocked on the door for the second time, his face showed a little funny expression. He did feel it. There was someone in the room, but the other party didn't seem to want to open the door to meet his temporary visit. And more than that, the most interesting thing is, Marks's foot moved, swiftly passing the garden, bypassing the side of the house and coming to the back door of the house. And just as he was able to stop in front of the back door, the door was hurriedly opened from inside. If the anti-disapparation curse is not permanent, it basically has no meaning, but if it is permanent, sometimes it is not so convenient. He looked at the bald fat old man who appeared at the door and smiled. I'm right, Mr. Slughorn. Is really right. The fat old man mumbled. Good morning, Professor Slughorn. Marks officially gave a courtesy. Courteously, I am currently a professor at the Hogwarts as a professor of ancient runes. Marks McLawn. Slughorn took his words. Yes, I know you. Or, the Britain Magic Circle is a potion. Who else won't know you? The youngest genius in history, potion-ear mister? Oh, it's a good reputation, Marks said humbly. In front of your potions grandmaster, my achievements are not worth mentioning. You have taught a lot of excellent wizard talents. Well, haha. Is this also known to you? It seems that although I have been in seclusion for a long time, my reputation is still widely circulated in the Britain Magic Circle. Are you still reclusive? After Voldemort's defeat, the fat old man immediately reopened in the Magic Circle. In addition to always refusing to return to Hogwarts, what other things are doing less? Not to mention participating in various activities with political and economic nature. Even private banquets held by various celebrities have never been less, and have been working tirelessly to expand their excellent communication circle. Of course, Marks said with a smile. It's because your reputation is widely circulated in the world. I took the initiative to invite you to visit you. I know that as a junior who loves potion, I am but admired for a long time. I wonder if I am fortunate enough to be able to go to your home? He gestured to the back door and smiled calmly. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 423. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 423. I wonder if I am lucky enough to be able to come to your home? In the end, Slughorn still nodded, although he is not sure about the meaning of Marks. Since it is from Hogwarts, it is always the right choice not to take the initiative. For Slughorn, since there is no way to avoid people, it has already explained a lot of problems. Marks followed behind him and walked in from the back door with him. This house is actually quite spacious, but it is because of the fact that its owner has stuffed too many household items. It is not enough to make people feel a little crowded and chaotic. In the living room of Marks, such as soft backrests, low-footed stools, piles of soft cushions, and much more, books, drinks and snacks on the table with a table blanket are within easy reach. Incendio burns in the big fireplace, making this room even warm in the corner. If you are neat, there is even a fight with Marks's office. If you look at the comfort of normal life, I believe no one will dislike this room. Before getting on the soft sofa, Marks took out a few bottles from the waist and placed them on the coffee table as a gift. Then, after waiting for the whole person to fall into the sofa, he asked an extremely abrupt question enough to bring the room temperature to freezing. Mr. Slughorn, Voldemort, he Marx just mentioned the name, and the fat old man shuddered. How much does he pay for you? What are you talking about? Slughorn immediately frowned. And, don't mention that name here. I didn't talk nonsense, Marx laughed. In the original words, I just came to be a lobbyist today. In the next school year, Hogwarts needs a new potions professor. I won't go. Slughorn rushed. No, I didn't say it. It was just the purpose of my original, Marx explained. If it wasn't for Professor McGonagall to ask if I had the right person, I wouldn't come to you. He paused, but then went on to say, in fact, I started paying attention to you as early as a few months ago. I said so, do you understand? Oh, actually I prefer mead. Slughorn picked up the bottle on the table and looked at the label while perfunctory. What should I understand? For a while, you moved around very often, moving from there. It didn't take long before you bought it from the mall owner of the house and stayed here for a long time. Marx leisurely authentic. What happened during this period, I think I can still understand. I just want to look at it and choose a place that is suitable for the elderly. Slughorn is still insisting. As you can see, when you are older, you should enjoy the leisure life of your old age. Why? Marx shook his head. If that's the case, would you rather show your arm to me? Slughorn, hearing this, finally complexion changed. After a moment of silence, he was heavily sighed. Listen to what you mean. If Minerva is not looking for you, are you not planning to come to me? He put down the bottle in his hand, and some were powerless. Yes, Marx said, nodded. I don't think I need to come to you, you will take the initiative to go back to Hogwarts. Isn't it? How could it be? Slughorn immediately shook his head. How dangerous is Hogwarts in recent years? I believe you are much clearer than I am. How can I run and ask for trouble? Because there may not be much security here. Marx without the slightest hesitation. From your inability to reject Volt, you know, you have been caught in danger since you can't refuse his recruiting. Although you have always liked to make good people, you can be as excellent as Riddle, afraid that it will only make you deeply troubled. You won't understand. Slughorn stared silently at the pattern on the table blanket, and after a moment of silence, it spit out such a sentence. Marx's just laughed calmly. Okay. He nodded slightly. Not annoyed, regret, right? What? Slughorn suddenly raised his head, and there was a strange insult in his eyes. Marx thought about it and decided to reveal some less important information to the fat old man. In order to eliminate your worries, he spread his hand. Of course, it is also to let you stand on our side as soon as possible. I will tell you directly. Having said that, Marx deliberately paused again, making Slughorn focus again. Horcrux, the way to split the soul. He learned from you, right? How come you? In the shock of Slughorn, Marx waved his hand and interrupted him. Voldemort's Horcrux has 7 pieces, 6 of which are in my hands. Really? 7 times? Slughorn's hand trembled. How come? Can the human soul withstand 7 divisions? More than that. Marx said casually. Accurately, it's about 13 times. That's the limit number of splits. Really? Slughorn hesitated. How do you know? Some of the books on the ancient book are clear. Marx shrugged said. I'm a little bit more research on the magic of the soul. So how do you know that he only made 7 pieces of Horcrux? Slughorn asked. No, in fact, there are only 6 pieces of Horcrux that he actively made. Marx replied. Every time you split a soul, it takes a long time to warm up. He can't make Horcrux continuously. However, he made the 6th after Horcrux, just, you know, and died at Potter's house. Slughorn didn't pick up subconsciously. Yes. Marx bowed. What about the 7th? Slughorn quickly asked. After his resurrection, he did another one? Unfortunately, with regard to this 7th Horcrux, I can't explain more about it for a while. Marx said. But I can tell you clearly that it is in my hands. How can you be sure that he did not continue to make Horcrux after the resurrection? Slughorn asked doubtfully. This is related to his other secret, Marx said a little hesitantly. You should already know it. After his resurrection, his power became very unusual. Yes. Those terrifying black gas. Slughorn remembered chillingly. That's that, Marx said. Because of the new power he got, he doesn't dare to continue making Horcrux now. I dare say, he doesn't even dare to let his soul shake it a little more. I can understand. Slughorn nodded, said, I happened to see it once in a while, and he was constantly smoky out of the air. It should be the case that his power suddenly ran away. Mark's indifferent expression looked at him. After a short while, this turned his head. Well, since I have said so much, I think you should be able to decide. As soon as this was said, Slughorn fell into meditation again. Marx tells him the reason for these important information, and he is actually very clear. First, Marx wants to let him know that Voldemort's secret is nothing but a secret in Marx's eyes. It seems that everything is in his grasp. And second, these words will undoubtedly become a constraint on him. No matter where he finally decides to stand, it is impossible for him to tell Voldemort. Once he said it in front of Voldemort, there would be no rewards. No doubt he would be killed on the spot. After all, when Voldemort was still Tom Riddle, the secret of Horcrux was explained to him by him, Horag Slughorn. If Voldemort knew that Horcrux's secret might have been leaked, the first suspected object was definitely him. Why did you want me to get back to Hogwarts? Slughorn suddenly asked Marx. What value do I have? Need you to exchange these secrets, N? Marx glanced at him. Although I didn't think about what it's worth. But every little helper on Voldemort's side would definitely be easier for us, isn't it? Just because of this? Slughorn hesitated. Not enough? Marx asked. If you were wholeheartedly doing things for Voldemort, it would add a lot of trouble to us. You have to pay a lot of attention when Voldemort enters the Ministry of Magic. Oh. All said, don't mention the name of the man in me. Slughorn touched his nose and opened his eyes with some guilty conscience. You see, I didn't say it before I came in. Marx smiled. You have a good reputation in the Britain Magic Circle, and even the Global Magic Circle. For your broad and weighty communication circle, I am quite valued. So, are you sure? Can you guarantee my safety? Slughorn pondered for a while, then suddenly stretched his neck and asked carefully. Of course. Marx decisively nodded. As long as you don't run around and stay at Hogwarts, I don't think there is anything to fear if Voldemort attacks again. You are really confident? Slughorn, corner of mouth twitching. Moderate self-confidence can win the trust of people, Marx did not deny. Sometimes, excessive self-improvement can make others unhappy. Let me think about it again. Slughorn sighed. Of course, no problem, it's still early next year. Marx said, suddenly turning his head and pointing at the door. However, for you, I am afraid the time is not as abundant as I expected. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 424. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 424. The fat old man finally slipped away from the back door. No way, there seems to be a Death Eater outside the door. Or someone else, secretly watching it. Marx didn't hide anything in this trip, so his arrival was obviously discovered. Of course, in fact, Marx has already noticed the other party. The reason why he did not choose to avoid the line of sight is nothing but the trend of that's all. If he can urge the old man to make a decision, he is undoubtedly happy to see it. So when Slughorn proposed an emergency retreat, Marx did not take the monitor and court him, but left the house with him. I will live in Hogwarts before the start of the next school year. The condition proposed by Slughorn is clearly in the middle of Marx. Needless to say, he expressed his welcome on behalf of Professor McGonagall on the spot. Not to mention the unconstrained point of this old man, in terms of his ability, it is quite worth celebrating to ask him to return to Hogwarts. At least at Hogwarts, there won't be someone who reads Cruciatus Curse for you because of the failure. Slughorn had a good heart before the rear door disapparition. As Professor McGonagall reminded this morning, Marx also scheduled classes this afternoon, and today he has no reason to leave, so he has to go to class for everyone. To be honest, although the content of the study of ancient runes is very different from the past, the new look of the various magical texts in Marx's hands has also opened the eyes of all students. In essence, this is a relatively boring elective. After all, not everyone can always have an eternal enthusiasm for all kinds of strange characters, especially when they understand that they are not able to reach the level of smooth application. The young wizard who recently took the class to watch was obviously less than when Marx first took office. This is also reasonable, but Marx is also speculating at the same time. This probably also allows him to learn from time to time. The reason is inside. In the classroom, Marx will separate each of them as nirvana. From the mountains and lakes of nature, thunder and showers, to the very abstract spirit and willpower, this all-encompassing feature is the ancient runes as a kind of conceptualization of all visible and invisible things in this world. Profound mystery. In the past, professors of study of ancient runes have analyzed and described the meaning of nirvana characters, but no professor can speak more clearly and understandable than Marx, because Marx can really try to show the power of every character. Whenever there is a gust of wind in the classroom, or a sudden burst of light, everyone will gradually deepen their understanding of the symbol in the surprise. Marx believes that as long as they continue to work hard and gain a deeper understanding of seemingly tedious characters, one day they will make these characters shine. Even himself, initially, did not understand the magic power of his own initial understanding of the Cooling rune. Even if it needs to be repeated and repeated, once it is truly mastered, the sense of accomplishment will be unparalleled. Today's study of ancient runes was placed in the last class. After class, Marx walked with Hermione and Luna to the ward of the school hospital. Harry's last class was Professor Flitwick's charms, which was obviously closer to the school hospital. When Marx walked into the ward with the permission of Madame Pomfrey, Harry had arrived first. "Hey, Ron. Feels good?" Marx smiled and greeted Ron sitting on the bed. "Oh, I still feel a little heavy," Ron said bitterly. Madame Pomfrey said it was my illusion, but I obviously felt it difficult to lift the leg. Marx glared at him and tried to lift his leg. He shook his head helplessly. "You don't think, maybe it's because the winter quilt is too thick?" He couldn't help but remind him. Ron quickly tried to open the quilt and tried it. Then he said, "Okay, I think you are right." "Stupid." Hermione glanced at him. Standing on the other side of Marx, Luna didn't care much about Ron. She started as soon as she came in, and the gaze of sight was always on the opposite side of Helen. "Well, yes," Marx said casually. "I asked you about Madame Pomfrey just now, but unfortunately, she thinks you need more rest. So, lie down." "What a frustrating news," Ron said. "I personally think that at this time, you should let your body move well." Madame Pomfrey is probably worried that Petrified has not been completely lifted yet. Marx shrugged said, "You can imagine that if you were bouncing, there was a stone made of kidney in your stomach, it would appear." "What kind of consequences?" "Will the kidneys recover more slowly?" "No." Ron suddenly stunned his stomach with a look of horror. "Marx, come check it out for me. When I was out, it was really just try to jump. Since you can still do it, it means the kidneys are working." Marx waved. After talking a few words with Ron, Marx was about to tell him when he was going to Hagrid, but he suddenly sounded a voice behind him. "Marx, is she poisoned?" "That is Luna talking." Marx hearing this, "I will put aside what I want to say, and look back." In the bed opposite Ron, Helen's skin is still in the unconscious. Her face is not very good looking, pale, and the original rosy lips have become a sick purple. And her beautiful maroon long hair, it seems to have lost the original bright, scattered in the pillow, giving people the illusion of whether it is dry. "Well, quite complicated spider poison. Professor Snape is trying to formulate a detoxification potion." Marx nodded said, "I don't think she can wake up for a while." "Oh, it's a poor female child." Hermione couldn't bear it. "Ron." Marx looked at Helen's whiteness and suddenly asked, Hermione told me that you brought her back to the castle. This sentence seems to have provoked the shackles in Ron's heart, and his expression immediately became heavy. Yes, that's right, he replied softly. If I can pay more attention to the surroundings, maybe. No, not. I was thinking about going back to Forbidden Forest for help, so on the way. Just let her be alone. She was separated from you later. Listening to him, Marks couldn't help but pick a brow. How can you? Hermione was about to blame him, but Marks reached out and stopped. No, I don't think so. Ron's face was guilty, and he recalled it a little. Just when I ran back a few steps back, I was sneaked. Sneak attack? Is it a wizard or a spider, or something else? Marks asked immediately. Should it be a spider? Ron thought. I don't know, I'm not sure. I didn't have time to see anything at the time, but it's just black. I'm already in this bed when I wake up. Is it? Marks spoke casually, but he was secretly considering these words. After a few seconds, he glanced at Helen, who was unconsciously in the conscious. Just as he thought about himself, Luna reached out and pulled his robes. What? Marks turned her head and looked at her. I think she really looks like Panglock. Luna looked at Helen and said softly, don't you think? Panglock. Marks blinked inexplicably. The Panglock in Luna's mouth is a small creature that averages only 2 feet tall in adulthood. They are not only covered with soft hair, but also have a large number of hairs on their heads. They usually hide in the horses to protect the horses. As far as Marks seems, if you have to say it, the Hermione, which is full of unkempt brown hair, is more like them. Helen is not like Panglock at all. Hermione couldn't help but retorted. She is very enthusiastic. Where is it so scary like Panglock? Marks took a look at Luna and looked at Helen in the hospital bed, subconsciously putting this sentence in his heart. Maybe others will think that Luna is always crazy, and he always stares at the air alone. Marks understands that she is exceptionally sensitive in some ways. He decided to pay more attention to the female child named Helen Scan, and perhaps there are other stories hidden in it. At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly opened, and then Madame Pomfrey appeared on the door with a sullen face. The time for visiting is over. Go out. Immediately, she seemed to be afraid of disturbing the patient and deliberately lowered her voice. The 2 patients in the ward cannot care about screaming at all. First of all, Helen, who couldn't hear the sound, didn't mention it. Ron, who was sitting on the bed and bored for a whole day, wanted to make more noise in the ward. Madame Pomfrey, let Marks stay a little longer, he said with a sigh of relief. Or, actually I think I have fully recovered. You see. He smashed his quilt and flexed his legs. However, Madame Pomfrey only urged Marks and the others to leave the ward. After they all went out, she said with a slap in the face, good rest, and then immediately closed the door. Oh, Ron had to sigh and sigh. I knew that Harry would let them know what they could pass the time. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 425. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 425. Forbidden Forest Spider King, Aragog, you are a competent father, and a friend worth remembering. Now that you are sleeping, you can always be there in my heart. In today's world, it is time for malicious abuse and confrontation. Light and dark struggle for survival and death, and innocent lives are pulled by the storm of blood, and you are one of those who fall into sleep. Of course you are tainted, negligent, and even sinful, but it is not your fault. As a king of wisdom, a Cromantula, you are still solemn in your negligence, still superior in stains, in there is still a final confession in sin. Although you have ended your life journey for more than 50 years at this time, you can't witness the end of the evil that is not necessary. But if all this is returned to calm in the near future, your solemn and unwilling face, I am afraid that it will inevitably show a slightly loose smile. Behind the hunting lodge on the edge of Forbidden Forest, next to the not-too-big pumpkin field, Marks stood solemnly next to the big dirt pit. Next to Marks is Hagrid, the half-blood, which is 5 big and 3 thick, but whose heart is surprisingly soft, fell to the front of the pit. The tears in his eyes seemed to flow like no money, wet his beard and front. And behind them, Harry, Hermione and Luna were so quietly in their place. Luna, who doesn't mention where he can be in a daze. At least the expressions of Harry and Hermione are quite complicated. At this moment, Marx's surprisingly solemn eulogy continued to echo on this open flat, mixed in the wind with the snow drifting into the distance. My friend, Aragog, I hope that day will come soon. My friend, Aragog, may your spirit watch your children and grandchildren in the quiet forest home. My friend, Aragog, someone who knows you will not forget your friendship. May you be comforted and rested in the sorrow of your best friend, Rubeus Hagrid. Speaking. 2. Great. Really good. After Marx's lyrics came to an end, Hagrid wowed and slammed it out. He fell heavily on the edge of the pit, and the tears were more turbulent. Hagrid, let Marx patted him on the back. It's time to put Aragog on the quilt. It's cold, you will make him cry. I think I can't feel cold. Harry snorted with a very small voice. To shut up. Hermione immediately turned his head and glanced at him, but Harry found that Hermione's eyes seemed to be reddish. You shut up. Harry opened his mouth, but Hermione blocked it with a more ferocious look. Under the persuasion of Marx, Hagrid finally propped up his body with the palm of his hand covered with gravel clods, and stood up with his nose. Yes, you are right. Aragog will feel cold. After he let go, Marx took a wand and waved it. The pile of mud that had been dug up immediately floated up and piled up, and the remains of the giant spider were pressed deep into the bottom of the pit. After smearing the mound, Marx gently stopped the staff, and a long strip of stone pillar rose from the ground and turned into a striking Nirvana character. In ancient times, as in Niven, a Chromancula was used to refer to the number 8 inscribed in front of Aragog's tomb. It is obviously appropriate. Okay, Marx patted Hagrid's arm again. I don't think Aragog would like to see you cry too much for him. Let's go back. Take a break. I have a little 3 broomsticks in here. Awkward mead, Mrs. Rosmeter was brewed the year before. At Marx's greeting, Harry and his son, Hagrid, who was sore and reluctant, helped the cabin. When Hagrid slammed his butt into the chair, the teeth that had been frightened by Aragog's body finally climbed out of the basket and walked to Hagrid to rest his head in the normally Hagrid's legs. Then Marx took out 3 small oak barrels from the waist and placed them on the round table in front of Hagrid. Oh, how many things are in your pocket? Harry was curious. Well, I have already superimposed the extension charm several times so far. Marx continued to pull out the cup and shrugged. I have used it now, and the big space will be filled, so every time I pass time will expand, if it weren't for the bag, but I could let you go in and take a step. Walk. Harry, hearing this, can't help but corner of mouth twitching. Do you want to come some more? Marx suddenly took out a bottle of butterbeer and looked at them and asked, if you want, I can heat it for you. Oh. Can't I try that too? Harry glanced at the small barrel on the table. No, I don't think so. Marx shook his head. The meads are a bit of awesome. Are we not still active? In Harry's regretful sight, Marx reached out and gently clicked on the bottle's wall, and a glimmer of light immediately swirled around it. After a while, the warm butterbeer was poured into each and every one goblet, and a rich, mellow buttery aroma spread through the hut. At this time, Hagrid had already shed 2 glasses of mead in tears. So, come on. Marx raised his cup, screaming, for Aragog. Aragog. Harry, Hermione, Luna, and Hagrid echoed in unison. After this special funeral, everyone sat in a hunting lodge warmed up by the fireplace and toasted each other. At first, Hagrid was still immersed in the sadness, but after a while, the drunk finally invaded his brain and diluted Aragog's departure. Under such circumstances, although butterbeer did not contain alcohol, Harry felt as if he was getting drunk by the gradual relaxation of the atmosphere. When I met him, he was just an egg. Hagrid said sadly. How small he was when he hatched. Only a fingernail is big. Oh, Luna sipped a hot drink from the glass. The rich foam stained her upper lip, but she didn't notice it. He is so cute. Later, not long after, it grew up in the blink of an eye. Hagrid continued. I hid him in a cupboard in the school and couldn't squeeze it for a few months. Yeah? Marks was deeply touched. A Cromantula grows really fast, and it doesn't take much longer from childhood to 5% maturity. Yes, that's it. Hagrid shook his dizzy head and agreed with the Earth. If you don't grow so fast, he won't be found. But it's no wonder he is not his fault. In fact, you can use the curse, which works. Marks said casually. It's a little smaller. If someone else notices it, it will only be a small spider that can be seen everywhere. Oh, you have to know that the curse has come to me, it hasn't been so good. Hagrid squinted and said, reducing the curse is too difficult for me. Too hard. Marks, you also have the kind of terrifying big spider, oh, I mean, a Cromantula? Hermione was surprised to look towards Marks, and Harry was also stared wide-eyed. Yes, those little guys are still in the United States, protecting Sirius for me. Marks nodded said, oh, there are another poor child. What happened to Sirius? Harry asked. He let the paper that Hedwig sent to scare us all. Oh. Marks thought about it, then he shook his head again. You shouldn't take care of the things over there. Then you should train defense against the dark arts. After that, let's talk about other things. But Harry was naturally not happy. After all, Sirius was his godfather. Right now, except for the Dursley family, he has only one such relative as Sirius. Although Sirius and he have no real blood relationship, he feels that Sirius is obviously more suitable for his family than Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. No need, Hermione yelled at him. As long as you know that Sirius is okay, is it enough? We should really focus on future training, or we will know the most detailed situation. If you are not busy, you can only be in a hurry, aren't you? How much power is there? Luna added. Mr. Fosco once said that. Mr. Fosco? Harry wondered. Who is that? Marks has long been used to Luna's sudden saying. But Harry and Hermione didn't spend as much time with her, and naturally they were curious about the words that came out of her mouth. Probably Dexter Fosco. Hogwarts has been one of the headmasters. Hermione blinked. But, did he say this? How can I not be impressed? Not Fosco of Hogwarts. Luna said, it's Fosco of Diagon Alley, boss of the ice cream shop. What? Ice cream shop? Harry and Hermione were suddenly depressed, just as both of them were speechless for the ice cream shop boss to say such a famous saying. Hagrid, who was stunned on the table, looked up and took a slap in his big voice. Ice cream. Ah, ice cream. Poor little Aragog can't eat. He pulls thin as soon as he eats. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 426. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 426. Dinner is probably already starting. Go back first. After I get Hagrid back to bed and settle down, I have to go to the office first. Marks sat at the table and said, we started our first dinner. At the second meeting, I have to prepare something. After Hagrid was so intoxicated, Marks and Luna talked for a while. The flame in the fireplace baked the little wood house, which was not so big, and the atmosphere gradually became warmer. At least when Hagrid was completely drunk, the expression on his face was truly relaxed. At dinner time, after Luna went to the auditorium, Marks gently placed Hagrid on the bed with the levitation charm, and pulled the quilt cover for him. Then he returned to the round table and packed it. Is it really a man with a giant bloodline, 3 barrels almost empty? He shook the small oak vat on the table, but only heard the very clear water in the last one. Hey, I hope his mood can be better. Marks shook his head and whispered to himself. If you want to say something, I have an unshakable responsibility for this incident. I will go back to the woods and look after the rest. Ordinary Cromantula. Although this is not at all a redemption, at best it is a disguised self-satisfaction. But if you don't do anything, Marks always feels that he will leave some embarrassment in his heart. For Marks, who is on the way to magic, the less the better, the better. In this world, magic is closely related to the human spirit. No matter how good or evil, it is very important to keep innocent. After a little pack of the cabin that everyone had been happily alive with, Marx left quietly. Hogwarts dinner time has always been both tasteful and atmospheric, and it will not change much after Dumbledore's death. There may be some young wizards who still have a crush on the kind old headmaster, because from now on, he will never hear his incomprehensible little water joke. For most students, things in the past will fade away over time. A few years later, this greatest contemporary white wizard will probably be the same as other famous wizards in the past. Incarnation is a clear symbol on many papers. This may sound a bit sad, and some people may not feel worthwhile for Dumbledore's efforts, but this is undoubtedly a kind of reality. Some people say that when everyone forgets existence, that existence no longer exists. But some people will say that it is precisely because it can be forgotten that it just proves that existence existed. Marx, who had just arrived from the office in the auditorium, calmly pointed to their nodded while passing through the students' long table, and then sat in the seat that belonged to him in the teaching staff. When he slowly glanced at the students of the chirp chirp twitter twitter, his heart was filled with some emotion. Probably, is Dumbledore trying to understand this? Marx couldn't help but admire this awkward awakening. Whether it's a mole or a wizard, it's a small one. Dumbledore, like me, is pursuing the true meaning of magic. But the road I walked with him was a completely different scenery. When I first opened the volume of truth, I thought I found a shortcut. Compared with the road Dumbledore chose, although this road looks short, it is obviously not a wise road. To be honest, Marx has gradually understood that he has always been faintly obsessed with modern magic, but now he finds that although the magic of power is gradually falling, but in the pursuit of magic essence, the path of modern magic is flatter and smoother than the ancient magic. The ancient magic directly using the world rule is naturally amazing, but it is not conducive to understanding and comprehension. Even if the innate talent is different, every attempt to study a rune will consume a lot of energy and time, even for a lifetime. Therefore, each generation of wizards is trying to improve in a clearer form, and various ancient runes are gradually coming out. Thinking of this, Marx couldn't help but admire the unknown wizard who created the modern curse. After all, he can clearly see the broken rune that flashed in the process of casting. The wizard who can do this step is undoubtedly superb. And Dumbledore, along the flat road paved by this predecessor, went all the way, and finally clear comprehension in his own way. This is the real wisdom. In comparison, I can only be considered luck and added some lovely oneself infallible. That's all. Because the next step is to take on the task of guiding the defense team. Unlike the professor's study of ancient runes, it can be regarded as the magic road that really guides others. Therefore, Marx also involuntarily began to re-examine the journey he had traveled. People often say that while imparting knowledge to others, their understanding of knowledge will also deepen. To be honest, Marx is the first time to face the modern curse. After the cooling rune was resolved at the limit, his progress has been stagnant for a long time. And now, when he is so careful, he finally finds the direction he wants to go next. So, the words that Dumbledore said to me at the end, Marx still remembers that in the foggy place, Dumbledore had said to him a very unclear word at the last minute. Continue along there. Road. We'll see you again. What path is it going along? Marx didn't respond in time, but now he vaguely understood what Dumbledore wanted to tell him. Let's take a look at the path that the predecessors have walked. Marx took a sigh of relief, then picked up the fork and picked up a tender and juicy meatball, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it. As the delicious and rich gravy spreads out in the mouth, his mood seems to have become much more solid. It was this moment that Luna, sitting on the long table of Ravenclaw, glanced at Marx, and a pair of clear scorpions glimmered, faintly passing a trace of doubt. Dumbledore. She looked at Marx and subconsciously said to herself. After dinner, Marx and Hermione, Harry and Luna went together to the front of the stone wall on the 8th floor. I have already told you about the way the room appears. Now let's try it yourself. Marx gestured to Hermione. Oh, Harry, Hermione said immediately. I have checked it once, this time you try it. As Hermione spoke, minstrel in the painting across the wall was screaming at the wizard who tried to teach him the ballet. When Harry heard Hermione say so, he was busy taking his eyes back from the poor wizard. "Ah, good." He repeated the whole process in his heart again, and this concentrated his spirit. "Well, I walked 3 times and thought about what I needed." According to this method, he squats back and forth in front of the wall, clenching his fists with both hands and staring at the front. We need a big room that can give us training defensive skills, because there are still a lot of people, so at least 2 potion classes are so big. Just as he turned around again, there was a rather simple doubly opening door on the empty wall. Luna stepped forward, holding the 2 door handles with both hands and pulling the door open. This is a very spacious room. No, it's not so much a room, it's a big underground warehouse with a slightly dim. On the surrounding walls, there are some torches that emit blue rays of light, making it look like some gloomy. "What did you think about it?" Hermione asked Harry just as soon as she walked in. "Oh, this is probably because I always feel that our current actions are a little sneaky, so don't care." Marks waved. A beam of light immediately lit up in front of him, and lightly fluttering toward the center of the ceiling. Suddenly, the soft and bright light will make the whole room shine. Well, except for a bit of black, everything else is complete. Marks looked around, especially those magic instruments, the speculum, the finder, the dark magic detection probe, all of which are commonly used by era props. On the other side, there is also a slippery bookshelf with books on defense against the dark arts. "Hurry up." Hermione excitedly let her fingertips pass through the books, and he was very excited. Ordinary curse and crack, the dark arts outsmarted, self-defensive spellwork. She looked back at Harry again, her eyes wide open. "Great, and in this respect, you have done a great job." In this way, everyone can check the books needed for practice in time. Not long after, the students who signed the words on Hermione's list gradually gathered here, and when the last student arrived, Marks standing at the door slammed the door locks. At the same moment, the threshold on the outer stone wall immediately merged into the wall, and the wall changed back to its original state. What? The young wizards looked all around and couldn't help but marvel. One of the students said, "Where is this?" "Oh. There are so many unknown places in this castle, I bet. I am sure once have not been here." "Okay." Marks patted his hand as he walked toward the center of the room. "This is our training ground from now on. At the same time, everyone will learn how to protect themselves and our friends and family." Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 427. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 427. First, before I start to explain the actual content of Defense Against the Dark Arts, I want to ask everyone a small question. In the middle of the room, Marks stood in front of the group of young wizards, and calmly began his first speech. Yes, in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, we will use a lot of interesting and effective spells. And those curses, we will all learn from Professor Flitwick's charms, he said. Yes, I also had the same kind and pleasant teaching from Professor Flitwick as I did. So, who can explain for you, Defense Against the Dark Arts and Charms, what is the biggest difference between the spells learned in these 2 courses? Marks's voice was not settled, and Hermione immediately raised her arm high. "Okay, Miss Granger. When we learn a spell on charms, the focus is on the spell itself. When we learn a spell in Defense Against the Dark Arts, the focus should be on the actual application." For the Marks question, Hermione replied with a loud voice and seemed to be very confident about the issue. "Very right." Marks smiled at her and nodded. "If this is a formal lecture, I think I should give Gryffindor some extra points." He said this, many young wizards are he laughed up, and the Weasley family's pile of live treasure twin brother is obviously the most laughter. "I believe everyone has heard it," Marks continued. "And now, the reason I was invited to everyone is to help you fill the gap caused by Umbridge's incompetence." When everyone heard this, they laughed. More cheerful. "So, this is a Defense Against the Dark Arts class, not any other course." "So, I will not teach you very theoretical things. What we will always consider here is something that is more direct and effective. And certainly has certain dangers. At this point, the young wizards in front of Marx were infected by his gradually becoming serious tone, and the smile on his face gradually cooled down. I think that everyone has already felt that Hogwarts has grown up year after year. There are all kinds of dangers around us. So I hope that everyone will be clear in every meeting that follows. Remind yourself that what we are doing is not exactly a class, but a training for self-protection and guardianship. Our goal is to let ourselves grow up to the fullest of the difficulties we will encounter in our lives while we are sweating over and over again. This process will not be easy and enjoyable. Seeing that Marx was so serious, everyone's heart was a bit embarrassed. Marx is powerful is well known. When he changes his usual gloom and becomes serious, even the most savvy students dare not say a nonsense. Okay, then. Next, I will teach you a very useful little curse. Marx pulled out a normal wand from his waist and waved it at an even rate in an extremely stable way. When a simple mantra ended, everyone found that nothing seemed to happen. This is a curse I created, and it's actually boring, but it helps us to practice spelling more effectively. Marx laughed, looking good. Wingardium Leviosa. Just as he while speaking, a levitation charm was unremarkably revealed, and a certain bookshelf on the opposite side of the wall floated a few inches off the ground. At first, everyone's eyes were attracted to the bookshelf. They also thought that this levitation charm would have any amazing effect. After a while, everyone did not find any difference. Well, apart from the unusually stable floating of the bookshelf, it is still a normal levitation charm. Not looking over there, Marx started talking. Look here. Here, under the reminder of Marx, the young wizards turned their heads again, and then they all revealed their doubts. They all saw it. In front of Marx's tip, there was a trace of a curved turn, emitting clear blue fluorescence. As Professor Flitwick reminds us from time to time, to properly cast a spell, there are three key elements to keep in mind: the chanting of the mantra, the wands waving, and the clear imagination. The little curse I just showed, it allows us to cast a spell and make the trajectory of the tip clear. The trajectory of the tip? A student repeated it subconsciously. Yes, the trajectory of the tip. Marx nodded, said, everyone should know that the casting of the spell is relatively free compared to transfiguration. The tones of the curse and the waving trajectory of wand can be somewhat the deformation on the top, because the most important point of casting a spell is imagination. But here today, especially at Defense Against the Dark Arts, I want to tell you one thing, he said with a fairly positive tone. Every spell has its best standard of singing, and the best one waving the track. I remember that Professor Flitwick once said that we should try to write down our successful sticks and sings with our bodies. Hermione couldn't help. Well, Marx said, laughing at her. There are two major benefits to standardizing and optimizing each spell. First, it allows us to shorten the time of spelling as much as possible. Second, it helps us to follow up various effective training. In a real wizard duel, if your spell can be a little bit faster than your opponent, it will be a powerful advantage for you. Marx said, returning the bookshelf to the ground and then dissipating the levitation charm. But then, he once again cast the next levitation charm. When the two track patterns were juxtaposed side by side, everyone couldn't help but sigh softly. The two patterns were exactly the same, without a slight difference. Well, about the one waving the trajectory in advance, everyone can practice any time and anywhere in the future. The curse and the waving trajectory of the little curse, I will be accompanied by other related materials of the curse at the end for everyone. Next, we will immediately enter the first training content. Oh, Professor McLawn. Hermione suddenly raised her hand. What's wrong, Ms. Granger? Marx asked. Is this going to be too fast? Hermione couldn't help but remind, as far as I know, the content just now is enough for us to practice for a long time. I understand what you mean, Marx said first. However, we are not officially taught. There is obviously not much time for everyone to gather here. So, We should cherish every 1 point every second! Exclamation mark. He paused and continued. I know that what I just said is almost equivalent to letting everyone relearn all the curses. This task is very heavy, but I don't want everyone to gather next time. It's done before you get up. It's bound to be a long-term struggle. For our training, it is a foundation. I believe that everyone present is signing their name on the list with their willpower, and everyone has their own reasons. But since everyone takes the initiative standing here, I believe that everyone will do their best for this. Then, Marx reinvented his thoughts and said again, our first training content is responsiveness training. In the face of unexpected situations, it is very important to respond in a timely manner and respond calmly. Depending on the actual situation, this may help you avoid a stone that slams your toes. It may also help you to quickly counter the sneak attack of the Dark Wizard, and even prevent you from seeing Death's smile. So, Marx just came here and didn't see what he did, but he saw a large ceiling on the top of the young wizards falling extremely sharply. A small group of keen-sensed students immediately screamed to the side, but most people found a sudden change in the situation when the screams sounded. When the ceiling was about to reach the top of some tall men, it suddenly stopped falling. Looking at the young wizards who were scared to sit on the floor, Marx smiled, shrugged. If it was a real attack, you should understand what it would be like. He waved his hand and returned the ceiling to the top. Please don't let go. Voldemort is staring at every inch of the Britain magic circle. We need to be vigilant wherever we are. When he mentioned the name Voldemort without any cover, most of the young wizards were tight-looking, and the students who sat down on the floor quickly climbed up. Just Granger, Mr. Potter, Weasley brother, Miss Jang, Miss Lovegood, and Mr. Longbottom. Marx gave a name every time, and his eyes would stop on the corresponding person. You are doing very well, both. In a very timely manner, I did a dodge. Especially Fred and George, while you were off the ceiling, you also brought Ginny together. I have to say, you are doing very beautiful. Ginny, who had just stood up from the floor, was slightly moved. Thank you, George. Fred, it's okay, a piece of cake. Fred laughed, hee hee. That is, Mother knows that we can't protect you, we can be miserable. George did not have a formal dance with a smile, and, I am George. Don't look at Fred, call me name. Don't listen to him. Fred, he said with a smile, I am George, you know it's right. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 428. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 428. That night, after Marx praised those students with good responsiveness, the real training began. Until the end of the self-study time before the lights went out, Marx's endless responsiveness test made the young wizards really tossed. Coupled with the homework after class, waiting for everyone to complete, it is inevitable that the night battle will be inevitable. Early the next morning, almost all members of the party appeared in the dark circles. I know this is really hard. If anyone can't help but want to give up halfway, I won't blame him. This is the sentence. In the hell-like training process, whenever someone shows signs of fatigue, Marx will always say this seemingly gentle and considerate words. Which one can be present is not an adult child. The young wizard who can take the initiative to participate. Most of my heart is screaming. Especially there are a few bags of dog food inside. Oh no, it's a couple of couples. How can you say something frustrating in front of someone you like? It's too late to compete for strength. So the most difficult first adaptive training, one did not give up, and all persisted. Even Zachary Smith, who likes to complain the most, is the last moment. Overall, Marx is quite satisfied. After all, as the first training, he did not put too much discount on the training intensity, and he could stick to the last one, and both rely on perseverance to support. Even if there are indeed one or two characters in these students, it should be a good place. Marx will not blindly deny it because of personal feelings. The weather today looks good. Marx pulled the curtains behind him and glanced at the outside. Then he sat down on the chair and opened the book to continue his research. He must master these contents as soon as possible. and there are many things to be busy, and almost at the same time, Harry just woke up from his sleep. Last night's training made him too tired. After returning, he was still busy with the pile of homework until midnight. As a result, he even dreamed of writing homework. I can't finish it. I have to be Snape deduct points. Harry slammed up and stared blankly for a moment. Oh. It was a dream. He plopped and then fell back to the bed, but also pulled the quilt. The opposite bed was still empty, and Ron apparently had not returned from the ward. Usually used to the existence of Ron, and now I see less, he really feels less used. Lying on the bed for a little while, Harry stared at the sun shining through the window and through the bed, the tiny dust fluttering in the light column, flashing a little golden light. Today is Saturday. It is a feeling of a little rest. Of course, it's just a break of that's all. After all, even if there are no other unexpected situations, it's time to take the OWL's exam. As a student, there is no reason to relax. Perhaps it is because the daily routines of these years are too confusing, and the bad events happen one after another, as if there is never an end. If you want to describe it, it's like an endless Triwizard tournament, and every day will be a new challenge. There is still silence around, everyone is still asleep. If it wasn't for the inexplicable dream of catching homework, he would wake him up. Presumably he is the same now. The position of the sun in front of the eyes is still very low. Probably not long after the genius just lit up. The faint sound of the birds in the distance can be heard faintly, except for the slow and even breathing of the students. Harry sat up again, and he pulled the shackles from the bed and put the clothes on. Then he opened the bag again, took out some parchment, quill and ink bottles from it, took them out of the dormitory, and walked to the common room. The fireplace in the common room has long since been extinguished, and it is much colder than in the bedroom. Harry couldn't help but chill. Then he immediately threw in the drywood on the side of the fireplace. Incendio. He pulled out the wand and pointed at the firewood. A strong flame immediately ignited the firewood, emitting a fascinating heat. After a little roasting for a while, he sat down on his favorite old armchair next to the fireplace, and the soft cushions were quite comfortable. He flattened the parchment on the round table and wondered what to write. When he learned of the location of Sirius from Marks, he remembered that he should write to the Godfather some words, although he can still talk to Ron. But what he really needs is not someone to accompany him, but when he is troubled, there is a person who comforts his heart. Or, a person like Father. Harry thought as he unscrewed the lid of the ink bottle and dipped a little ink on the tip of quill. But after that, his nib was just hanging over the first inch of the slightly yellowed parchment, and he couldn't drop the pen for a long time. After a short while, he finally realized that he was just staring at the flame in the fireplace. That's all. I don't know how to write. Of course, there are a lot of things happening. Just pick a few pieces and you can write this parchment full. There are a few things to choose from to tell Sirius that he has no good idea in his heart. Writing letters during this period is a very difficult matter. He must find ways to change the content he wants to convey in the past, so that he can send it out with confidence, because no one knows whether the letter will be robbed by someone who should not see it. Just like Hedwig before. The same as the injury. Harry was completely motionless doing it for a while, and finally I smoothed out some of the things I thought. He snorted again in the ink bottle and wrote it on the parchment. Shwishwa. In his letter, he mentioned his defense against the dark arts class, because he wanted to come, but it was the most disturbing thing for him. Those big spiders are naturally terrifying, but that after all is gone, and he has picked up the Gryffindor sword again. Well, although this time I always feel that I am not very energetic, and I have not played any special strength. But at least he didn't fall into the madness that once scared him. It was a good start. The most disturbing thing he is now is the training last night. During the training, he clearly felt his own shortcomings. Or, he is actually no different from everyone, the same exhaustion, the same poor performance. The lightning scar on his forehead still reminds him at all times, at least for his parents. Compared with most other students, he does have different places. So he will feel uneasy, because his difference is only on the mark that Voldemort left him. Besides, he still has nothing. He knows that Earth grade tastes his weakness. Harry read the letter several times from start to finish, checking to see if he had written something that should not be written. After repeated confirmation, he carefully sealed the parchment, drilled through the portrait room of the common room, and went all the way to the owl shack. Probably too many factors need to be scrupulous, so that the letter is not too long. In contrast, the time he took to complete the letter was a bit too long. As he walked out of the door of the Gryffindor Tower, the sun had spread over half of Hogwarts. The sun hangs high in the air, swaying the warmth that is different from the flames in the fireplace. The owl shack is on the top floor of the West Tower. All around is a glass window without a glass, and the bright light makes him barely open his eyes. Looking up, more window holes are neatly arranged around the spire, a path of light beams projecting in and out, intertwined on the slightly dim shed roof. Hundreds of owls could be called. The light of this morning seems to make them feel a little anxious. After all, owl is a typical nocturnal creature. After careful inspection, it can be found that there are a few apparently just returning from the outside, and there are still twisting forest rats on the claws. Harry leaned up his neck and walked back and forth in search of Hedwig, and the light in the straw under his feet fainted a few light sounds, probably with tiny bones inside. "Hey, Hedwig." He found Hedwig's silhouette near the top. "Let's go. There is a letter that you need to send," Hedwig whispered, flapping the white wings that had just healed for a few days and flew down to stand on Harry's slightly thin shoulders. "No problem. If it's not completely good, I can let the public owl send this letter first," Harry said, caressing her wings with some concern. Softly said. Hedwig shook his head and patted his wings, indicating that he had no problem. "Okay, then." Harry hesitated a little, nodded. "This time is a bit far. I want to give Sirius. He is in the US now." Goo. Hedwig grabbed the envelope with his mouth and licked the big amber eyes, indicating that she understood. Then, immediately spread the wings to an owl rack in the center of the shack and stopped on it. Suddenly, a soft light flowed through her, and she attached a spell to support long-distance flight. Then she slammed her legs and rushed out of the window and flew to the clear sky outside. Harry was hiding Hedwig from the sun, but at this moment, a black bird shaped like an eagle suddenly glided from the direction of Forbidden Forest. After hovering in the air, he fell straight toward him. He recognized the bird. It was Marx's owl, and I heard that the name was Marfrio. Just as Harry was stunned, Marf suddenly turned his posture again. The giant wing angered and turned a corner in front of the shack, drawing a black arc, and flew to the other side of the castle. Marf's flight speed was too fast, and Harry could hardly react. He only felt that his heart was like a drum. Marx hasn't been riding the broomstick for a long time, and Harry, who loves Quidditch, is really sorry. He always wanted to have a good match with Marx. Just now, Marx's owl's beautiful flight reminded him of the way Marx dominated the Quidditch Cup. The Black Eagle is beautiful. He is remembering it. But I didn't want to make a sound suddenly behind me, and he was shocked. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 429. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 429. The Black Eagle is beautiful. Harry was shocked by the sudden sound, and he turned around in surprise, only to find a chubby short old man standing behind him. That was obviously because of Marx's invitation to move into Holler's Slughorn in Hogwarts Castle. How are you?" Harry subconsciously said. "Excuse me." He hadn't finished talking yet, but his eyes crossed the shoulders of the fat old man and stayed at the door that was opened again. There, Kujang, of Ravenclaw House, walked into the shack with a parcel. "Ah, Miss Jang." Harry ignored the fat old man. Slughorn. Good morning. Hey, you must be Harry Potter. Yes, absolutely wrong. Slughorn's face must be as thick as the outer wall of Hogwarts Castle, and he didn't care about Harry's ignorance, but he reached out and forced him. "Shoulder, it's too much like you. You and your father are exactly the same." "Ah?" Harry snorted. Seeing Slughorn's slightly bloated head made his sights look rigorous. so he had to put his gaze back on the other's face. "Hey, you know me?" "Yes, that's right," Slughorn said happily, and he was still unaware of Harry's thoughts. "It's just that the eyes are not like, right, your eyes." "Like my mother, I know." Harry helpless. "Many people say so. I must have heard it no less than 10 times. Behind Slughorn, who was secretly squinting here. Probably because Slughorn was too tough, it made her feel better not to greet Harry at this time, lest she should be involved. "So say, sir, do you know my parents?" Harry was caught a little by Slughorn. He had no choice but to ask. "Oh yes, James Potter and Lily Evans are the students I have taught. But, well, as a teacher, it is reasonable to say that you should not have a preference for a student." Slughorn has a little bit of recollection. "But I am the mother who loves you, Miss Evans. She is among the most intelligent students I have ever taught. Kind, lively, cute, is a good girl who is fascinated by other male children. In fact, I often tell her that she should be in my house. But the answer she gave me every time was not very polite." Slughorn shook his head and said, "Well, it's a pity. You used to be a professor at Hogwarts." Harry was surprised. "Are you in that house?" "Slytherin," Slughorn said with pride. "I was Slytherin head of house at the time." "Oh, is it?" Harry immediately lost interest. "Oh, come on." Slughorn immediately shook his short index finger as soon as he saw the expression on Harry's face. "You must be like her, Gryffindor." "I know Gryffindor and Slytherin have never dealt with it. But you better still don't prejudice Slytherin. No matter which house, not all in Hogwarts." "Yeah, that's right," Harry said with a sneak peek. Slughorn apparently refused to give up. "You see, that McLawn, I remember he was originally assigned to Hufflepuff, but he has a good relationship with your current Slytherin head. What happened then?" Harry asked. "Hey?" Slughorn inexplicably revealed a strange surprise. "I thought that your students should admire that McLawn." "He did. Shouldn't you be an example?" "That's not the same as what you said," Harry emphasized. "Marx never let us blindly follow his footsteps. On the contrary, he often lets us try to think about it, although they are often confused because of this. Harry certainly won't mention it because he understands that this is his own lack of ability." "Ha, is that the case?" Slughorn blinked, his face flashing a faint glimpse of his face, and he was quickly swallowed up by his cheeky face. In fact, he met Harry in the Owl Shack this time, although it was just a coincidence. As far as his personality and habits are concerned, he actually stared at Harry the first time. To put it bluntly, Slughorn is a good talent collection control. Like Harry, a student who is the savior, he can't tolerate what he missed. For Marx, he already knew that he couldn't collect such an unprecedented super genius. But for Harry, he wanted to be included in his talent club when he got the chance. However, this accidental first-time face-to-face contact seems to have ended with a not-so-good ending. After Harry said that, he immediately dropped to "I still have something" and left the Slughorn to leave the Owl Shack. In addition to his good feelings about this fat old man, there is another reason, that is, Kujang has already left after sending the letter. "Oh sorry." Harry took a few steps and caught up with each other. "I was so embarrassed, I blamed the strange old man, and I have not been able to make a good move with you." "Oh, good morning." The autumn courtesy on the spiral staircase was nodded. "It doesn't matter, I should say sorry, that gentleman can scare me." "But who is he?" Listen to him, It seems to be a former professor." Harry suddenly felt that today's mouth is a bit unfamiliar. "Oh, is it?" Autumn squinted and said, "Really? I didn't expect anyone in the shack so early. If I suddenly remembered that today is Mother's birthday, I won't be early in the morning." "Come over." Harry groaned, and his head was in a mess. Kujang is an Asian female child with long black hair. Her gentleness and beauty are obvious to all. It is such a beautiful girl who is like a tender girl, but she is quite active in the Quidditch. Among the Hogwarts students, she is quite popular. To put it bluntly, Harry actually wanted to use some of the more interesting words to create some nice atmosphere to wash away the unhappiness from Slughorn. However, he found that his brain was full of the big face of the fat old man. The weather. Harry suddenly reached out and pointed to the window outside the stairs. Is the weather really good today, Scorpio? He actually talked about this damn weather at this stall. While feeling embarrassed because of his own words, Harry felt that his internal organs were churning. Yes, good weather. Autumn yawned with a mouth yawning, some lazily, just for Quidditch training. But really, last night was a tossed by McLawn. And today I have something to mention. I can't afford it. Okay. Harry subconsciously nodded, but Autumn seemed to think of something, and immediately fell asleep. She gave Harry a flustered look and found that the other person did not seem to notice the ambiguity in the previous words, which was slightly relaxed. Do you want to say that girls are generally more mature than male children? This is especially noticeable on Harry. Right, will your Gryffindor team change this year? I heard from friends yesterday that someone suggested that you be elected captain. In order to open the topic, Autumn picked up an interesting thing and tried to cover up the past. How come? Harry said without hesitation, and still a little swallowed. Quidditch captain. Not always a 6th, 7th year student. I just want to talk about it. Autumn whispered. Actually, I feel that you can't be a captain, you fly very well. She said that I am great. Harry's confused head had only passed such a sentence, and then he inadvertently squinted at the face of Autumn, but suddenly found the flushed red of the female child's cheeks. Hey! Harry blinked, and he was flustered. Is she like me? Because of this inadvertent coincidence, and the greeted words that a female child said to cover up her cockroaches, Harry's fresh flower vines in love burst into a heart-shaped flower called Illusion. When the two men went to the corridor leading to the west end of the main fortune, the Autumn immediately said a few, leaving Harry with a slight trembling in the corner of the corridor. I want to go here. Well, then goodbye, Harry. Hey. Good. Goodbye. Harry continued to walk forward, but his heart was full of his and the Autumn, and the other smiled at him. No. Harry slammed his head. Like what I thought about before, it's not time to talk about what I like or dislike. Even if Autumn likes me, he groaned not so firmly, and finally muttered his head, even if, like me, one of the few female children who are most popular with male children. In fact, I like my heart. Merlin's. What? No? Harry suddenly blinked and said to himself, she is not with Cedric. What happened to Cedric? Suddenly, he was awakened by a familiar voice, and he finally found out that he had come to the auditorium without knowing it. In front of him, Ron, holding a grilled sausage in his hand, looked at him with a greasy luster on his lips. What are you thinking about? Ron asked in a bulging mouth. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 430. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 430. Ron, are you out? Harry, who was undecided for the fall of the autumn, was awakened by Ron's vague voice, and he patted Ron's shoulder in surprise. Hey! Ron chewed the delicious sausage, slightly dissatisfied. Don't say that I'm just coming back from Azkaban. That's too exaggerated. Oh. Got it. Harry said happily. If you recover, just let him be Azkaban or a school hospital. Madame Pomfrey heard it, and I will give you a few bottles of potion. Ron said, and couldn't help but tremble. It seemed to be terrible. Really, I don't want to go there anymore. Potion there. No one can drink, is it? Harry thought. Yes. Why didn't you go back to the bedroom directly after you came out? I am still thinking about whether you will be discharged this morning. Don't mention it. Ron swallowed the sausage in his mouth and then bitterly said, the food in the school hospital is not bad, but it is the same every day. If you eat too much, everyone will be tired. Now I just want to eat something different. Think crazy. This sounds. Harry was trying to joke Ron, but Hermione's voice interrupted the conversation between him and Ron. "Don't pull those useless. Come and see this." The two men are going to go back and see a big Daily Prophet blocking Hermione's upper body, so that people can't see her expression. I can hear her tone of judgment. I am afraid that her face is not good now. "Sirius," Hermione hurriedly said, "is Sirius in the US? I remember correctly, right?" "You remember correctly." Harry heard the name and quickly ran around Ron and ran over the newspaper. What happened to the US? What happened? Because it was a matter of Sirius, Harry made a mistake. Only heard "Voila!" The newspaper was torn into two halves, and he and Hermione held half of them in their hands. There are a large number of unidentified attackers in the United States. Magic Circle and Mole World have suffered more unorganized attacks at the same time. The U.S. Ministry of Magic announced the opening of the Level 2 Wartime Emergency Plan. Some areas may be upgraded as appropriate. Circle reporter, Cole Smith reports for you urgently. War in the war? Ron squinted his eyes. When was the last time the war plan was opened? The first period of the Wizard War. We have to tell Marks right away. Harry hurriedly. It sounds too bad. I think you are right. Hermione stood up with Ron and walked quickly to the side corridor. By the way, the emergency plan was only after the First War of the Wizard. It was proposed at the International Wizard Council, and the grading was after it was passed. Before that, the Magic Circle had no such word yet. Harry followed Hermione and walked over there. The rest of Ron blinked and reached out and inserted the last sausage on the plate, and he turned around and chased it up. This time I really learned a history of magic. I have never said this before. He ran forward and whispered innocently, "Peng peng." The Hermione three kicked and ran across the stairs and corridors, and gasped for breath to the front of Marks's office. But before she could knock a few more doors, the door leaf opened itself. "Oh Marks, let's take a look at this," Hermione whispered. "There is something wrong with the US." "What happened?" At the desk, Marks, who was obsessed with a book, stopped. He placed the book on the table, got up and circumvented the pile of materials piled up around him, and appeared in front of the three of them. "There was an accident in the United States." Hermione said that the half of the newspaper that wrote the relevant report was handed to Marks. At first glance, Marks caught a glimpse of the photos of the overseas report. In that photo, a large cloud of black fog with sparks in the center smashed into a pile of mole buildings, creating a large area of buildings collapse. After rushing through the contents of the report, his face was a little dignified. "No normal person will plan this stupid thing," Marks frowned. "Unless it was a complete madman." Looking at the scope of the photo, the number of black fog groups is obviously more than 100 people. And this is definitely only a part of it. And Marks knows very well that every black fog that looks like a black meteor represents an Obscurus. He also imagined that perhaps the number of Obscurus people would not be less, but he did not expect that there would be so much. It can be seen that the remnants of Grindelwald have not been busy for many years. "I'm going to take a look at Sirius. Don't say anything else. At least bring him back." Marks said he was going out, but Harry grabbed his robe. "How are you going to, Harry? You didn't think about it?" Hermione immediately squinted at Harry. "No," Harry interrupted. "I know, with our strength, it has only added to Marks in the past. I just want to say, be careful, Marks. That seems very dangerous." "If I don't want to say it, I think you are more dangerous." Marks snorted, but did not say it. He just nodded, and after Harry let go, he strode outside the office. "Sorry, Harry." Hermione was embarrassed. "I thought you." "It's okay." Harry shook his head. "Actually, I really want to go with Marks, but I think your feelings are the same." "I went to practice." Ron stuffed the last sausage on the fork into his mouth, and then suddenly went to the corridor outside the door. "I was trained less than you. I used to be strong." "Not enough." "I will go too." Harry was even chasing the past. Behind them, Hermione stood in the middle of Marks's office, with deep eyes closed and a deep breath. For a moment, Her eyes opened and looked around the office, and it seemed to be a bit more heavy. Just now, it was obvious that she was trying to go to the United States with Marx, but when Harry seemed to be talking about it for a moment, she subconsciously tried to veto. Yes, her Hermione Granger has always been sensible, but she doesn't really want to be. She understands that sometimes impulsiveness is also necessary, otherwise she will not always be half a point worse than Harry in actual combat. In general non-emergency situations, her reasoning will come in great use, but in an emergency, when her mind is too late to consider it, this advantage will dramatically turn into a fatal flaw. Marx said to her after the training last night. She thought Marx was right. But this kind of thing, not that change can change. Just now she has this situation again. Of course, this is not a wrong judgment in terms of the situation just now. Hermione was just thinking, if one day, when she had to face a certain crisis, could she make a decisive and correct choice? Is it possible to hesitate? Hermione was slightly sighed. On the other side, Marx swiftly passed the lawn in front of the castle, untied the defensive charm on the main entrance of the school, and came to the road outside the gate. As usual, he plunged into the bushes of the road. Before leaving with the portk, he turned back. Although it should only be a short time to leave, but the specific situation there is still unknown. To be on the safe side, let's leave something first. The voice did not fall, but he saw his body filled with a burst of silver-white light, turned into a huge silver-white eagle out of his body, flew in the direction of the castle, leaving a piece in the air long strip of light. Maintaining the existence of Patronus over long distances requires a lot of magic power. Again, he doesn't want Hogwarts to have more disasters. If you leave Patronus, unless Voldemort or Grindelwald comes in person, you can still drag on. The physical manipulation of Patronus charm is a high-level usage that he unintentionally created, and the long-distance use of Patronus charm is a result of Dumbledore's research. Dumbledore passed this usage to some members of the Order of the Phoenix, and Marx is certainly among them. Although the eagle is really handsomer than it is still a bit awkward. Marx shook his head and turned and walked into the bushes. As the space was distorted, when he reappeared, he crossed the entire sea territory and came to the banks of New York and Hudson River on the other side of the ocean. As soon as it was clear, Marx knew that what he was worried about had come true. The riverside hut had been turned into ruins. He hurriedly waved his staff, and a magic power oscillated. Everything in the ruins was reflected in his mind with the feedback of the magic power. There is no magic power fluctuations, no signs of life, no acromantula, no dead bodies, and even no trace of blood. It seems that Sirius and the sisters should have left Enron, otherwise they will not have any remaining magic power. Where will they go? Marx frowned slightly, secretly swearing. Jackson Square. The ones that can be thought of right now are the ones. After all, those children are this is what Abigail knows. With a little thought, he immediately put on the disillusionment charm, and the magic book vacated and left the entrance to the Jackson Square. Behind him, a gust of wind slid through the ruins of the house, and the fragments of several newspapers flew away, drifting away to the sparkling river. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 431. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 431. Downtown New York City, Woolworth Building. The skyscraper, built in 1913, is the most prestigious 55 building in the world, and is also home to the Magic Congress of the United States. As long as you apply the correct spell at its gate, you can enter the space available to the wizards. It has floors that are at least twice as large as the exterior of the building, and each floor is so busy. Yes, it is very busy here, and recently it has become more busy. At this moment, there are more 9 points in London time, and New York time is only 4 in the morning. However, the situation is tense, and there is no doubt that not many people still have the mood to go to bed. On the top floor of the building, in the spacious conference room, the large oval long table is full of people. As for the recent frequent attacks, Almost all those who are qualified to speak here have already expressed their opinions. Zoe is also a staff member of the Magic Congress. In fact, in her position, it is more difficult to speak here than to go to heaven. The reason why she can sit here and listen is entirely because of her duties. In the end, she is just a copy of the archives department, that's all. And sometimes it will work as a conference recorder in the event of a major event. She looks like a serious control of Quill for the shorthand of the meeting, while not missing any words, obsessively observing everyone here. Among the wizards sitting around the conference table, there are all kinds of big people. These people's expressions are different, and their views on this attack are also quite different. The guy who has harmed his own interests will naturally show multiple enthusiasm and try to dispose of it as soon as possible while ensuring his own money and rights. And those guys who have nothing to do with their own interests are generally less concerned about developments. They are thinking more about how to take this opportunity to eliminate their opponents. Of course, there is also a part of the wizard that, like her copywriter, is quite a bit of nothing to do. She is very clear about these people, because they are undoubtedly the guys who have no desire for the promotion of the position. Well, if you want to ask Zoe if she has thought about promotion, I am afraid she can only smile and smile. To be honest, she actually has some kind of unique competitive advantage, because she is born with a stronger Legilimens innate talent than other wizards. What can be helpless is that she hates it. Because she can't always control her own abilities, she often inadvertently reads the thoughts of others. Even if it is only the surface of the mind, it will cause a lot of trouble for her. For this reason, she has not found a suitable boyfriend so far. There is a saying among the chickens that a woman who is too smart is always not easy to capture the true heart of a man. Zoe has been thinking, maybe this sentence is the same in the magic circle. She stretched out wand and poked Quill, letting it go to the ink bottle and licking it again, because the group of big guys seemed to have been silent for some time. Zoe understood the reason why those guys were silent. Just now, the President of the National Assembly, Miss Oprah, questioned everyone and asked everyone to be speechless. So, is it that the last disaster has been going on for too long? What did you think of war? Zoe can say a fair word to the chairwoman in her heart. She believes that Miss Oprah is indeed a down-to-earth chairman of the Congress and a rather competent chairman. But to be honest, it's useless to be down-to-earth. Miss Oprah is usually very aggressive in her usual life, but when it is time to make a decision, she seems to be somewhat unsatisfactory. She can safely maintain it throughout the entire US magic circle, but by the time she will obviously lose her meaning. The reason why the big men are silent is not because Miss Oprah's question is powerful, but because she doesn't have any good ideas. Everyone's heart is clear. After a long time after that, this inexplicably boring meeting was finally over. Zoe poked Quill again with wand, letting it wipe the ink stain on the pen itself, and she waved wand to copy the parchment volume of the meeting record with the copy curse. After a series of routine preparations, such as turning in, keeping files, issuing, etc., she took a few rolls of parchment and slowly left the Congress Hall. No one will come to urge her because her work has been completed. Although she has ordered all members of the Congress to refrain from leaving their posts during the contingency plan, she does not care. In a short period of time, the meeting will not be opened again, and her copywriter will be able to go back to the office and get a good night's sleep. She was not worried about this attack. Her grandfather had already passed away, and the grandmother who always liked her had just happened to go abroad to visit relatives. As for her parents, the two are not all day long. The old man, who is too serious, went to a certain eastern country to find Tibetan snow people on the day she just graduated. If she had to worry about something, she might even be more worried about the irresponsible couple who died in the snow forest in the mountains without paying attention. All the way to pass by other colleagues who knew or did not know, Zoe boarded the magic elevator and familiar back to her office. There are a total of 5 colleagues in her office. Unlike her, the other 4 are obviously more motivated than her. At this critical moment, most of them are running around outside, redouble their efforts for their dying career. Because of this, There is only one person in the office at this time. She placed the things in her arms in the basket of documents to be processed, and then walked straight to the staff lounge area in the corner of the office, and leisurely boiled the hot eggnog. Of course, the wine is definitely not allowed in the office, but who cares so much? Like Zoe's leisurely position. While cooking something, she sat down on the side of the chair and squinted with her eyes. After all, how to say it, it is also early in the morning, and it is too boring to record the meeting. She feels a little soft. Sitting in a chair and smelling the smell of milk mixed with cream, she unknowingly recalled the day she just graduated. In fact, it didn't take long before, almost a year and a half ago. In fact, Zoe did not have any enthusiasm for the workplace from the beginning. At the beginning, like other newcomers, she secretly hid the work of the American Magic Congress. Not long after, she found that she was disgusted with the workplace struggles without smoke. Because of her special abilities, she is extremely sensitive to the minds of others. What kind of population is not right, and who is hiding the evil? She is very incomprehensible. When she found out that she couldn't find one around her and could be a heart-to-heart colleague like a student friend in the school, she became interested. Zoe is a beautiful female child, and she is very popular from small to large. No need to ask, even after she joined the job, there are still many handsome and funny men looking for her to talk. However, she only feels that she wants to vomit. Just as she became a little confused in the rich milk, suddenly she heard that Sasso's light sound woke her up. Who are you? Her eyes opened, and she immediately saw the wizard who was walking to the center of the office. The other party, Bruremark, stared at her for a while, and suddenly there was a terrifying black mist that suddenly rushed towards Zoe. Zoe knows that this time she was saved by her own innate talent. Although she is quite bored with this annoying innate talent, she is now grateful for it. Just a second before the opponent turned into a black fog, Zoe struggled to avoid this horrible blow. Bang! Zoe hurriedly climbed up as he slammed into the wall of the rest area, and ran to the door as he stepped open. As she ran, she did not forget to look back at the bulging black fog at the same time, keeping her only vigilant, because she found that even if the other party is a black mist, she can sense the voice of the other side. Since there is this unique advantage, where can she easily let go? The black fog was too fast, and soon she gave up the idea of countering with a spell. She only has one idea now. That is running. As long as you can run out of the office, it may be safe. However, just as her fingertips were about to touch the doorknob, she still looked back at the other side. She immediately looked towards the left side and slammed it on the left side, then threw it down on the long file next to it. Then she heard a loud noise coming from behind. Zoe ignored the pain in his ribs, and violently turned over and looked at the back, only to find that the black mist had directly smashed the door of the office and rushed to the outside corridor. All right, she thought, whether I am going out, or he is going out, in short, someone will go out and be right. What comes with it, but another question. How did the guy get in? There is no doubt that it is an attacker in this series of dangerous incidents. She doesn't care about how the power of the inexplicable power of the other party comes from. Compared with this, she cares more about how the other party enters the heavily guarded Parliament building. Just as Zoe fell in the long-term case, the Obscurus in the Infiltrate Woolworth building ran rampage in the hallway and finally slammed into the window and flew out of the building. At this point, Marks, who had just arrived at the entrance to Jackson Square, looked back and looked at the roaring fire that suddenly appeared in the night. Under the thick moonlight, that scene is particularly clear. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 432. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 432. When Marks saw the fire rushing out of the distant building, he immediately reacted. It was the Woolworth building, where the Magic Congress of the United States was. Unlike the Britain Ministry of Magic, the United States did not hide their heads of institutions underground. Although they have also disguised the position of the organization, it is a bit of a loophole for the relocation of several times to make their cover. Is the Obscurus going to the Magic Congress? Marx shook his head. But I am not qualified to say this. Does the Britain Ministry of Magic not have a Death Eater at the moment? He didn't have to worry about the nosy of others. Needless to say, he did not delay, and immediately turned back into the entrance of Jackson Square. This time, it was not Marx's expectation. In the seemingly guarded West District of Jackson Square, he saw the silhouettes he was looking for while he entered the shack. Oh, Mr. McClone. Abigail, who opened the door for him, immediately urged him. Come in, come ahead and say the rest. After Marx and her were in the wrong place, Abigailton quickly closed the door of the shack after moving into the house. In the past 2 days, there were wizard patrols day and night. She didn't want people to see so many people inside. To be honest, we can't hide anymore. She turned back and whispered to Marx, we just discussed where to go somewhere else. Don't talk about it, everyone, just go with me to Britain. Marx said a piece of cloth that he made into a portque. This is the portque positioned in front of the main gate of Hogwarts. I understand the truth. Sirius, half aside a pile of wooden barrels, looked at Marx with a strange look. Why can it be? Of course it's easy to hide. Marx says it should be by rights. If I don't say it, who would have thought this is a portque? He paused, and then went on to say, okay, hurry. Everyone is coming together. We are leaving. When he hadn't finished speaking, he suddenly stopped. That boy. Joshua. Marx looked around this small shack, and the children who were brought out of the dungeon were all here, but he didn't find the big male who always looked like a man. After asking him, the expressions of the children were a bit dazed. We don't know exactly if we are specific. Sirius frowned. But he should have encountered an accident on his way back. Back here? Marx repeated it puzzledly. Yes, Sirius nodded. Details may be appropriate if you ask these children directly. He has disappeared before we came here. But we found this on the trail in front of the door. As he spoke, he pointed his finger at the small round table in the middle. On the small desktop, there is a piece of cake that has been smashed. What happened? Marx even looked at the children. The children are mostly silent, but almost all eyes are looked towards one of the little boys. When Marx saw it, he also dropped his sight on him. Sir, the little boy child swallowed. No. No. Yes. I am not good. Don't apologize. Let's talk about things, Marx said quietly. After that, the words of the little boy gave Marx a general understanding of the whole sequence of events. In fact, the matter is very simple. Yesterday was the birthday of this little boy. Even though he is not very old, he knows that he is not paying attention to this time. Sometimes, emotions are hard to suppress, not to mention that he is only a child who is not old. Under the stagnation of the mood, he couldn't help but cry. And Joshua, who has never known how to interact with people, naturally becomes a little overwhelmed. He is the oldest person here, and he should be responsible for comforting the children who are smaller than him. But where does he know how to marry a child? Marx did leave a lot of food and water here, but he didn't leave a book that taught others how to marry a child. Just let it cry. Obviously not the same thing. Perhaps Joshua moved the heart of compassion, or perhaps he used this to think of his past, or perhaps he was afraid that someone would pass by and hear the cry. In short, he agreed to this male child with an impulse, to buy him a birthday cake. So, Joshua, who hesitated again and again, finally left the shack and went to the outside of Jackson Square to find a place to have a cake. And when he went there was no more news. After Marx heard it, he first looked at Sirius. Don't think about him. He knows that this guy's expression seems to be saying, if I can't move more, I'm going to find someone. He swept a child again, and the expectations on their faces were almost ready. Okay, I know. Marx said, you go back with me first, then I am coming back to him. Do you understand? Everyone nodded at the same time. Come on when you understand it. He urged again. There are a lot of people, and they all reach out. Let's hurry up. When everyone was in a circle and put their fingers on the portque, Marx looked forward to Sirius. Because Sirius is still weak, everyone is kneeling beside him, and it looks quite crowded. How? Marx asked. Can you move the portk? If it weren't for this unexpected situation, I want you to stay in the US and recover more. It's okay, Sirius said decisively. I can't stand this little discomfort. Well, then, Marx said that portk was launched. As the space expanded and contracted, such a group of close-knit adults and small children suddenly disappeared in the shack in the distortion. Almost as soon as Marx and the others crossed the North Atlantic at the same time, the Woolworth building was still in chaos. The Americaners stationed at the headquarters immediately acted as fast as possible, arranging defensive layout defense and immediate attack for chasing, while other staff members were busy moving the injured person to the infirmary in the building. As for the location of the incident, that is Zoe's office, only Ira's head came over and asked quickly. After leaving a person to temporarily guard the place, he hurried away. Of course, Zoe didn't know anything, and just like this, she had to be temporarily taken care of like a prisoner. Obviously, she was somewhat wronged. Forget it, after all is an emergency. She sat in the chair and looked at the Ira standing at the door, thinking helplessly. But it was terrifying just now. I thought I was dead. Fortunately, the attacker has escaped. However, she is undoubtedly relieved too early. Just as her heart sighed and sighed, suddenly a groan came from the door, and then she saw the Ira sneak down on the ground, and no longer heard a little. Then, a wizard wrapped in a black robe walked in from the broken door. At the side of the wizard, there were two gloomy guys all over the body. HMPH. Oh. Little girl. The black-robe wizard smiled sullenly. This is the filing office of the archives department. Am I right? When Zoe was on a trip, she instantly discovered that her own Legilimens' innate talent was not good this time. Don't ask who I am, Black-robe wizard said with a smile. Like this stupid question, you are still in your stomach. Now, just hand me the most important minutes of the meeting. Of course the most important are layout files can be missed. The kind of thing we don't keep here. Zoe replied. Is it? Black-robe wizard coldly snorted. Are you sure? He walked toward Zoe step by step, regardless of Zoe's already huddled in the chair, almost to the other side. In the past, since Mr. Grindelwald has been lurking in the Ira office for a long time, such documents can be hidden here. Do you think I will not know? The old and cold voice almost pushed Zoe's ears. The inexplicable danger, so that the cold hair behind her neck was straight up. No, it's really? Zoe shrank his neck and shook his face. The Minister of Legal Enforcement has already been there. He took all the important information away. Black-robe wizard, the face hidden in the hood showed a trace of hesitation. He squinted at Zoe's expression, and after a while he snorted heavily. If this is the case, then he slammed straight up, waved his long sleeves and reached out to draw his wand. Legilimens. The black-robe wizard casts a spell with great decisiveness, trying to read Zoe's memory directly. But the next second, he could not help but face changed. Occlumency? He glared at Zoe with his eyes. Remove your occlumency immediately. No, I don't have it. Zoe shook his head hard, and he was unpredictable. I don't want that. I am born. The black-robe wizard glared at Zoe coldly and waved his hand impatiently. Yes, natural? He snarled. Fun. It's fun. What a joke. When the voice didn't fall, he suddenly turned and walked outside the door. When he passed the two men who followed him, he waved at them slightly annoyed. Take away. The black-robe wizard ordered. This woman, and the dame are on the ground. Bring it to me. Just after this sentence was just exported, Zoe felt a black mist in front of her eyes, and she lost consciousness when she was in her time. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 433. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 433. What? I really don't know. I can't see the contents of those files until the level of confidentiality is lowered. Don't. Oh, a scream of sorrow and screaming screamed from the room next door, and after a while, it seemed as if the throat was torn. Joshua held his head in the corner of the room, squinting his ears, but the sound was still able to penetrate all the occlusions and deep into his cochlea. Joshua, who has suffered a lot of punishment all the year round, almost trembles and shivers as soon as he hears the painful misery. Even if he is suffering from pain at the moment, he seems to be empathetic. The double torture of the spirit and the flesh that can't be done by fainting must be Cruciatus curse. Joshua knows that it must be the right one. For a long time, probably because the master did not want the woman to suffer from the painful suffering, and the screams finally stopped. As the door next door was reclosed after a peng sound, the silence was restored again. Yes, Joshua was so unfortunate in the accidental outing that the Obscurus had been explored. He was taken back to his master by his former companion, and waiting for him was a woman more terrifying torture and punishment. Obscurus's ability to withstand Cruciatus curse is more powerful than ordinary wizard. Perhaps because of the relationship between physique, or perhaps because of the patience caused by countless repetitions. For whatever reason, this will only make Joshua suffer more and more intense pain. Is it wrong to betray the master? Joshua fell on the floor, thinking with a little confusion. Even if you are abandoned, you should not betray the master. But should not let that person remove the branding mark that the owner has given me. The master is angry. Kaka. When he was falling asleep, he suddenly heard the sound of the door lock being opened. Without hesitation, he immediately climbed up again and re-indented into the corner of the room. Master, don't. I have told you everything. Really? Bring him out. The black robe wizard has already taken off the hood. It can be seen that hidden under his hood is a wrinkled old face. A lot of messy white beards are as conspicuous as the white hair, and there are glasses on the bridge of the nose. The body looks like it is not as thin as the average old man. It looks very strong. In other words, in fact, this old wizard is actually similar to Dumbledore's younger brother Aberforth. The only difference between the two is the pair of eyes. The depths of the black fog in the old fogey seem to hide some pathological haze and madness. Upon his order, an Obscurus who followed him immediately walked into the room and dragged Joshua out of his hands without any fear. He held Joshua's wrist tightly in one hand and followed the old wizard step by step. As the owner came to the door of the room next door, the old wizard reached out to unlock the spell on the door, then turned the doorknob to open the threshold again. Throw him in, old man coldly snorted. The room in this stronghold is a bit small, can't waste your kid. You can stay with that stupid girl. The Obscurus behind him faithfully executed the old wizard's order and kept Joshua in the room. Just when the old wizard wants to close the door, it is slightly paused. Joshua, old wizard looked at him. If you still want to return to our big family, just give me the conviction that the girl will cooperate, understand? Then he did not wait for Joshua to return, and immediately closed the door. Say, persuade? Joshua groaned on the floor, muttering to himself. How do you say it? What should I say? What should I do? When he was overwhelmed, he heard a weak and slight voice rang from behind him. Don't waste your time. Joshua quickly turned over and looked back. Not far behind him, the woman who described the embarrassment fell to the floor and looked at herself with a squint. What? He subconsciously, I really don't know anything. The woman said that she closed her eyes slightly, apparently not wanting to say the third time. She was Zoe, who was taken from the Woolworth building by the old man, a small copywriter who was unfortunately involved in the dispute. Although her position is very low, she is not stupid. She knows that the horrible old fogey tortured her. I am afraid it has just begun. That is Cruciatus' curse. Even the Topperer can't necessarily hide the secret under the curse. How can she be a female child who has just graduated from Ifamoni for less than 2 years? But no matter what she said, the other side wouldn't believe it. Zoe, who knows the maddening dark wizard, is very clear in her heart. Because Joshua didn't know what to say, and Zoe wanted to take a break, and the room was quiet again. To be honest, Zoe is indeed a pretty girl. The delicate white skin, the soft, long hair, the long eyelashes, and the good figure, the body exude a feminine atmosphere. Even if it was because of the torture, it seemed to be awkward. but it seemed to add a little delicate feeling to her. Even Joshua, who is somewhat uncomfortable with the opposite sex, can't help but look at her more. Because of growing up in a special environment, female children living around Joshua will not dress up, let alone make up anything. After all, they are almost all the children of the old wizard, although the other party still values these experimental bodies. Even if they are biased, they are very careful. But you want an old man who can only study magic to take care of wearing. Obviously it is a bit difficult for him. So, when Joshua saw the female child Abigail, who Marks took to the shack, he was already secretly surprised. This woman is undoubtedly more interesting. After a while, Joshua couldn't resist the heart and couldn't help but move the body, sending out a sound of the sorrow. Are you awake? He asked cautiously. Zoe opened his heavy eyelids and glanced at him incompetently, followed by a smile of self-deprecating. Don't stare at me, coward, she perfunctored. My name is Zoe. And, don't just talk to me, stay away from me. My name is. You are Joshua, I know. Zoe immediately interrupted him. I didn't mean not to talk casually. Her words are weak, obviously because the physical strength has not recovered. The refusal contained in the discourse is powerful. Joshua opened his mouth again and found that he had not dared to say anything more. He had to close his mouth and silence again. Perhaps because of the first time I saw such a beautiful opposite sex, Joshua's heart became more and more chaotic. He actually wants to say a few more words with Zoe, just say anything, but he can't open his mouth. In this world, some things are so funny. Joshua at the moment, like a little boy who saw the beautiful elder sister of the home. His heart was inadvertently touched. If Marks is here, he will certainly sigh for it. The so-called power of love in the locked room in the Ministry of Magic Department of Mysteries, indeed, as Dumbledore said, contains some inexplicable powerful. This powerful, in a moment, suppresses the fear, gloom, and even hatred that has been tortured by the Dark Wizard for more than a decade. Although the word love is mentioned, Marks always feels quite awkward, but its powerfulness is something he can't deny and ignore. In order to protect her child, Harry's mother Lily can use this spirit-derived power to cast a spell of ancient love, and will shoot at Harry's killing curse, and Joshua in front of this is the wonderful power. Underneath, there is a faint desire to break free from the bondage of childhood. Zoe, you want to escape? Joshua's voice trembled a little and said, I can help you. What? Zoe suddenly opened his eyes and stared at him suspiciously. How come? Her Legilimen's innate talent made her understand in a vague way that although Joshua was somewhat hesitant and vague, the thoughts contained therein seemed to be real. Master, he thought that I couldn't use the power without the mark. Joshua lowered his head and whispered. But I think I should still use, he said. The whole body trembled fiercely, and a black mist instantly dispersed from his body. I will take you out and go to find that person. Joshua seems to be talking to himself. Authentic. Yes, look for that person. That person is terrifying. It will help us far. Escaped. The man? Zoe stared at him. Who is that person? He seems to be McClawn. The dark fog around Joshua is getting more and more intense, and his voice is becoming more and more blurred. That people find him. Only a moment later, the majestic black fog almost enveloped most of the room. Zoe, who dared not touch the black fog, barely supported the floor and pushed hard into the corner of the room. But at this moment, the door of the room was opened from the outside. Clang, and the two Obscurus slammed into the middle of Joshua in the middle of the room. HMPH. I wanted to see if I can tell the truth from the little girl's mouth. I can't think of it. There will be unexpected gains. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 434. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 434. Joshua was vaguely able to feel that the ugly energy still existed in his with the body. What he didn't know was that in the past, he was able to manipulate the power freely, simply because of the curse attached to the Deathly Seal. At the moment his branding mark has been erased by Marx's analysis, and the strange energy is also suppressed by Marx. But if he wants to take the initiative to trigger it, the sudden runaway is basically a matter of course. Peng peng. Only after hearing two muffled sounds, the black fog in the whole room immediately contracted, and the two former companions who flew to him suddenly bounced off. Just like the biological self-protection mechanism, the behavior under normal conditions always limits the upper limit of the power that can be exerted to an insurance value. This mechanism can be used when the willpower that controls the flesh is replaced by something else. The almost out-of-control Obscurus is obviously more horrible than the Obscurus who act under self-control. Peng peng. The two groups of black fog rushed toward him again, but they were once again blocked. Joshua's consciousness was severely disturbed, and he didn't even know where he was. At this moment, he only remembers one point dash. That man. I want to find that person. Mike. Ryan. Bang. As the side wall was smashed by him, the bricks were scattered, and Joshua only broke out with instincts and impulses, and the magic with the load on the wall was destroyed. Is there still consciousness? The old wizard standing at the door glared at him with a trace of greed. Is there any self-awareness? If so, isn't it? As Joshua flew straight into the night sky, the old wizard waved his hand and let the two Obscurus follow suit. At about the same time, the other Obscurus who were hiding here manna suddenly had a hot chest and received an immediate order. Little girl, you will give me honestly here. HMPH. Old man child coldly snorted, wand pointed to Zoe, stuck it firmly in place. On the other hand, Sirius and the others were just returned to the marks of Hogwarts and reappeared on the Hudson River. The first thing he did when he returned to New York was to bring together the alienated Acromantula who were here for the attack. His little babies did a good job. At least their efforts ensured that Sirius and the sisters could move safely. It's just that there are too many enemies after all. Even if Marx left all Acromantula in the United States, he could not successfully hold the riverside hut. He hurriedly checked and found that the little guys were mostly healthy. It can be seen that although they are not able to complete the task perfectly, it is not so easy for Obscurus to want to hurt them. How? What happened to this little moment I left? Under the inquiries of Marx, several of the Acromantula conveyed one thing to him. Just before, a large group of black things swept through the distant sky. The scene was big, and nothing was blinking. The wizard is impossible to miss. It seems that the Magic Congress of the United States is busy again. Marx shook his head slightly, then stepped on the magic book, and the direction moved by Acromantula flew over. The manor of Joshua and Zoe was imprisoned near the River Edge area in the north of New York, less than 20 miles from the Long Island Strait. Under the leadership of Joshua, who was almost chaotic, a group of Obscurus chased him and flew around the land for a long time, and then plunged into the salty sea breeze. In the midst of no obstacles, Joshua is always faster than the rest of the Obscurus. However, his flight route was quite confusing. On the occasion of the left and right, the chasers were able to hang behind them. However, they are afraid that they are not limited to being too far away. Even if the pursuers still have the intention to surround Joshua, it is obvious that they have more than enough strength. Thus, on this strait, a seemingly invisible chase has begun. Dozens of black mist dragged the long tail up and down, sometimes sweeping across the sea, stirring up the water marks, and sometimes pulling the angle and straightening to the sky. The cold wind of the sea kept whistling, mixed with the sound of wha-wha slamming the sea, and it sounded for a while. I don't know when it started. The clouds in the air gradually thickened. There is a faint flash in the clouds, as if to make a drum for the sound of the waves, dull but clear. These mutations make it hard to imagine a naturally formed rain cloud, as if something is being manipulated, and the atmosphere of this sea territory has become tense. At this moment, a low-pitched sound rang from the far North Atlantic, and even though the sea was whistling, it still could not be completely blown away. Not long after, a black spot suddenly appeared on the sea level in the east, and the direction of the moving towards Obscurus was coming at an alarming rate. The low-pitched voice is gradually becoming sorghum, and the cloud-like thundering of the clouds becomes a lightning bolt that breaks the sky. After a dazzling light hitting the sea, the thunder of the sea territory roused the shower. It is approaching and approaching quickly. The grey-like body of the eagle is not inferior to dragon, and the speed of flying is far more than the latter. One big, two small, three pairs of wings patted gently, and effortlessly crossed a long section of the sea. Behind him, the three-leaf tail feathers dragged straight into the air, for which it stabilized the flight smoothly. The closer you approach, the more you can discover the horror of its speed. The closer you look at it, the better you can understand its innate talent. For a time, lightning and thunder, heavy rain like a note, the storm swept the sea waves, set off a layer of waves. The group of Obscurus who chased Joshua mostly slowed down. They still kept their consciousness, and they vaguely understood that this terrifying divine bird was probably attracted by their sea chase. However, they may stop. But where does Joshua want to get this? I saw that the black mist continued to move forward in the pouring rain, and the smashing rain curtain that slammed into it faintly formed a sinuous water curtain in front of him, mixed in the rain and screaming. Most of those Obscurus people think that Joshua will probably be in the hands of Divine Bird. Although they can't recognize what the Divine Bird is, the bird can call the wind and summon the rain and even provoke lightning. This is something that you can understand without thinking, and this group of Obscurus is not a brave man, although he has to obey under the master's orders. But the terrifying master is not here. So in a blink of an eye, they thought of running away. However, they did not expect that the divine bird did not care too much about Joshua, who was alone in the rampage, but focused on their more conspicuous goals. Knocking, boom. Another lightning flashed down at a speed of completely unprepared. On the empty sea, the incarnation of the Obscurus and the everyone became a living target. At this moment, Marx, who was looking for it, finally arrived at the chaotic scene. Thunderbird. He stopped in the air, and the rain curtain slid open beside him. Even the corners of his robe were not wet. Is this rare magic creature not completely extinct? This extremely rare and magical creature has been documented in various documents of the Magic Circle. The closest one to the present is The Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. This is also one of Hogwarts' Care of Magical Creatures textbooks. Even Mr. Scamander, who has seen this creature himself, has not been able to describe it in detail. It is said that when he was traveling in Egypt, he rescued a thunderbird in the hands of a businessman. But on the way he tried to send it back to his hometown. He was not completed because of the unknown obstacles. Marx volleyed and looked at the sea in the distance, carefully looking at the thunderbird. Not long after, he turned his attention to the Obscurus who were flustered and evacuated. Caca. It was also a formidable power thunder, with a ray of light hitting a certain group of black fog. The strong power wiped out the black fog, and then fell straight into the waves. Just as Marx was going to continue watching, he suddenly found another group of black fog that flew up and down. The fly that is the same as the flies, with obvious differences. What is going on? Marx stared at the dark fog, inexplicably. Insane? He thought so. But he couldn't sit back and ignore it. Judging from the situation seen by the previous Acromantula, the group of Obscurus apparently chased another Obscurus all the way. If you say that, it is really possible that Joshua, after all, come here. Even if not, he has to confirm it. No longer think about it. Marx took advantage of the situation, and with the disillusionment charm, he flew to the black fog that was everywhere. In the air, Thunderbird flapped its wings and struggled to chase the group of Obscurus. Its departure made the wind and rain thunder a little slower, but it saved Marx a lot of effort. Joshua! He shouted through the tight rain curtain with the power of the sound-filling spell. Originally, Marx had no hope for this scream. Even if it was Joshua, it would be impossible to pay attention to the appearance of the other side. I never thought that he shouted, but the black fog stopped immediately. Mike.Lion. The black mist suddenly expanded, followed by a sudden contraction, and reincarnation into the human form. After a snoring, It was like losing the strength of the whole body. It floated down in the wind and rain and fell into the sea. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 435. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 435. In terms of the final results, Marx's short second trip to New York is undoubtedly successful. Not only did he transfer Sirius, Abigail, Olivia, and the rescued children to Hogwarts, but he also brought back the missing Joshua in a very short time. It is good luck and strength. But one of them is not perfect, because until the next day at noon, Joshua was able to wake up from the depth of unconscious. The sun on Sunday is obviously warmer than Saturday. In the frosty winter, the golden light penetrated the window glass and landed on Joshua's pale face. When he shouted the name again, the endless nightmare woke him up, and he slammed up in bed. Probably because of a long sleep, he was a little confused. After looking at the left and right A's, he looked back and thought of something, and he opened a thick quilt. I am. Joshua slid down the bed in a hurry, suddenly bent softly and fell on the floor. Where is this? He propped up the bed and propped up, and some of them panicked to observe the scene of all around. This is a spacious room with 2 rows of beds neatly arranged, and all the sheets and bedding are reassuringly white and look like new ones. A path of transparent windows let the sun quietly project in. On the row of windows by the window reflected a bright square. Occasionally, there are 1 or 2 windows with lush foliage, and the trees are mottled, and it seems to bring a little unique color. Joshua found that the bedside was mostly equipped with metal brackets with pulleys, and on the sides of the bed next to him, the brackets were stretched out and hung with a beige-yellow curtain with a fine floral pattern. Although the flame in the fire at the end of the room was still swaying slightly, after all, wearing a single coat was still a little cold, and Joshua tightened his clothes slightly. He found that it seems that he is alone. Is anyone there? Joshua shouted softly, but his voice was too small to be heard. After hesitating, Joshua hesitated to go to the bed covered by the curtain. The sunlight outside the window also sprinkled in from behind the bed, and a slightly undulating outline was reflected on the curtain, which seemed to lie down. Who is there? He snorted again, but still did not receive any response. However, just as he reached Joshua in front of the curtain, he intended to reach out and slightly open it for a moment, and the door was suddenly opened from the outside. Are you awake? You. How can you get out of bed? Go back and lie down. You haven't recovered yet. Need a good rest. Do you understand? Madame Pomfrey rushed in and shouted. A series of screams scared Joshua, and he shrank his hand back almost conditioned, then hurried back to the bed he had woke up before. It must be unconsciously obeyed when he hears the order, which has almost become his subconscious reaction. After he sat back on the bed again, he remembered what he wanted to do most. Who are you? He asked. Why am I here? That person. Mike McLawn. N. Madame Pomfrey stared at the tablet in her hand and said casually, how do I know? He sent you here last night and then left. It should be back to his own office. As for me, I am the head nurse here, Pope Pomfred, and you are my patient. Ms. Pomfrey. Joshua hesitated, then said, where is this? Where? Madame Pomfrey looked up and looked at him. Of course it's the ward. The school hospital ward at Hogwarts Magic School. Was Magic School? Joshua repeated it abruptly. I don't know Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey hesitated at him with a few eyes and frowned. McLawn, where did you get it from? You listen to your accent, like an American. This. Joshua suddenly startled. Isn't this the United States? Oh, of course not the United States. Madame Pomfrey waved at him. Lie, I want to check your health. No, I have to. Have an important thing. Let's lie down. Madame Pomfrey looked at him with an unquestionable expression, solemnly saying, you are my patient now, and your most important thing is to take good care of the disease. Others, wait for you to say it. Joshua didn't really resist a few times in this life. For the first time, when I was young, I couldn't stand father's abuse and fled the home. The second time, The force that suddenly ignited Obscurus last night tried to escape Zoe with Zoe. In fact, it can be considered a failure twice before and after. Right now, he has not dared to try again for the third time. It is simply too terrifying. Under the swearing of Madame Pomfrey, Joshua closed his mouth honestly, lying in bed and not even dare to move, just like a marionette, letting the other party arbitrarily. After Madame Pomfrey checked him and quickly made a record, he turned and walked in the direction of the door. You want to find Mr. McClone, aren't you? I will tell you about it. Before closing the door of the ward, Madame Pomfrey only returned to leave such a sentence and left in a hurry. In the ward, Joshua obediently obeyed Madame Pomfrey's last order, lying motionless on the bed and staring at the ceiling. At the same time, the River Edge area of New Jersey, USA. The wall that had been broken by Joshua had already been repaired, and the attached curse was refilled. But Zoe was taken into the manor's underground cellar by the old wizard, and those Obscurus who were sent out to pursue Joshua last night have already returned. Because this group of Obscurus is as timid as a mouse, not only did not complete the task, but even several people died under the attack of a Thunderbird. The old wizard Lenny was very angry. These Obscurus people don't know, but Lonnie knows. Although Thunderbird is indeed unusual, it will increase its strength when it is operated at sea. If a small number of Obscurus encounters it, it will be difficult to fight. However, he sent out more than 8 or 9 people last night. Because of this, Marx called his research boring research. The natural Obscurus is of course uncontrollable. Only after the suppressed emotion cannot be vented, and then the magic power of the body is brewing, it will be transformed into the inexplicable dark form. Only then will the Obscurus perform its true power. Once the Obscurus itself is made controllable, the Obscurus can't be called Obscurus. Most Obscurus people are fragile and behaving children, and wanting to keep their willpower barely is a wrong decision in itself. The so-called Obscurus cultivated by the old wizard Lenny has not only discounted its power, but even the battle willpower. In terms of destructive power, they may be better than ordinary wizards. If they want to actually participate in the struggle between wizards, they will only be a group of empty and powerful people, that's all. The angry Lonnie punishes these mans stop by one, until this time, before going to the manor's underground cellar. In the wine cellar, most of the original oak barrels have been cleaned up. Now, in addition to the rich scent of the scorpion, there are only Zoe left with their hands hanging on the chain of the dome suspension for a long time, so that her wrist has been smashed, and in order to reduce the pain, Zoe is always exhausted. The cold sweat on the forehead slipped down the brow, from the cheek to the tip of the chin, and then slowly dripped. Everything has made her unhappy. You know, she was still a student not long ago. Where can she think that she would be caught in such a place inexplicably, suffering from such pain and suffering? She was educated from a young age to know how to be strong, so she resisted without leaving a tear, even if her heart was already full of grievances. HMPH, the old wizard Lenny, who had not been deflated in the previous punishment, looked at Zoe coldly. Is it up to say what I should say? Zoe said weakly. I said it. I don't know. Can't understand, is it? Lenny nodded, suddenly reaching out to wand and pointing at her. Crucio. A scream of screams echoed in this small cellar, and the voice trembled because of the weak physical strength, but the meaning of pain was not reduced. Time passes by in seconds, and every second, she will suffer unspeakable pain. This torture is no longer what Zoe can bear at this time. She can even feel that her consciousness has gradually become confused. Cruciatus curse is not fainting in the process of casting. This confusion of consciousness is a precursor to the impending collapse of the victim's spirit. At the beginning, Neville's parents, in this unbearable situation, became a couple who could only live in Street Mungo's special ward. Well, the old wizard suddenly realized that something was wrong. He quickly cancelled the spell and turned to Zoe to check it. Oh, damn. He snorted and screamed, then quickly opened Zoe's eyelids. Legilimens. The last syllable of the mantra had just fallen, and Lenny suddenly slammed into a shock. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 436. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 436. On the same day, Madame Pomfrey finally failed to meet Joshua's desire to see Marx. Because just this morning, Marx left Hogwarts alone. This time, he did not set the positioning coordinates of the port in advance. To this end, he had to set off as early as possible, with Albania, the closest coordinate point to the destination, as a transit point, spending a whole morning on a high-speed flight. When Marx arrived at the target location with the sea breeze, Joshua just woke up from the hospital bed. It seems there isn't much change. Marx landed on an open beach, and the sand washed by the tides day and night was particularly delicate, and it rustled on it. This is an island in the heart of the Mediterranean Sea territory, and is the long-lost place in Marx's impression. Even if you are standing on the edge of the island, you can look out over the center of the island and you will see a towering spire that rises from the ground. The top of the tower is lit by a soft white light. Although Marx has been a long time since he came here last time, he still remembers clearly that it is best not to fly casually on this island. He was rushing through the dense jungles of the island. The magical creatures that lived here were still as varied as they used to be, but the number did not seem to be much different. Obviously, they have remained stable. Also in the natural ecological structure, the running Marx was once again accelerating, dexterously evading the sparsely dense forests, and quickly passed through the vibrant island jungle. Not long after, when he was in front of him, the tower was once again in his sight. The many spires that extend out of the outer wall of the tower have nothing to change from what they saw at first, but the green vines that climbed on the curved walls are obviously more than the last time, and they are some of the lower huts. Almost the whole body covered a layer of vitality. Marx looked up at the eagle-shaped coat of arms on the top of the tower. The golden eagle had a clear color, and even a little dust had not been stained under the magic. Seeing this huge shield emblem again, the thoughts in Marx's heart could not help but become more complicated. The understanding of Rowena Ravenclaw, whether it is word of mouth or documented, has a lot of ambiguity. It is better to say that things that are clearer are less likely to be correct. The rumors about Rowena are mostly positive, but this is an indisputable fact. There is no doubt that this is in stark contrast to what Marx learned from the Book of Sin. To be honest, Marx can now have these strengths, and the rune form attached to the Book of Sin is a big help. If you rely on himself to ponder the truth, you still don't know the time that will never come to understand the extent of rule. For the content recorded in the Book of Sin, he has to believe in the warnings he conveys in the future. But just as he used to make a big disaster because of a plan, he can't guarantee that he will not go wrong in the future. In fact, he knew very well that even though he was holding a hint from the future, he still had to rely on himself to cautiously explore every step he took. So even though he now has the power to clear many obstacles, even if he still doubts whether Rowena is a madman who is pursuing world's destruction, he has not even stepped closer to the Ravenclaw Tower in Hogwarts Castle. From the existence of the Bronze Eagle itself, it is known that his magic research is far from the level of Rowena. Before he can understand the magic, he will not easily get involved. The upper level of the tower in front of him is the same for him. Elf, let me see you. Standing on the open space in front of the tower, Marx gave himself a voice fling spell and immediately shouted. But the language he uses sounds strange. During this time, every time he has free time, he will open the book to study, and even consume a lot of incubator, just for the moment of today. Learning a language is very hard, and learning an ancient language is even more terrible. When he first came here and found himself unable to talk to the elves, he had the idea of studying that language. But later, when he left the island, he gave up. The elf here is obviously in a big way with the house elf outside. If it is not the appearance, it is difficult for him to connect the two together. For the elves who live here, perhaps knowing nothing about the magic circle outside is the best for their future. For this reason, Marx has not wanted to study such a language that is of little use. In his view, letting them stay here and quietly prospering seems to be a good choice. But recently, when Marx discovered that Hogwarts garrison power was quite empty, he was quite a bit savvy and he once again played the idea of these wild elves on the island. Little Fine. Seeing that there was no movement around, Marx was about to call again, but he shouted and just exported, but he hadn't had time to finish it yet, but he heard that his whole body space was screaming and screaming, and the big elves screamed and apparition appeared beside him. The sheer number of people directly surrounded him. Hey, humans are calling us. Wow. Finally I saw humans again. Hey, he is watching him. He is watching me. Isn't that the last person who came here? I remember the taste of his magic power. Yes. He is growing taller, much higher than when he came last time. Not the last human? His magic power is a bit cool. The elves clustered Marx in the middle, talking with words, fast and messy, just like setting off firecrackers and listening to people. Marx did study hard, but he was able to find out at the moment that it would still be a very difficult task to fully understand what they said. Wait. Marx opened his arms, loudly shouted, "Say slowly, what you said, you just learned." Ha ha ha. He said, "I just learned." Ha ha ha. An elf stretched his finger at Marx and smiled forward. My grandfather's grandfather will say so. No, it is grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. Grandfather. I won't say that. My grandson. Another elf slammed his friend, and bent to put on a look of senile. No, it is the grandson of the grandson's grandson. Grandson. Marx looked at the group of elves and laughed madly. Quite a bit inexplicable. Let's get off, let go. Just as he was puzzled, an old little goblin set aside the little guys who were close together and walked slowly to Marx. Everything is quiet. This is a guest. The little goblin elders solemnly said, "Forgot the rules that the parents and elders taught you?" I wait for the elf race, but don't need clansman who doesn't know the rules. This screaming, so that all young little goblin immediately closed his mouth, and the chaotic scene suddenly recovered. "Hello, are you the patriarch here?" Marx rigorously followed the language rules in the book and asked as clearly as possible. "No, I am not." The little goblin elder shook his head gently. The old age of the elders made the original sharp elf sound, and it became old and deep. On this island, the patriarch is no longer set a post. I am only relatively older, that's all. Is it related to Rowena? Marx curiously said, "Oh, I mean, Rowena Myra, you should know." "Yes, I know." The little goblin elder lightly nodded, "But there is no patriarch, nothing to do with Rowena Messiah." He paused and went on to say, "She is the developer of the island, and I waited for the ancestors to have a little agreement with her. In addition to the most basic daily maintenance for her magic tower, I waited. There has not been any other interference between her. I don't want to set up a patriarch because of a rule in our elf race." At the same time as the elf elders said, Marx erected his ears and listened and understood intently. Although it was still a little difficult, it was at least much better than the squeaky scene. Rules? Marx thought. I won't just ask about it. Yes, let me introduce myself. My name is Marx McLawn, a country from the northwest. Humans, wizard, luck, ask you. The elf elders sighed slightly. You are a long-lost guest. Please sit down in the room. Small spirit gives you a sweet spring. Surrounded by the elves, Marx followed the elf elders and, after the last time, re-entered the ancient wizard tower. The lowermost floor of the tower is as original as the original, and the round hall is spotless. The masonry at the bottom of the foot is closely arranged, and the tapestry on the wall is beautifully woven, but the frame is blank, and people can feel a little lonely. As Marx walked in with the elves, as the elf elders waved, the lights on the wall were lit one by one, and the soft magic light shone the slightly dull hall. Young wizard, I am waiting for the long-lost master, Rowena Mura, to welcome you again. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 437. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 437. In the hall on the ground floor of the tower, Marx, sitting around a group of elves, sat on a not too big round table and sipped the sweet spring water, eating the shortbread baked by the elves. Not bad. It can be seen from these elves with strong autonomy that their races naturally like to work, which has subtle similarities with the modern house elf. In ancient times, the elves had a lot of good or evil depending on the branch of the bloodline. The house elf's ancestors were once called brown elves in places like Scotland because they often wore a set of brown broken clothes. Unlike most of the other naughty branches that are quite naughty and like pranks, the brown elves prefer to observe human actions, and they will live in harmony with the people who are friendly to them. If they can feel goodwill from you, they may help you with housework and repair the house. At the same time, they are always curious, and they will always stare at you with more contact. However, the brown elf does not like to pay. If you want to give them some rewards because they appreciate their help, they will immediately think that it is an insult to them and leave your home forever. If something is more serious, it may even reverse the beginning of chaos in your daily life. It can be seen that the reason why House Elf is now such a strange character is probably related to this. Marx enjoys this slightly laid-back afternoon tea while arbitrarily pushing the topic a little bit. The elf elder lack gives him a very steady feeling. As far as Marx knows about them, he knows that this kind of stability is not easy for an elf. Thanks to this steady, he was able to manipulate a language that was not very fluent and smooth the dialogue smoothly. From Lark's mouth, Marx learned about some of their ancestors of these elves, and the origins of Rowena Ravenclaw. In fact, their ancestors lived on the island for a long time before Rowena found the island in the heart of the Mediterranean. It is said that there were two ancient wizard households on the island who were far away from the smoke. Their ancestors often helped the two small families to work with the filth, and occasionally took some milk from the kitchens of the two families. Drink. Later, the descendants of these two wizard families gradually no longer came back, and the older generation of wizard also passed away, and the ancestors of the elves were solitary. Until one day, a young female child appeared on the island and used the magic to build a hut. The rather Spartan hut is what the current wizard tower looks like. The elves didn't care where the female child came from, and the female child didn't care if she had such a bunch of noisy neighbors. Between these two different races, a subtle balance is slowly formed. Since then, life has once again become ordinary and leisurely. At that time, the wizard had not yet established a highly integrated magic school like this. The inheritance of magic is still a model for parents to teach their children or to invite other wizards to become apprentices. It's still Rowena of young girl, and I don't know where to get the wizard inheritance. The elves only know that he often hides in the house and studies all kinds of magic on his own, until. Later, a young human man encountered a storm at sea, holding a wooden board and pushing it onto the beach. When he heard what Lax said, Marx remembered the old notes he found on the desk in a room when he last came here. Behind the daily notes for recording magical biology experiments, I also wrote a lot of essays about everyday life. He remembers that there is one more name in the essay from the beginning of the day, and the more you mention it later, the young man is called Dunn. Marx flipped the note from the waist and quickly found the name. Ah, yes. Lao Lake said softly. My grandmother once told me about the story. Human love is very wonderful. He paused, but recalled, well, remember it is. Ewan Ravenclaw? Sure enough. Is it Ravenclaw? Marx muttered. According to records, Rowena Ravenclaw has never had a marriage in her life, but she has a female child, Helena, with the same name Ravenclaw. For this reason, there are still a lot of scholars' guesses, and Rowena may have had a short marriage long ago. Right now, Marx has inadvertently confirmed this long-standing conjecture. Although it doesn't seem to make much use. The man was a helmsman of the voyage. Rowena was very interested in sailing on the sea. Later, the two of them went out to sea together. Old Lax said leisurely. Until years later, Rowena was only returned alone. After a while, I took a lot of things away. Elfluck has a story that tells the story of the year, and Marx is thinking about the origins of Rowena. For Marx, knowing Rowena's life is obviously necessary. It's just that time has passed so long, and it's never easy to figure it out. Although he is a little speculative in his heart, it is quite difficult to prove it. After thinking about it, Marx turned his attention back to the conversation with Elf Lark. Not long after, the topic gradually touched the topic of his trip. The same family of the outside world? The elf elders frowned slightly. It will become like this, but it is very surprising to lag. However, I wait for every ethnic group, even each and every individual, to be independent. This is derived from the rules of the ancestors and cannot be broken casually. When he got here, he shook his head gently. Although I feel very sympathetic to the encounters of the outsiders, since it is because of the defeat, the agreement is that the elf never unilaterally breaks the agreement. Maybe not an appointment, but just being forced. Marx curiously said, "Why are you so sure?" If Lark is very responsive to the living conditions of the other people outside, he will not let the word force appear here, and it will not have any benefit for the purpose of his trip. But now, Elf Lark has not expressed any indignation at the tragic experience of his family, which has caused Marx to reconstruct the original plan. I wait for the elf race, no matter which branch, is loyal to the agreement. Old Luck's old voice is quite serious at this time. If I don't want to make an appointment, it is useless to force it with force. I would rather wait. Returning the soul to nature and not humiliating under any coercion. Old Luck didn't know what the war was like in the past, but Old Luck was sure that there would be a clear agreement. As far as this little elf Luck is concerned, there may be other more complicated reasons behind the ancient wars that have not been recorded. Agree. Marx frowned and thought, what do you think would be the final form of the ancient war? This old lake is not clear. The elf elders shook their heads slowly. But in this world, there must be at least one of my compatriots who still retain the original agreement. His wrinkled face was sincere and natural, and their long, big ears shook, seemingly praying for some kind of faith that Marx could not understand. Unlike your human beings, I wait for the elf race to engrave the convention in the soul. Lark said seriously, every unfinished agreement will be in the bloodline of the founder. Until the day the appointment is completed. What are you making an agreement for? As soon as Marx got out of the question, he exchanged a gaze of Old Lack. What is it for? He seems to be unable to understand what Marx is saying. Strangely, is there a reason to be able to make an appointment? Okay, I didn't need to be able to make an appointment with someone else. This huge difference in basic concepts makes Marx not know what to say. Oh, probably because of my problem, Marx said. I mean, under what circumstances will you make an appointment with someone? It doesn't matter, Lowlake, as it should be by rights. As long as we want to make an appointment, everything will work. Oh. Marx blinked and suddenly said, so, I won't make an appointment with you. Lack interrupted Marx's words in an instant, and calmly said in his strange expression, because I am on you, I feel the intention to take advantage of me. What? Marx immediately browed and blinked a little. He did just want to take a look at the so-called Nori as an agreement to try it out. He never thought that he had not said anything, and he was vetoed decisively by the other party. I haven't heard that the elf has this innate talent ability. Marx secretly thought in his heart. I thought they were a bit stupid, but it seems that they still have enough money to support them. Of course, he is very clear about his occlumency strength. In the middle of the wizard, he is basically sneaked into the heart. But the elf can still feel his own thoughts. Even though most of it is just a less obvious sense of innate talent, it is enough to surprise Marx. Okay. Marx shrugged, who had a little loss, said, if that's the case, then forget it. Even if we don't make an appointment, we can still be friends. When he couldn't figure it out, he suddenly had another idea in his heart. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 438. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 438. Marx is back. When he returned to Hogwarts, the sun was almost going down. The clouds flowed with the high air, and the snow fluttered down. He couldn't say that he had no gains on his trip, at least this time. He had left the positioning mark at the gate of the magic tower, and he could pass again at any time. It was only his original purpose, but it has not yet been reached. However, he did not worry about it at all, because he vaguely understood that as long as the next step can be completed, the elves will definitely move to Hogwarts. Hermione is there. Marks stands by the newly opened fat woman portrait, seen in the moving towards Gryffindor common room. Most of the young lions were clamoring in the hee-hee-ha-ha, but he could not help but smile. No matter when, these Gryffindor students are not too peaceful, and their hearts are hidden with fearless spirit. Hey, Marks? Ron, who was burying his homework with Harry, looked up and hurriedly waved to the side. Mr. McGonagall has been looking for you twice today. I want you to go to the school hospital. The person you sent over woke up and said to see you. Oh? Marks nodded, said, I know, I will go see it later. Hermione, isn't she here? She said she was going to the library to check the information. Should I still be there now? Harry followed, but it's almost time for dinner now, and she might be on the way to the auditorium. Okay. Marks shrugged, said. Then I went looking for it. Would you like us to go to the auditorium? Anyway, Hermione will definitely go in the end. Ron hurriedly stopped Marks, who was about to leave. We are also planning to go. Also, Marks thought for a moment and simply walked into the common room. That's a quick pack. He just found an empty chair next to the fireplace, and he sat down. Harry and Ron also immediately packed up the learning kits, stuffed them into the bag, and then hurried to the door leading to the bedroom. Professor McLawn, can I take a photo for you? As Marks leisurely waited for Harry and Ron, Colin Creevey, who was a little older than Harry, immediately got together. This little male child quickly pointed the camera at the left to Marks. Only before Marks had agreed, he didn't dare to slam the shutter immediately. Of course, no problem, Marks laughed. And, outside the classroom, I still call Marks. Colin is a pretty fanatical star, and in Hogwarts, is there a star that shines more than Marks? Marks is always a ghost. For Colin, it is really difficult to find more opportunities to approach him. Therefore, Colin, who had to retreat to the next level, has always focused his attention on Harry, the difficult boy. At the moment, it was a chance to get close contact with Marks. Colin even felt that his fingers on the shutter button were constantly shaking. By the way, his younger brother, who just entered school last year, is also excited about himself. With the old-fashioned mole camera that didn't know where it came from, Harry and Ron returned from the bedroom. Oh, thank goodness, poor Colin is finally able to take a photo of you. Ron smiled. Marks, you probably don't know, he was thinking about finding you every day last semester. I missed every time. So I became a substitute. Harry helplessly interfaced. Okay, let's go. Marks stood up and said, I can live a day to day, and I have eaten a few crepes in the afternoon. I haven't caught the air and have a good meal. What are you doing again? Harry asked curiously. I always feel that you are busier than before. Is it another heaven-shaking, earth-shattering major event? Marks, hearing this, it is a little embarrassing, but this time he ate it back. Well, he spread his hand. Is it a trip? Hey, this is really cool. Ron heard the tour and immediately came to the spirit. Is there something interesting to do? The last time we went to travel was a long time ago. It was to Egypt. It's fun? Marks shook his head. It's almost half the time to fly at sea, except for water or water. Hey. And the sea breeze that blew. The three of them chatted casually, marching along the stairs and corridors, and soon came to the auditorium. As soon as he stepped into the side gallery, Marks saw Hermione sitting on the dining table opposite the passage. Instead of going to the workshop, Marks sat directly on the long table of Gryffindor, just across from Hermione. Are you still living today? Marks greeted her. All right. Hermione's dining fork poked the food in the plate and was a little absent-minded. It's just a bit of information. What information? At the same time as the inquiry, Professor McGonagall from the center of the teaching staff at Marks's A's was looking at him. By the way, he pointed to the direction of the school hospital, and nodded to indicate that he already knew. Professor McGonagall was also slightly nodded, and then he turned his attention back to the topic that Professor Sprout said. "It's Patronus charm that you taught us before," Hermione said, quite a bit unwilling. "I can successfully summon Patronus, but the time I can maintain is very short, and it will be immediately after leaving me. Dissipate." She is paused, some bored and authentic. "I can't find the reason. I didn't write any books." Ron, who was burying his head, looked up and looked at Harry. Obviously, they are thinking about it. Hermione is starting to get to the bottom. "Oh?" Marks looked at her for a moment. "Why did you suddenly think about it?" Patronus charm said, "It's not difficult to say that it's difficult, but if you want to improve your strength, isn't it better to start with other spells?" "No." Hermione hesitated, glanced at the ceiling subconsciously. Marks followed her to the top of her head, and the ceiling of the auditorium with the magnifying image magic was simultaneously showing the sky that had just darkened, snow fluttering, like a dream. "Other than that, it seems to be no different than usual." "Ah!" Marks suddenly realized what was happening, and his face showed a hint of sorrow. "Because, did you see Patronus that I released yesterday?" Hermione nodded. "That was what Dumbledore taught me, a more advanced Patronus charm usage." Marks explained to her while eating a knife and cutting the fresh lamb chops. "With regard to maintaining the existence of Patronus, you can't rely on happiness, memories. Remember what I said. Their willpower that guards others can also be used to cast Patronus charm. And this willpower can even make Patronus more powerful." He put a piece of freshly cut lamb into his mouth, and while the delicious gravy overflowed his mouth, he said something vaguely. "That is, as long as you try to join the guardian willpower while casting a spell, and make it more firm. Then the time of your Patronus, as well as the flexibility, stability, etc. of the control, will follow increase." Hermione listened carefully, and every time Marks said a key point, she would follow her head and try to keep them in mind. Harry and Ron, who were not too concerned about it, heard God. They also master Patronus charm, and Harry has a level similar to that of Hermione, but Ron is relatively poor. No matter which of them, now they are eager to get closer to the stage. But Marks suddenly lifted the fork and clicked in the air to signal their attention to the following words. "The content I just said belongs to the basic usage of Patronus charm. Dumbledore's advanced usage. It is necessary to reach a certain level on this basis, in order to try to learn." Having said that, he highlights, "Let Patronus charm leave his activities and borrow some of the knowledge of apparition, so let's talk about the apparition class." "Oh, no," Ron suddenly yelled, "apparition class? It's gonna be 17 years old." To be honest, Marks himself is really afraid to teach him about it. His own disapparition curse is always used badly, although it can be smoothly displayed every time, and the position is always wrong. Moreover, the error in this coordinate is usually not very regular. If the other consumer's disapparition is like a point-to-point move, then its disapparition is a fan shape. The further the distance, the greater the error range. If he sets the coordinates of the apparition on the other side of Earth, maybe he can send himself directly into outer space. If that's the case, then it's really terrifying. So far, even if he is researching, he is only willing to try it in a small scope. But even after repeated research and numerous times, he could not find the culprit that caused him to have coordinate errors. "Okay, don't complain." Marks shook his head. "The disapparition curse is really not to be underestimated. You better not to slap it." Right. Hermione, about your C's House Self-Spirit Liberation Association apostrophe, I can have a good idea here. Do you want to know more about it? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 439. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 439. You mean there really is that many independent elves? Really? Really? When Marks told Hermione about the situation on the island of Rowena, she had 3 reals in her mouth, and the excitement from the heart was revealed. There is no doubt that Hermione is a kind female child. After knowing the abnormal situation of contemporary house elf, she often considers how to improve their unreasonable life. No, even if it is difficult, At least it should be done to make their working conditions more common sense. Every worker has the right to get the most basic salary and holiday. However, this has to let the poor house elf understand this first. Otherwise, no matter how hard the other people try, they may not be able to get the best results. Thus, C's House Elf Spirit Liberation Association came into being. There is really a large group on the island. I have seen it in the light. There should be hundreds of them. No, I think there are more than that. Marx vaguely remembered that when he first left the island, he saw a large piece on the island beach. Others don't mention it for the time being. In terms of combat power, it is very impressive. There must be no time in these days. Next week. I will send you to see you in the next week. He thought, the elves don't speak English, and I definitely have to translate it once. But listening to the elf elders said that regardless of the type of language, they can understand the general meaning of our words. That may be their innate talent. The elf is amazing. Hermione immediately sighed. Oh, this time with Marx's help, her activities are mostly getting bigger. Ron leaned beside Harry and muttered in a low voice. Say, Hershey's badge, how many have you done? Who knows? Harry shrugged. I only remember that her Honeydukes candy jar was almost full last time. Candy jar? Zizzy honey candy? Ron curiously. Harry shook his head and turned his eyes. No, it's a strawberry custard filled with chocolate balls. Remember the Christmas of last year? It was the addition of the value-added cans that Honeydukes introduced. Hey, Merlin's stinky socks. Ron snapped his forehead. But I have to remind you not to talk to the elves about salary. They are interested in helping people because of their interest. If you don't want them to refuse to talk to you, you must remember their principles, and I have already understood this when I talked. After dinner, Marx said goodbye to Hermione and went straight down the stairs to the school hospital on the second floor. Regarding what happened to Joshua before, he really wanted to know more. After he politely rang the door of the school hospital, the door opened from the inside. McLawn, I let Minerva inform you at noon. How come you are now? Madame Pomfrey was slightly dissatisfied. It's not good for them to rest in the evening to visit patients. I'm not just coming back soon. Marx apologized apologetically. Right, what happened to Miss Sohn? Is the pharmacy of Professor Snape ready? It should be fast. It is estimated that these 2 days. Madame Pomfrey apparently knew everything about the work, and she saw her answer without hesitation. Oh, is it? Marx was nodded. Since this is the case, then I will take a look at it. You can think about it yourself. You are not going to visit the disease now, coming. Madame Pomfrey no longer cares what he said, immediately urged him, give you 10 5-points clock time. No second there will be more. Oh, please, can't you have more? Marx spread his hands and bargained. However, Madame Pomfrey does not want to eat him. I saw that she took out a pocket watch, opened the cover and glanced at it, and the movement was simply crisp and neat. Are you sure you don't want to go in? There are still 14 minutes 49 seconds left. Okay, I understand. Marx immediately raised his hands to show his surrender, and then walked away to the ward with helplessness. The ward was as quiet as ever, except for Helen, who was still lying on a bed separated by a curtain, and only Joshua, who had a stiff face and a lying body. Of course, this after all is a ward, and few people are good things. When Marx was passing through Helen's bed, he glanced at the curtain and glanced. Helen still lying in the bed with a sullen look, but the breath was a little weak, but it was still stable. Joshua. Marx came to another bed not far away and screamed. Mike. Ryan. Joshua, who was a little sleepy, opened his eyes and then sat up. McLawn. I have something. No, not me, Zoe. Zoo has something. Don't be nervous, just say it. Marx sat down on the high stool next to the bed and waved freely. And who is Zoe? I am at the master. Joshua said, suddenly stopped. No, he is not my master. Lenny, he is Lenny. I met Zoe in his manor. a woman caught by Lenny. Lenny, Marx thought about it and found that he had no particular impression of the name. This is called the Lenny's Wizard should be Grindelwald's old partisan, but it was apparently not exposed in the public eye. And then, Zoe. What happened to her? Marx motioned him to continue. I wanted to save her from going out. I felt that I could motivate myself. But, I seemed to be out of control on the spot. Joshua regretted. I don't know what happened later. I must be still in that manner. I think. At the end of the day, this awkward big boy began to vomit again. Obviously he did not dare to say anything about Marx. Marx looked at him for a while, then he smiled thoughtfully and asked coldly, "Is the woman named Zoe very beautiful?" "Yes, I have never seen her like her. Oh, no, not like this." Joshua, who was full of brains, was asked by him casually, and he subconsciously told the truth of his heart. "Okay," Marx said with a hand. "You want me to save her, aren't it?" "Of course it's okay, because I was going to have a trip, and it wouldn't be a major event to save her back. I have to remind you, what is the status of her now? It is hard to say, you have to be mentally prepared. Is it? Is it too late?" Joshua heard, and his face was white. "It's not too late, I can't say it. But since your old master will take her back, and I haven't dealt with her immediately, it's necessary to leave her alive." Marx thought a little. Soon, some possibilities were speculated. Perhaps Legilimens is not working well, and maybe there are other uses. In short, as long as the woman named Zoe is smart enough, there may be salvation. After Marx's casual one-point analysis, Joshua's face finally looked good. He still has a great affection for Zoe, but with his character, it is really difficult to say how much this good feeling is in his heart. "I'll be ready to go," Marx said. "But before that, you have to tell me the position of the manor and the defensive arrangement in the manor." Although the Obscurus under his hand can't make up too much for me, the big threat, but after all, is the United States. I am inconvenienced to make too much noise. That is to say, but at the moment, the United States itself is already chaotic, and there is not much more than one. "Okay, I am." After Joshua spoke everything he knew, Marx secretly calculated for a while. To be honest, it is not difficult to develop a targeted plan. It is difficult to take into account the reaction that will be made by the US Magic Congress. In your own position, you can find that sometimes the so-called good side of the forces will inevitably have more scruples. Creating and sustaining is always more difficult than destruction. Marx sat on the stool for a moment, and then continued to speak. "You said, I understand it roughly." He nodded. "I will pass tonight, I will probably be back tomorrow. During this time, you will lie in bed and wait. Let's go." Having said that, Marx seemed to think of something and suddenly smiled. "You are now a patient of Madame Pomfrey. No one can dare to tell you what to do here," he said, playing with a smile, "including yourself." After all, he stood up and licked his robe and moved toward the door of the ward. Just at the moment before leaving the ward, his sleeves shook slightly inadvertently. A small black shadow quietly fell from the sleeve tube. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the bed under the door and disappeared. The time is quite right. Just as Marx walked naturally out of the way, Madame Pomfrey at the other end of the corridor opened his pocket watch and glanced at it for a moment. The voice did not fall, and with the sound of bang bang, the torches in the corridor began to go out one by one. The time of the school hospital's blackout was just arrived. Not long after, in the gradual dimly lit corridor, an oil lamp was lit up again. Madame Pomfrey gently picked it off the end of the corridor and carried it slowly toward his office. The night has already come again. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 440. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 440. To be honest, Marx flew a bit unscrupulous today because he felt that he might have to hurry. Although the London side is already dark, the New York side is still bright. When Marx swept over the city with the disillusionment charm, it was still a glimpse of Aura's apparition in the shadow of the street corner. Obviously, during this time they are a lot of busy. After all, the destruction of Obscurus is still very powerful. If you fly in the air, It's okay to say that at most, a group of dark and swarthy fireworks, that's all. But if they want to dig through the wall, the fun of the moles will be big. Oh, I remember, in the United States they are called magi. Marks snorted, raising the speed of the flight to another level, moving straight towards New York's north. His destination is from the River Edge area of New Jersey, which is from the mouth of Joshua. Not long after, he slammed his body, and after grabbing the magic book under his feet, he jumped straight down at high altitude and fell to a bare lawn. The more buildings that cast a lot of spells, the easier it is to spread out complex magic power fluctuations. If you don't pay attention, Marks can't find it all at once, but now he has got a rough position from Joshua. As he approached the ground, he instantly swung his wand, and a majestic updraft quickly offset his falling speed. When it was able to land smoothly, he walked straight ahead to the empty front. It should be that it is right here. Marks will stretch his left hand without the staff and groping in the air. After a few minutes, he seemed to have grasped something and gently pumped it out. Then he took a step forward with the slightest hesitation, such as the fish into the water, and immersed in an invisible barrier. In fact, some brute force methods will definitely be faster, but Marks also needs this layer of barrier to help him cover it, lest the American error come too fast and affect what he has to do. After entering the barrier, on the lawn with nothing in front of him, he immediately added a small private manor that was not too large in size but quite luxurious in decoration. There are quite a few spells. Marks crossed the iron fence door in front of him and took a remote control of the big house inside. He secretly said, "It is not too troublesome." In this manner, not only the defensive magic is solidified on the building, but even a lot of warning spells are cast in the vestibule garden. It's just that in Marks's view, these spells are not out of the normal category, and it won't be too hard to crack. At present, there are hostages in the other hand, and he does not want to be alarmed by too rough. If someone threatens him with the girl named Zoe, is he good? Still not good? If it's the next step, then let's talk. Marks pointed his hand in the right hand toward the iron fence door, and as the magic power oscillated forward, the door sill opened silently in the blink of an eye. He looked around and looked at it. After a little judgment, he stepped forward. Between the steps Marks moved forward. His entire body began to enter the fairly rapid animagus variant. After only 3 or 4 steps, a big body suddenly shrank into an unremarkable hummingbird, and flew into the premise. The warning charms in the garden are quite intricate, and within the scope of Marks's induction. The wires and symbols made up of magic power are quite clear. Yes, whether it is clever analysis or forcible destruction, it is a means of breaking into it. In addition to this, there is a selective avoidance of this approach. Marks's animagus form is strikingly small and can hover extremely stably in the air. Except for some of the curses that exist in the form of faces, he can almost directly drill through. No matter how familiar, cracking always takes a certain amount of time, and avoiding them can save you some time-consuming steps. I saw that the little hummingbird leapt up and down in the garden, and occasionally paused for a few tens of seconds or a minute or two, but most of the time it kept spinning. Not long after, Marks came to a window on the first floor of the manor. After he recovered and returned to the human form, the staff directly clicked on the window frame. In the moment when the curse was quietly broken, the window opened and he flexed and rolled in. Once inside the house, the action will be much smoother. After all, no one will set too many spells in the room that often needs to move. After adding a disillusionment charm to himself, Marks walked quickly along the corridor. It seems that there are still a lot of people left in the house, because he can actually sense the unusual magic power fluctuations. But most of those people are honestly staying in the room. Some are staying together, while others are only 1 or 2. Marks didn't know why the old wizard was so distributed, but he knew that the magical power fluctuations were definitely the obscurus of each and every one. And the 2 people he was looking for, one was the ordinary witch named Zoe, and the other was the dark wizard named Lenny. This means that he only needs to find normal magic power fluctuations. This is obviously not difficult for him, isn't it? Marx walked around the house, and the Obscurus, who was controlled by the old wizard, didn't see it. Every corridor looked a little empty. Obviously those people are in the room, but no one dares to walk out of their room, showing that the old wizard is still very secure. A lot of thoughts. Marx stood in front of a descending ladder and looked at the underground floor that was submerged by the darkness. He silently said, "Be prepared for so long, you will naturally want to be big. It's not surprising that I'm doing it." Most powerful dark wizards have their own beliefs. It is only this belief that always deviates from order, which will lead to all kinds of evils. Although Marx does not agree with their intentions, a firm belief is worthy of recognition. Since you have chosen a path of your own, you can only believe that you are going on, and the scene in front of the magic journey is usually unknown. To blame, you can only blame them for going the wrong way from the beginning, nothing more. Marx was only slightly Aussie, letting himself raise some vigilance, and quickly lifted his legs and went in the darkness under the ladder. This is a zigzag stone staircase. After a few turns, there are some faint rays of light. When Marx walked past a platform again, he saw some low-intensity torches on the side of the stone wall. The flames on the torches are a cold flame of blue, still swaying in the windless underground. Marx knows that those magic flames are so wavering because of the flow of magic power. From the direction of the flame swing, it seems that there are some interesting things hidden underneath, which are constantly absorbing the magic power in the air, forcing them to flow in the same direction. Marx turned his head and stared at the flames, but there was no stop at the foot, and soon he set foot on a long corridor in the ground. From here on, the number of traces of the curse began to increase dramatically. Marx stepped forward carefully, and at first he also untied several trap charms, and then simply turned into an animagus form, which was worn directly from the corners of the corner. There are very few rooms on either side of the gallery, and a stone gate will appear after a long distance. Most of the stone doors were empty, and Marx cracked several times, and then they were too lazy to continue to open the observation. Think about it too. Here is only the second stronghold. The old wizard has just recently moved from the mirror space of the monastery. Naturally not all the places will be used so soon. Well, Marx, who was flying forward, suddenly stopped in midair, and after he had resensed the space inside a stone door next to him, he dismissed his animagus form. And in the next second, he seems to be no longer intending to conceal his existence. The staff in his hand slammed into the stone door quickly. Bang! The powerful reductor curse burst out and smashed the thick stone door into pieces, and even the spells attached to it were destroyed. As the stone shattered, he walked in with the dust and then saw the delicate figure that his hands were suspended in the air. In addition, there is nothing else in this underground stone chamber. Looking at her dress and looks, it should be that Zoe, described by Joshua, is right. Just. Marx stepped forward and reached out and said, "Is magic power broken, dead?" He waved his staff, and a black hair went straight to the woman, but with no difficulty through the other's body, dissipated behind him. Hopeless. Marx was tightly frowns, and after a little thought about it, he turned and walked away. As Dumbledore said, don't be too pity for the dead, because the living people need help more. Right now he has to go to the source that caused the abnormal flow of magic power as soon as possible, and perhaps it will be rewarded. To put it bluntly, even the Obscurus people here are not bad guys. The only thing he is looking for is the culprit. That's all that happened. Just as he walked to the door, a strange wave of violence spread from the outside of the promenade. The magic power that flows through the air in the air suddenly surges at this moment. What happened to this? Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 441. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 441. While inducing a further vision of the magic power flow, Marx violently broke the trap spells laid out in the corridor and flew deep into the promenade. When he quickly reached the deepest part of the corridor, he immediately saw the stone door at the end. The magic power in the air is constantly flowing into the door. As he approached the door, The voice from the door made him speed up again. Hey. Ha ha ha. I understand. I finally understand how to create the most powerful Obscurus. Grindelwald. It turns out that I am not a normal ubiquitous wizard. Even if I leave your help, I will also become a successful wizard. Ha 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 ha. Listening to the words faintly inside the door, the old wizard is obviously close to madness. Even the curse outside was forcibly removed, and he did not distract him. Bang! As Marx approached the stone gate, the staff in his hand rose decisively and blew it directly into pieces. Then, as he did just now, he rushed in without the slightest hesitation. As soon as he entered the door, he saw an old wizard with his eyes covered with bloodshot eyes looking at himself. Just in front of the old wizard, a naked upper body was squatting on his back, half-length brown hair without wind. The magic power that floated in the air seemed to be inexplicably pulled, and rushed to the young boy within the body. On the ground next to the boy, there were several young girls who were almost the same age in the disorder. It seemed that they had no breathing. Who are you? Asked old wizard Lenny. But Marx didn't pay attention to him, but focused on the boy. He could feel the natural magic power that couldn't be directly used by the wizard, but now he is constantly being sucked in body, and the strange energy that turns into Obscurus. Marx knows that this is indeed one of the capabilities of the Obscurus, and that they are more powerful than the ordinary wizard. This high-efficiency absorption and transformation is somewhat unbelievable. Who are you? Answer me. Seeing his own problems was ignored by Marx, and old Rennie was very resentful. He hates this feeling of being neglected, especially after being abandoned by Grindelwald, which makes him even more mad. Answer me, he yelled in the old, hoarse voice of Avada Kedavra. The glaring green beam emerged from the tip of his wand, slightly distorted in the air, like a green lightning hitting Marx. Marx didn't even look at it, but just swung his wand and took the lead to the side with magic power. The green light passed by him, seemingly thrilling, but simply hit the stone wall behind him. I thought you were just an incompetent researcher who went the wrong way, Marx said as he walked toward the teenager. But at least, you have worked tirelessly. But I have to admit that I am wrong, he said, suddenly turned to look at the old Lenny. There is no lack of contempt and coldness in sight. I didn't expect that you didn't go the wrong way at all, but used to escape from deceiving people's all. You may have deceived yourself, but can you deceive others? What do you know? Old Lenny pointed to Marx in anger. His wrinkled fingers were close to wand, and the tip trembled fiercely. Who are you? Who is it? In order to avoid me, you will not hesitate to give up the monastery to move here. Now I am standing in front of you, but you don't know who I am. Marx looked up and down. For these boring studies, I lie for myself. Do you even have a brain that is not normal? After all, he shook his head and returned his gaze back to the boy who was lying on the ground. The words of this old man are ridiculous, because the energy of this young boy within the body is constantly solidifying, so it gradually becomes stagnant. Say he is powerful. Indeed, if it breaks out, the formidable power is amazing, but it can be played. However, the magical power that has condensed to these strengths has long been uncontrollable by humans. Don't say that controlling the normal use of this energy, even if it is left on its own, will only become a group of unpowered energy. That's all after killing the host. But the old wizard Lenny seems to have heard the great insults, slamming his arms and madness. You said this is boring research? He shouted. Do you know what research I am doing? Also say that I avoid you? If it wasn't for Grindelwald's order, you're such a small hair child. I don't even care about it at all. Grindelwald's negation almost made his decades of hard struggles meaningless. Marx's contempt even ruthlessly smashed his dignity as a wizard scholar. Most of the space in Lenny's mind has been occupied by anger. As Marx said, his brain has become abnormal. It was obvious that the first time curse was cracked by Marx casually, but he did not realize that something could not be ignored. Do you understand what you are talking about? Lenny said loudly. How can you understand my great study on your age? It's nothing more than an overexciting means to stimulate his fragile spirit. Marx disapproved. Someone has done this in the Dark Ages of centuries ago. He saw the old man with a horror, and he could not help but shake his head again. Don't you know this? Marx's performance seems to be lacking. There is a record in the literature about Obscurus. Although it is not stated, it is not difficult to understand with a little speculation. The method used, is it like Legilimen's or Imperius' curse? He kept saying the implied meaning of the run, and turned his guess into irritating the other's nourishment, trying to make the old man completely irrational in anger and grievances. This guy after all is the old part of Grindelwald, knowing a lot of intelligence. However, if you use Legilimen's or Veritaserum, Grindelwald may not have left behind. If you want to successfully get the information you want in your mouth, it's best to let yourself say it. Having said that, Marx suddenly turned around and strode to Lenny. You have to do. When the old wizard saw him act, he immediately waved wand. He can be immersed in research all the year round and has long been unfamiliar in the duel of wizard. His curse had not yet been formed, and Marx waved a magic rope to stretch his neck. As for the magic spells that I used, only need Marx pointed the staff at the wand tip in the hands of the old wizard and cast a less common spell. Prior incantato. When Marx read the mantra, a magic power whirls out of his head and turns into an invisible thread that connects with Lenny's wand. Followed by a grey smoke erupted from the sticks of the two, quietly dispersed. The smoke quickly showed a slightly blurred picture. A young child is being bullied by a group of other children, and countless souls are slamming on him, leaving a lot of footprints on his unfamiliar old clothes. After the bullied child returned home, he was scolded by his parents, and he was not allowed to say a word. Obviously, this is the shadow of the young boy who was lying on the ground. For him, perhaps the most terrifying in the world is the deception of peers and the embarrassment of parents. Well, is it the Legilimen's curse? Marx looked at the repeated cycles of the picture, nodded. When Legilimen's is applied to others to forcefully read a certain memory of the other party, that memory will also be played back in the mind of the cursed person. If you repeatedly read the memory, you can make the other party make mandatory memories over and over again. Such a way to make people experience the most painful past and again will indeed make some people with fragile hearts full of despair. The so-called Obscurus. This is a group of children who have the potential of magic but are not guided and depressed. It is not unimaginable to trigger them to go away in this way. But what is the reason that led to the old wizard who wanted to control the power of the Obscurus, suddenly wanted to detonate these bombs? This is a question. It's better to say that you only want to do this now. I am even more surprised. Marx said, he was trying to lift the replay spell and dispel the grey smoke. But he didn't do it yet, and the next vision made him stop his movements. Seeing that the picture that was cycled again and again suddenly dissipated, and then a group of light silver mist emerged from the stick and condensed in the grey smoke. It is a silhouette made up of haze, although the details may be inadvertently clear, but it is roughly able to distinguish the person's appearance. Marx turned his head subconsciously and looked at the young man, one of the young people who were lying on the ground and no longer breathing. And one of them was extremely similar to the silhouette. The replay spell is played back in reverse order according to the spells released by the other party wand. If there is any spell that will make the replay spell appear, it is undoubtedly a curse. Those who die under the wand will appear briefly in some form. Of course, that is not the soul or something, just a phenomenon. That's all. While Marx was back and forth, there were more silhouettes appearing between the two sticks, hanging lightly in front of Marx. Suddenly, Marx found a familiar figure that he had only seen so long. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 442. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 442. The replay spell is undoubtedly a weapon for the Era to investigate, because it forces another wand to play back the spells that have been released in reverse order, starting with the last spell, going all the way until the traces of the spells left in the wand's core are not enough to show them. According to several wand authors, the time limit for replaying spells to reproduce spells should be strongly related to the material of the core. No, some of the material's core is actually more forgetful. This is the original words of Garrick Ollivander. No matter what the core of the rod, In the case of the need to replay the soul curse, the person who died under the sorcerer's curse will be reproduced in the form of a phantom. This kind of humanoid phantom similar to ghost, although it is only a phenomenon, but they actually retain a part of the memory before and after death, and the temperament personality that is almost consistent with the deceased. When this phenomenon first appeared in front of the wizards, it was mistaken to regard it as a way of summon soul manifestation. But when the soul scholars carefully compare them with the actual ghosts, they find that it is just a simulated magic phenomenon. That's all. It's just that the simulation on this phenomenon is too realistic, so that most of the wizards are difficult to distinguish. For now, Marx realized this on the spot. In front of him, the expressions of the teenagers and men were a bit gloomy. They just floated in the air in a feint, looking at each other, then staring at the old wizard. Lenny, who was tightly wrapped around the magic rope, was silent. Obviously, with their character, even after death, they can't identify their murderer with their willpower. This is undoubtedly sad for a creature with wisdom. Is it dead? Zoe floated around Marx and looked down at his hands, seeming to tremble slightly. Yes, I am dead. I remember. Marx stared at her with a trace of doubt on her face. He can feel that at this moment the young witch is made up of pure magic power and a fragmented regular rune, without anything mixed with anything else. Yes, it is exactly the same as the structure of other spells. However, her has a fairly complete consciousness, and should also have enough memory to support her to maintain consciousness. But where are these memories and memories stored? Marx is puzzling. Hello. Marx suddenly started talking. Excuse me, are you the Zoe that Joshua said? Zoe, who was surprised by his state, turned around and the light body made her movements light and erratic. Oh. Yes, are you? She paused, doubtfully, then stunned. Ah, you are the McClawn that the guy mentioned. Zoe seems to remember the words that Joshua said at the beginning. Before Joshua's violent walk, he repeatedly mentioned the Marx's surname, compared to Zoe's memory of the surname. As you said, I am McClawn. Marx nodded. Marx McClawn. He was talking, but hesitated a little. Well, sorry. Marx sighed, said, I seem to be late. No, how can you blame you? Zoe shook his head decisively, but he was somewhat saddened. Just, my parents and grandmother, they still don't know that I am dead. If they know it, will it be very sad? I can't help too much about this, Marx said, but if you can tell me your full name, then I can at least help you convey some of your last words to them. My last name is Kulski, Zoe snorted and whispered. But my parents may have a hard time finding them because they have been away from the US for a long time. You can find my grandmother, it should be in Dorset now in Britain. Is it? Marx nodded, said, what? It's not hard to find. You should know most of the Britain people. My grandmother's elder sister is the Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Marx, hearing this, I couldn't help but be a little surprised. Oh, I really know it all, he said thoughtfully. I think your death will probably stop Mr. Scamander from suspending his retirement. Is it because Gellert Grindelwald? Zoe said, hesitated. In fact, I have something to say to you. Oh, please. Marx glanced at the staff in his hand, and the top of his staff was still facing the wad tip of the old wizard, and the magic power wire was not interrupted. During the conversation between the two of them, the replay spell continued to take effect. I will pass on your words to your loved ones as completely as possible. No, Zoe shook his head again. His expression became serious. I don't want to say this. She was a little stopped and said quickly, Mr. McClawn, in fact, I accidentally read a memory of this dark wizard before I died. What memory? Marx subconsciously glanced at the old man. About you and Grindelwald, Zoe said. Grindelwald is cheating you with an illusion. He asked the old man to send a female child to the Hogwarts magic school. Wanting. Marx was listening carefully to Zoe's words, but suddenly he turned his head. Almost at that same time, a magic power blows off Zoe's silhouette in an instant, and her voice stops. This can't be done. The old wizard lightly snorted, which can make a replay spell to expose the truth. Old Lenny is just an ordinary wizard, that's all. Grindelwald. Marx immediately saw the situation as soon as he saw the old wizard expression change. Hello, we met again. The other calmly said, although I really want to talk to you, well, but I am sorry, this time I am really busy here, not very suitable for chatting with you. The voice didn't fall. Marx didn't even have time to say anything, but saw a strange surge under the skin of the old wizard, and even burst into tears. Marx reacted as quickly as possible. He ignored the flesh and blood of the sky and quickly waved his staff. Wand Axio. However, it was only a few broken rods that flew into his hands. This cunning. He hasn't complained yet, but his expression has changed. In the next second, he quickly took the portcout, and in a twinkling of an eye, he disappeared into the stone chamber with a splash of blood. When Marx appeared again at the gate of Hogwarts, his pupils tightened instantly. On the second floor of the castle, at the location where the school hospital is located, a black hole is very eye-catching. Just in the midair outside the castle, a group of black fog flowing inside Mars is flying at high speed to the Ravenclaw Tower in the west. The size of the black fog is huge, but Marx has never seen it before. Bad. To be honest, he thought he had paid considerable attention. Even because of some signs, he left the alienated Acromanchulu as a surveillance in the ward of the school hospital. But when I thought about it, it was his old Marf who finally warned him. In fact, it was too late, and Marx didn't even think about it. He immediately turned on the quick ability and broke out his biggest speed so far. It was like a gust of wind that swept through the Ravenclaw Tower. However, after all is hesitant. The ordinary spell is difficult to prevent Obscurus, but the powerful strength of Rule is easy to produce terrifying accidents. The black mist is obviously unscrupulous. Marx released a few impediment jinx in the distance, barely letting it slow down a bit, and the silver-white giant eagle, followed by Akkus at full speed, hit the side of the black fog. But this series of attacks, still failed to completely prevent the black fog. Bang! Marx's Patronus forcibly changed the black fog of some flight trajectories, dragging the long tail to the edge of the Ravenclaw Tower, and the outer wall of the tower immediately broke a gap. Seeing that there were some silhouettes that were knocked out of the castle by the impact, and the bricks and stones fell along the lawn below, Marx immediately casts a wide range of levitation charms. Otherwise those students are life-threatening even if they just fall. At the same time, the Silver Eagle Patronus did not rest, but in the middle of the air and the dark fog. Marx didn't know how many casualties had happened just now, and Luna was not there. But even if she is fine, Marx can't just let go now. He is really angry. This time is really angry. I saw him wearing a wizard robe with old wizard Lenny's blood for a while without wind. This is a sign that a wizard has mobilized the whole body's magic power. In general, ordinary wizards are not able to make all magic powers active, but a good enough wizard can do this. In the next moment, Marx lifted up the staff, and the rule dice of the ice blue appeared immediately, and a very solid blue-white light column rushed into the sky. The black mist that was entangled by the silver giant eagle was pierced by the light column of the strength of Rule in the blink of an eye. The part of the direct attack disappeared completely, and the black fog around it became a frozen white dot. During the period from the height to the ground, it has been unable to support its own structure, and it has become a crystal clear drift in the night wind. After seeing the attack, Marx never took care of it, but rushed straight to the lawn next to the Ravenclaw Tower. Until then, the regular light column in the air was obscured. In the place where it passed, only a few ice crystal snowflakes were scattered. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 443. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 443. Luna. As soon as he ran to the lawn under the Ravenclaw Tower, under the moonlight, Marx immediately saw a familiar light golden. Luna fell sideways on the floor, wearing a rather strange pajamas on her body, and it seemed that there was no obvious injury at first glance. Marx hurried forward and half lifted the upper body of the young girl, leaning it on his lap. Then he checked her up slightly and anxiously. Fortunately, it should be just that the head was hit and fainted. After a while, Marks finally sighed in relief. After carefully feeding her a few small potions, he hugged Luna. Until then, he had the time to observe the situation of other students. Quite a few. The young wizard that fell from the tower had a total of 9 people. 3 of them were apparently smashed by the black fog, and some parts of the body had already appeared ash-black, shrinking. Fortunately, when the black mist rushed straight toward the tower, Marks's Patronus slammed its flight direction a bit, or it would have been worse. Just as Marks cast a levitation charm and planned to bring them back to the castle, Professor McGonagall and others quickly arrived. McLawn. Professor McGonagall anxiously asked, "What happened just now?" "Your Patronus is talking to something," she was quick to ask, but when she saw the look of Marks, she was shocked. Marks, are you okay?" Marks, hearing this, with some doubts, looked at Professor McGonagall, then he looked down at each other's eyes. The set of wizard robes he wore was full of dark red blood, and there were even some sticky pieces that could not be distinguished. "Oh, nothing. This is not my blood," Marks quickly said, specifically say a little later, "I don't fully understand it now." In short, bring the students in, and immediately check and treat. He used the levitation charm to hold the young wizards, mostly in the unconscious, holding Luna in his arms, and hurried to the castle gate. Behind him, Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout have the same concerns on their faces. The little Professor Flitwick seems to be calm. He is just frowns, and seems to be thinking about the word obscurus that Marks just mentioned, and Snape, standing on the last side, still stretched his expressionless face. He stared at Marks, who was striding ahead, and the female child in Marks's arms, only paused before he followed. Probably because the movements that have just been made are a bit big. Many students have been awakened, and some of the students have already ran out of the bedroom and walked into the hall through the common room of their respective houses. Professor McGonagall rushed back all the time, even if he sternly screamed. In a hurry, Marks vaguely glimpsed Hermione's 3 silhouettes. Perhaps they not only saw themselves, but also Luna, who was in his arms and unconscious. Marks apparently has no time to explain anything to them. All the way to the school hospital, Madame Pomfrey was waiting by the corridor. Her office was on the other side of the corridor, and it was safe and sound. It was just a ward over the ward. Inside, not only did the wall ruin a large hole, but even the interior was like a hurricane swept through the general, incomparable messy. Joshua shrank in the corner of the room, and it seemed that he was fainting. Followed by Professor Flitwick, quickly cast a repair spell, and for a time, all kinds of damaged objects immediately hang up and start to piece together. The collapsed beds is in the wall that was damaged. The last brick was automatically filled into the brick hole, and everything became as intact as it had not happened. Of course, except for the big spider that fell in the corner of the ward. Marks glanced at the already defunct small 11 and placed the young wizards floating behind him, Joshua in the corner, and Luna in his arms on each of the empty beds. There is still a spider here. Professor Flitwick stared cautiously at the little 11. Who were bending 4 pairs of spider legs, hesitantly. "Are we missing one before?" "No, that's what I raised." Marks was a little heavy. "In fact, it was my stay here for surveillance, but I thought." "Survey?" On the side of Professor Sprout suddenly looked at the side. "What to monitor? Have you forgotten?" Professor Flitwick heard Marks say, and soon showed a thoughtful look. "There should be a patient lying in the ward before." Marks tapped nodded. "Professor Snape, did you prepare the detoxification potion for her?" He turned and asked. "Yes." Snape's expression looked a bit gloomy. "But it takes time to detoxify potion. She shouldn't wake up tonight." "Maybe there are other reasons?" Marks seemed to be absent-minded and replied casually, "Perhaps because of the physique of the Obscurus, or something else." He was a little stopped, but immediately waved his hand. "Professor, Madame Pomfrey, let's check the students first, and then consider the rest." After that, he took the lead to go to the bed closest to him. The moon tonight is quite bright, and the cold silver glow not only illuminates the broad court outside the castle, but even the ward is transparent. While scrutinizing a student who had been eroded by the obscurus, the afterglow of Marx's eyes seemed to have caught a shadow. He immediately turned his head in a vigilant manner and looked out the lawn outside the window, but found nothing. What? Marx frowned. The heart said that he should not appear to see the situation. The lawn of the court can be so flat, and it can be seen from here. Still worried, he decided to go out and explore it carefully after confirming that the students were okay. Late at night, I searched Marx several times inside and outside the campus and returned to the ward. After careful examination of those students, the casualties caused by this accident have been determined. In addition to Helensken, the rest included a total of 10 students in Luna, 3 of whom suffered from the erosion of the energy of the obscurus, and the injury was quite severe. Others, however, only suffered physical damage of varying degrees. If this happened in the Mole world, those students who were bruised would have to die young. They have to be thankful that after all this happened in the magic circle. As long as it is pure physical damage, in most cases, as long as you keep a breath, it is very likely to be quickly cured with the help of powerful healing potions and recovery spells. And those students who have been hurt by terrifying magic are obviously more fortunate, because there are not only Snape, the heavyweight potions grandmaster, but also Marx, who has already learned a little about Obscurus. It may take a lot of effort, but most of it is just a matter of time, that's all. As for Joshua, who passed out, he was incredibly unscathed. Judging from his physical state, it is not so much the fainting caused by the injury, it is better to say that it is more reasonable to be afraid of the past. However, at this moment, Marx obviously has not had much thought to concentrate on treating them. What he cares more about is Miss Lovegood, who is lying asleep on his bed. Well, even if the female child is not hurt too much. In fact, Luna had already woken up just before Marx left the ward and went to search. Her status is not bad, just a faint bruise on her head, probably where she got somewhere. When she saw a worried Marx, she was still the look of the embarrassed, and she laughed at Marx leisurely, and asked her if she wanted to go to the mistletoe to find a hook. Right now, Marx sat on the stool next to her bed, quietly licking the soft outline of her face. Light Golden's delicate long hair spreads across the pillow, accompanied by clear moonlight, filled with misty brilliance. This calming picture made Marx's heart sway a little quieter. Until now, he has had the resources to sort out his thoughts and repeat what happened tonight in his mind. The first is the secret manner that Obscurus hides. Zoe, who appears in the replay spell, seems to want to say something. It's just a pity that she hadn't had time to finish it, and she was suddenly dissipated by Grindelwald, who had controlled the old wizard Lenny. There is no doubt that Zoe clearly knows what the truth is, or some clue that is close to the truth. And these things, Grindelwald definitely don't want Marx to know. He still remembers that Zoe said that he had read some of the memories of the old wizard Lenny. However, Lenny himself was extremely decisively smashed by Grindelwald, which directly led to Marx having to replace the whole body of clothing. Well, don't mention changing clothes. This is a trivial matter. The key is that Hogwarts was suddenly attacked by Obscurus while it was turned into a bloody rain. That Helensken is really not a good person. Marx always has a vague guess about this. However, the light is now in this situation, but his heart cannot help but give birth to an inexplicable feeling. Just like, I always feel that I should have missed something. Marx's eyebrows were slightly tightened again. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 444. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 444. Hogwarts went back and forth one after another, and finally some parents couldn't stand it anymore. Even during this time, Gilderoy Lockhart will occasionally conduct a soothing publicity campaign in front of the public, but the frequent occurrence of the incident has caused his publicity to continue to decline. The next morning, with the guardians of nearly 20 students coming to Hogwarts, I asked Professor McGonagall, and the reporter of Daily Prophet quickly got a message. It is foreseeable that tomorrow's newspaper is definitely not very good looking. Of course, these parents are parents, and it is reasonable to think about the safety of their children. In this regard, there is nothing wrong with their behavior, and no one can stop them from picking up their children. Because of his feelings for Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall naturally stayed in a row. But even if the students are willing to stay in school, most of them are not parents. In the end, Hogwarts suddenly had 11 students absent from school and 3 students dropped out, including 5 Ravenclaw who were injured in the incident last night. Among the young wizards still recovering, the more serious ones have been transferred to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, but not too serious. They were directly taken home. To be honest, when the relevant report on Daily Prophet comes out tomorrow, this number will certainly increase. As a result, Hogwarts' reputation will inevitably lead to cracks. After sending a smile to the parents of the students, the mood of Professor McGonagall was obviously low. It was not long before Dumbledore died, and even his public funeral was not officially held. Professor McGonagall suddenly felt a deep embarrassment. She can clearly feel that the gap between herself and Dumbledore is inexplicable. As for marks, Professor McGonagall is very clear. She knew the teacher's attendance form, and how much energy marks consumed for the school, and how much trouble was solved quietly. Professor McGonagall knows better. How can Marks have the ability to have innate talent? It is just a child. Let a child run around and even struggle with all kinds of darkness. Professor McGonagall's heart can't bear to pile up into mountains. But if this is not the case, I am afraid that Hogwarts is not the simplest situation in which more than a dozen students have dropped out of school. Watching the parents take the child, accompanied by Filch, gradually went to the main entrance of the school. Professor McGonagall was extremely rare-eyed. McLawn, if you are tired, you can take a break. Standing on the side of the castle gate, Marks, hearing this, turned around and looked at Professor McGonagall with a surprise, because in the tone of the other party, he heard a very mild Minerva McGonagall, who has always been serious and tough, will not easily reveal the softness. To be honest, how powerful people will be weak in certain situations. Even the wisdom is as good as Dumbledore, let alone other people. Marks knows that Professor McGonagall must have suffered too much pressure. Professor, Marks whispered, I'm actually okay, just selling some strength from time to time, that's all. It's you, it's a tough job to keep the school running, and you're responsible for it. Too much. He paused, and then turned to persuade. Don't set too high a goal for yourself because of Professor Dumbledore. It will only create more unnecessary pressure on yourself, that's all. Now it is different from the past. Your burden, it must be heavier than Professor Dumbledore. What we need to do now is that everyone is doing their best. Please don't put the entire Hogwarts on your own. As a long-established and world-renowned school headmaster, it is sure to be struggling and ruthless, even if there is an agent in front of the headmaster's name. Marks can't do this kind of difference, so he understands the weight contained in it. When Professor McGonagall was blinded by heavy pressure, Marks didn't mind trying to clear the way for her because he could and could only do it. Good child. Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment and suddenly laughed at him and was as kind as an ordinary grandmother. Immediately in the next moment, her face was again severely covered, as if the one that Marks had just seen was just an illusion. McLawn, you have worked hard for this time, but the situation will be more severe. If something happens, I hope you can continue to work with me to protect this Hogwarts. Of course. Marks slightly nodded. In addition, Professor McGonagall paused a little and quickly continued. It's time for Christmas, and the Christmas dinner is a holiday. Dumbledore's funeral will be held public during the holidays. Well, Marks heard this and immediately agreed. The funeral is publicly held only to convey our confidence to the public. There is no need to involve all the students. After all, most of this funeral will not be too peaceful. This sentence Marks did not say. But even if he doesn't say it, Professor McGonagall knows it. Declaring that Hogwarts has enough confidence to resist foreign enemies, this will not only give parents a little peace of mind, but also show their determination to the power of darkness. In addition, whether Dumbledore is dead or not will also become a jealousy in the minds of the dark wizards who intend to touch Hogwarts. For this reason, although there will be no big scenes and great efforts to attack, sometimes small-scale temptations are inevitable. Not to mention Grindelwald. At least Voldemort will never miss this opportunity. After Marks and Professor McGonagall talked a few more about the Obscurus last night, Professor McGonagall, who still had countless work to complete, quickly left. Marks thought about it and went back to the school ward to accompany Luna. Although he also really wants to take Hermione to the secret island of Rowena, try to convince the group of elves as soon as possible. But now, he really doesn't want to leave Luna's side, because it always makes him uneasy. Just like this time, even if he was more or less vigilant from the beginning, he was always guarding the refuge from Grease. To this end, he even deliberately avoided too much contact with Luna, for fear that Luna would be targeted by some unscrupulous people. But who knows, in the case of stagnation, there is almost no irreparable tragedy. He doesn't want to come back like this again. Therefore, he decided to wait for Luna to fully recover, and then take her to the island to see the elves. As long as you keep Luna by your side, you can at least give him a lot of peace of mind. Do you not do things today? In the ward, Luna leaned half-eight on the pillow and looked at Marks with both eyes. Her words are still ethereal and comfortable, as if what happened last night was totally unrelated to her, and she didn't care too much. Well, Marks said gently, I always feel that I haven't been sitting with you for a long time. There's nothing today. I'm here to accompany you, is it? Luna tilted her head and stared at Marks and looked up and down. She was very interested. I heard that you have gone to the United States. Have you encountered any interesting things? Of course, there are still quite a few. Marks nodded, said, right, there is one thing you will be interested in. I saw a Thunderbird over there. Oh, Luna seems to have some surprises, and even her eyes are much clearer. That must be windy. They will create storms. Yes. The wind is big, Marks said with a smile. It is said that they are close relatives to Phoenix. Except for the tail feathers, I really don't see where they are near. Thunderbird's head is more than I expected to be bigger. As far as I can see, they are at least not lost to dragon in size. At the sun shone brightly by the window, Marks deliberately picked things from a peaceful angle and slowly shared them with Luna. Although the darkness he encountered was obviously deeper than the light, he really did not want to use the disgusting people and things to pollute the purely female child. During the gradual conversation between the two, the time gradually passed away, and they seemed to return to the leisure time that was quietly at the Lovegood home. However, on the other side of Luna, Marks deliberately suppressed the gloomy, and Hermione was completely low on their side. Hermione's heart is very complicated about Helen's business. She was obviously very fond of the female child. When she learned that Helen was inexplicably the murderer of the student, it took a while to accept the fact. But after her acceptance, there was endless remorse in her heart. Marks did not make a mistake last night, when Hermione and the three of them quickly rushed to the foyer and made a brief photo with Marks. And Luna, who is in the arms of Marks, is naturally seen by them. Hermione, she thought she would be embarrassed, but afterwards she discovered that she was worried at the time. Luna is a good female child, although she often makes some strange moves, but her heart is undoubtedly pure and kind. Like Luna, a female child, she not only couldn't give birth to her heart, but also blamed Helen for her unbelief. For Hermione, who is silent, Harry and Ron know a little bit, because they are also afraid after dark. In the aftermath of this incident, the emotions of the three young lions of Gryffindor have fallen into a trough. It is because they believe in the power of friendship that they will be more skeptical. Although Marks had caused some misunderstandings, at least the ending was good. But this time, What is in front of them is simply the fact that someone really deceived their friendship. Just in this silence, the same heavy Ron suddenly raised his head. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 445. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 445. Harry, Hermione, we can't be so depressed. Remember, we have a lot of things we have to do. We can't waste time in this place. Ron, who once misunderstood Marks, understands the feeling of being cheated. The more he understands that this inner entanglement is actually not helpful to him. If there is no Marks, then he is probably the most annoying one now. But now he vaguely knows that instead of filling his own heart with remorse, or even doubting his friendship, it is better to focus this energy on other more important places. If they have enough strength to stop the crisis, then in the face of this situation, presumably will have more surplus. With the help of Marks, he saw his mediocre innate talent. In order not to be further and further away by Harry and Hermione, he must work harder. It was this kind of vigilance that made him revive one step at a time. Under the rare reminder of Ron, Hermione and Harry couldn't help but look at each other. They discovered that they didn't know when they started, they were blocked by the gloom of their hearts, and they became immersed in the world of their own self. Oh, Hermione was annoyed. I think you are right, Ron. Harry suddenly turned over and rolled his bag after a little wake up. Thank you, Ron, he gratefully said as he turned it over. You don't say. I almost can't think of it. We have to continue learning the Marks material that Marks sent us last time. Their extra defense against the dark arts class was only one time, but the content contained in it was enough for them to practice for a long time. As Ron said, now they really don't have that much time to think about anything else. Especially after witnessing a dangerous arrival, their desire to strengthen their strength has become more and more intense. Soon, they completely opened their worries and focused their attention on the heavy spell rebuilding. To be honest, Marks should have had a lot to do. He is going to send a message of death to the girl named Zoe, and he has to try to sort out a clue about the previous events. Of course he has to prepare for the trip to the secret island of Rowena again. He should even before those. The children who were sent to Hogwarts were placed in a more suitable place. Obviously, things are a bit horrible, but he does not dare to leave easily. To do so, he had to write a letter and send it to Dorset on the English Channel. The Scamanders live there now, and Zoe's grandmother should still be there. This letter is undoubtedly very heavy. In fact, the best way to communicate is to run it by himself and face it. The situation at the moment does not allow Marks to go out at will, helpless. He also has to hope that Zoe's relatives can be slightly more understanding. As for the children rescued from the dungeons, the Order of the Phoenix can help the people. Even if he is not there, the children may be anxious, but once they have settled down, they should be fine. So, now Marks is accompanying Luna and wondering what the letter should be written to make it look less awkward. After all, this letter will certainly be sent to the hands of Mr. Newt Scamander. It was a wizard in the field of magical biology, a person of virtue and prestige. He should be more cautious in wording. When he was hesitating with Quill, Luna, who was staying on the bed as usual, suddenly returned to sobered up, and his eyes fell unconsciously on the bed at the corner of the ward. Lying there is Joshua. At the moment he is remained silent, lying in the bed, and has not moved. He didn't dare to speak. After the previous fainting, he became more silent. Not only did he not talk, but even people asked him, he never stopped reacting, just like putting a whole hard shell on his heart. Marks also said a few words to him, trying to get some of the night's situation from his mouth. After all, that night, except for Helenskin and Acromantula, only he was still there. But in addition to the most basic eating and drinking Lazar, this guy will only lie on the bed and carry the body. There are still many students in the school hospital, and even Marks can't use the Legilimens curse to get information in this case. Of course, Legilimens can't be used. Marks Naturally and Veritaserum can be used. Marks is planning to put a little bit of material in the water he drinks after writing the letter and resolving the matter of reporting to Zoe. But before that, Luna seemed to have some interest in Joshua. Marks, after looking at the bed from Joshua for a while, She gently opened her mouth. "What's wrong?" Marks heard the sound and immediately took his attention from the letterhead that he'd just written a format. Looked at Luna on the bed. "Is it going to have some afternoon tea?" Luna shook his head slightly, and gestured to the side with a scalloped fiber. "He looks very painful," she said softly. "If you just immerse yourself in pain, you will usually ignore more good things, don't you?" "Is it?" Marks looked at her with her eyes. "I think you are right. His heart should be very painful. After all, it was an Obscurus, and pain and depression were the source of their strange power. If there is no such unspeakable depression, then they will not be Obscurus." "Marks, do you know Thestral?" Luna's topic suddenly began to jump again. She asked slyly. "That's an interesting creature." "Well," Marks nodded, said, "when you witness and understand the dead, you can see their silhouette. They fly very fast, and the direction is amazing. But some people think that seeing them is an unknown symbol, saying that they will attract disasters." Luna blinked and some disapproved. "So many people don't like to see them, even if they don't dare to see. They instead hurry to escape." Yes, Marks didn't know what Luna suddenly said about Thestral. He only knows that this female child often does this, and when she talks, she always has no trace. But when Marks was about to continue to follow the topic of Thestral, he seemed to realize what it was like, and put his eyes back to Joshua. "To be honest, the existence of the Obscurus is not the same as Thestral. Everyone has aversion and fear for them, thinking that they will cause trouble and cause unnecessary losses. But all of this has nothing to do with them. Thestral is just a special magic creature, and the Obscurus is just a special wizard, that's all. The particularity of Thestral is expressed in their characteristics. Once linked to death, people are always upset and instinctively avoiding it. As for the Obscurus, they are even more unfortunate. They are all children of each and every one with magic potential. If their innate talent is not suppressed, they will become real wizards and take their own magic journey. Centuries ago, when the wizard was still mixed in the Mole world, the huge Mole was trying to persecute them for fear of the power of the wizard. The large-scale trial of witchcraft has widely spread the concept of this hatred of wizards. That period was aimed at the dark ages of the wizard, and thus became the period with the largest number of Obscurus. At least for now, as wizards and moles live elsewhere, the odds of Obscurus have been greatly reduced. Over time, even this vocabulary has been forgotten by most wizards. There is no doubt that the Obscurus who were forcibly made in this era, each of them, is the most unfortunate. With this in mind, Marks also understood what Luna wanted to say. Obscurus, who has a hard heart and is not understood by others, needs everyone to pass on goodwill. There is nothing wrong with them. The only mistake is those who turn them into such a person. Now that Joshua is in the same ward, Helenskin, who lurks Hogwarts and wounded, is probably the same. Similar to Joshua, whose heart is hidden in the past, Helenskin is the reason for these attacks. Most of the reasons will also sigh uncontrollably. Of course, why did she do this, even if it is difficult to know? No, Marks thought, but secretly thought. I probably know Joshua. Although Helen is dead, the old wizard, one of the culprit, has also become a bloody rain, but most other Obscurus are still alive. Even if you know the estimate is not useful, you can still get some clues about Grindelwald from it. Marks silently nodded in the heart, and this problem is also remembered. At this point, he saw Luna open the latest issue of the Quibbler, and turned his attention to the magazine, and then requicked Quill, staring at the blank letter paper. During his moments of frowning and sometimes writing, the faint sunshine was covered by the clouds floating in the distance. Not long after, the snow filled the world again. Most of the students in the ward put their eyes outside and quietly admired the whiteness of the sky. Is it almost Christmas? I don't know who suddenly said something. Suddenly, in the whispered discussion of the Kitty Hawks, the festive atmosphere that gradually enriched diluted the coldness in the ward. and a warmth was born in everyone's heart. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 446. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 446. What is your name? Joshua Rockwell. Why don't you talk during this time? I'm afraid of Miss Sohn. How much do you know about Helen Skin, the female child? The owner discovered her 3 years ago. She is different from us. She was already in possession of this terrifying power before being taken to the monastery. She can control them without the help of branding, and it is more than as powerful. Anything else? No, I don't know. Then she was taken to another place by the owner. Under the influence of Veritaserum, Joshua could no longer keep talking. When Marks began to ask questions step by step, he responded with a sentence. So, did you see that night? Marks asked. Yes, Joshua immediately nodded. I didn't find that I was lying behind the curtain at the beginning, Miss Sohn. I used to listen to Ms. Pomfrey's command to sleep on the bed that day. But at night, I woke up for a while. I saw a huge spider fighting with a black mist. When he recalled the situation at the time, he still seemed to be trembling in fear. At that time, I was thinking, I must have been sent by the master to come to me. The master must punish me again. But the big spider is very powerful. Its ability makes the speed of the black fog slow down a lot. Joshua trembling with fear, but later, the volume of the black mist suddenly increased several times, and the big spider was knocked out at once. Having said that, he is paused, and his whole body is trembled like a sieve. I didn't dare to move at the time, he feared. And then the black mist suddenly rushed to me and gathered into Miss Skin. I think she must recognize me. Marks feels that even if he is afraid, he should not shake this virtue. Perhaps behind a fear of Joshua, there is still a specific experience hidden. Why are you so afraid of her? What did she do to you? Marks asked suddenly. She. Joshua seemed to want to grit her teeth, but it made a giggling sound. Miss Skin once killed my former companion. Killed a few. She hates Master, and hates us as much. I hate the old man. How much can I understand? But why does she hate you? Marks wondered. Joshua grinned and couldn't stop saying what he was thinking, making him more nervous, and breathing became quick and messy. No, I don't know. He was intermittent. What was it before she was taken to the monastery, you know? Marks shook his head slightly and had to ask another question. No, she never talks to us, and we rarely talk to her. The inability to conduct interpersonal interactions is one of the characteristics of Obscurus. Although Marks didn't intend to get too much detailed information, there is nothing to ask about asking, which is a bit too. The last question. Marks thought for a moment. What do you know about Helen Skin's mission? Nothing is said, Joshua replied. The master sent us to attack the Greek Minos magic school overnight, and then let Miss Skin pretend to be one of the students. Marks is nodded first, but it is slightly frowned. It's not that you don't know, but your master simply no specific order, is that true? He thought for a moment, and then he confirmed. Yes. Joshua was sure. So, will your master explain to Helen Skin in advance if you don't know? For Marks's natural guess, Joshua shook his head decisively. Impossible. He explained. Before that mission, Miss Skin was always performing the last mission. That mission was very sudden. The master was as usual. After coming out of study, immediately she was recalled urgently. When she returned to the monastery, we immediately rushed to Greece. Marks immediately noticed the phrase in Joshua's words from the study as usual. He was thinking, maybe that is to contact Grindelwald. Just to say that, when Grindelwald was in Nurmengard, he would always communicate with the old man in secret. Do you know Dumbledore about this? After that, Marks continued to ask a few questions and finally ended the conversation after discovering that there were no other valuable answers. But he never thought that the next day, Joshua gradually began to speak. Probably for him, yesterday was inexplicable with Marks for a while. You asked me to answer, unexpectedly opened his self-enclosure. Veritaserum, which was originally used as an interrogation tool, was active in treating mental illness, and Marks was quite surprised. For this reason, before Marks started asking questions yesterday, the silent spells that were placed around him were also treated as a secret treatment by the young wizards in the ward. Because at the time they only saw Marks and Joshua's mouth kept moving, but nothing could be heard. Like this benign misunderstanding of the book, Marks is naturally happy to see it. So when a student praises his treatment for its effectiveness, he is cheeky and gives the default. There is nothing wrong with it anyway, isn't it? He thought secretly. That evening, after dinner time, after finishing the notes in the ward, and watching Luna finish eating the sick meal that looked quite good, he finally left the school hospital under the urging of Madame Pomfrey. Today, it is the turn of the second gathering of the defense team. This kind of activity that can bring more full resistance to Hogwarts will naturally not be ignored. Although the growth of those young wizards will inevitably take time, if these fine linen can be twisted into a rope, the strength that can be withstood is not to be underestimated. After all, the main opponents are Voldemort and Grindelwald, but they won't attack with just 2 people. Once Marks is against the enemy, the biggest threat will be a lot of dark wizards coming along. When Marks came to the responsive room, the 3 Harry, Hermione and Ron had arrived. Marks. Hermione immediately stepped forward and said hello, good evening. Behind her, Harry and Ron, who had been looking at some Defense Against the Dark Arts books on the shelf, followed them. How are you, okay? Marks confirmed, I remember you and Helen were close, this time. Nothing, of course it's okay. Hermione was talking, but shook her head slightly. No, how could it be okay? But this time, thanks to Ron reminding me and Harry, let's not waste too much for it. Time, yeah? Harry also hurried. If there is no Ron, we don't know when it will be depressed. It's not enough time to be clear, but when Marks heard it, he glanced at Ron subconsciously, only to find that the guy was still embarrassed. Don't say that. If I don't mention it, you will definitely want to understand soon. He put on Harry's shoulder. I know you are not the kind that will put things in your heart, then let yourself an idiot who can't breathe. To be honest, it's only the one who used me, that's it. Don't be shy, Ron. Marks smiled. You're doing very well. Friends have problems, so remind them as soon as possible. You make me feel real friendship. He was a little stopped and thought again. For this, I think I should give you some gifts. What to say? Ron quickly ran to Marks, only hesitated a little, and patted him on the shoulder. Are you not our best friend? When Marks couldn't help but feel so moved, he said, that, I said, buddy. What good things are you going to send me? Looking at Ron's lively look, Marks seemed to see him look at him the first time in the Burrow Weasley family's child. There is a large proportion of this character. Obviously, Ron has indeed come out of his life, a living creature like his father Arthur, who has awakened from his bones. When I think about it, Marks shrugged, said, maybe a big fully automatic gold cauldron is a good choice. Hey! Ron jumped up. Isn't that a gift I gave you before? But Harry poked his back. Gold cauldron. It's gold cauldron. Harry reminded, not gold-plated, pure gold. Pure. Oh, Merlin's calf. Ron instantly widened his eyes. Really? Marks, are you telling the truth? What is true? Just as Ron had a good surprise, the door was opened again, and a group of Gryffindor members, such as Neville and Ginny, came in and piled up. And the question that came out of this sentence was Fred and George, who was at the forefront. The pair of twins was almost at the same time, and even the sounds were stacked together. No, nothing. Ron shouted with his hands waving. If they knew about the pure gold cauldron by the pair of big brothers, they would try their best to get their hands and then exchange it with the slightest hesitation to study the funds of their magic prank products. Come on, our time is not enough. The first-timers will immediately begin to show you the results of your self-practice these days. Marks no longer talked nonsense, and greeted everyone to check out their learning of rebuilding the spell. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 447. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 447. Okay, Since everyone has arrived, today's defensive extra course will be officially started. But before that, I will make some comments on everyone's self-exercise. It is quite spacious in the room, or as above. Flat floors, complete equipment, and a sense of tension, all provide an excellent environment for training on defense against the dark arts. And in the middle of the room, Marx is standing in front of a group of young wizards, speaking before the class starts tonight. To be honest, after another emergency, everyone became more eager for the real defense against the dark arts. Although at the time of the gathering of all the members, many people have already noticed that they seem to have lost 5 or 6 people among the members of these defense teams. Except for Luna and another Ravenclaw, who were still in the hospital ward, the rest of the absentee had been taken away from Hogwarts by their parents. Obviously, the storm of taking off and dropping out of school also affected the defense team. Through some small tests for everyone, I can see that everyone has learned more or less. Marx said, I know that the information is a bit more, but everyone can follow their own pace. I have studied and practiced step by step. I have said it last time, I have not stipulated when I must finish them all. Remember, learning slowly is fine, but you must learn to be meticulous and accurate. You must cast a fixed spell at a fixed time and with a fixed speed and track. Believe me, this is very important. Having said that, Marx is suddenly paused. Well, as for why this is important, he emphasized, and then explained, through today's training, everyone will understand. After all, I saw him arbitrarily recruited, and a training figure who had been resting in the room against the wall was stunned by Accio and fell steadily beside him. The doll looks like it was made of some kind of hard black wood. Under the illumination of the light, its smooth surface is still a little reflective. The upper body is similar to the human body, while the lower body is a solid bracket, which makes it look like a dummy model used to show the top in a clothing store. In the head and chest of this training puppet, there is a target drawn in red paint. Today we will use this. Marx patted the dummy's shoulders and everyone seemed a little excited, which meant they were about to have a chance to practice the spell. Of course, I can understand the excitement of everyone. In fact, today we will focus on practicing 3 very practical spells, which are not difficult, but they still occupy a fairly high position in the wizard duel. I think everyone knows that most of the magic circles in various countries have held duel competitions, and there are not many wizards involved in the past years. But because the duel contests are usually not dangerous, so at least our all-English wizard duel contest has been called to stop for a few years. I have looked up statistics for major wizard duels. Although the players have used more curses than Merlin's beards, you know, various derivations or strange ways of applying. In short, each and every one said that it can't be said. There are some endless curses, but some of them have a very high probability of use. The first curse I want to say today is the most frequently used in statistical materials. Shield Charm. The voice has not fallen, and some of the young wizards have begun to react. This spell also exists within the scope of the OWL's exam, and some students have apparently already learned. Yes, that's right. Marx reached out and told everyone to be quiet. As everyone knows, Shield Charm is very difficult to get started, because its spell is short. There are only 3 syllables. And its stick the trajectory is even more incredible. Having said that, Marx took out an ordinary wand and casually made a few strokes in front of him. As long as it's a straight line, whether you're swinging horizontally, swinging, or even waving, you can cast this spell normally. He said, but because it's simple to get started, even simple it's too much. So it's more difficult when everyone wants to make this spell a more powerful, formidable power. As far as I know, most adult wizards can cast Shield Charm, but how many people can cast a relatively qualified Shield Charm? Marx spread his hand. You should understand what I want to say. After looking at whether everyone was listening carefully, he immediately waved his hand. Now, take the information I sent to you and turn to the pages about Shield Charm. While waiting for the young wizards to flip the information, Marx paused for a moment, and then continued, as the information suggests. At that point, the magic attack that Shield Charm can withstand is limited, but it can also bounce and even bounce the spell that hits you. So, when we use it, we can use our steps to find a suitable angle of acceptance so that it can stay longer with us. In addition, although it can resist some physical damage, such as stone, wood, etc., but I suggest you better use some other curse. Well, as for the best trajectory of the stick, please note, it is straight down. Marx finally reminded. The information also mentioned that Shield Charm needs both firm and resistance. And waving the wand down to help you quickly concentrate your attention. Professor McLawn. Hermione suddenly raised her hand. Is there any problem? Marx asked. You can also say in the data, along the other's cursing trajectory, and with the dodge of the pace, you can minimize the consumption of Shield Charm? Hermione is somewhat confused. Yes, that's it, Marx nodded. But that's very difficult for you now. After you are familiar with it, don't need me to say it, you will naturally understand how to choose. Now if you want to practice it, follow the path of maximizing the swing. Oh. Alright. Hermione still seems a little unresolved. Okay, Marx didn't say much, but he saw him and looked at everyone. Then, next is the second curse that will be introduced today, Disarming Charm. Yes, at Hogwarts, Disarming Charm is taught earlier than Shield Charm. I believe that most of the students who have been present have already learned. And through my previous test of everyone, the information about this spell is everyone. They have all been rebuilt. So, the next step is to learn and practice. Hey, I can finally try it. The young wizards mostly took out their own wand, which seemed to be a bit too much to wait. It seems that everyone is ready, Marx said as he waved his training partner with his wand, then stuffed one directly into the doll. So, let's get started. Expelliarmus. Because Marx didn't let them line up at all, when he ordered, almost all the students who were in front of him waved their own wand. For a time, the voice of the curse came one after another, and the red fire continued to flash continuously, and the dolls splashed with brilliance. Marx's Shield Charm for training the doll was quickly dismantled. Then, the wand in the puppet's hand flew high and slammed into the ceiling, and the doll itself flew out. Yes, stop it. Marx waved, and the flying wand flew back to him. Everyone saw it. The Shield Charm I applied was quickly broken. It is clear that many people will usually be an incomparably powerful advantage. He emphasized this opportunity, but who can tell how can I give the greatest strength to the collective advantage? At the same time, curse, fixed spells. Marx sighed. If the spells you cast are too messy, enough powerful wizards can even bounce them all without fail. Yes, you can use Shield Charm. But if you put everyone's power on a wizard at the same time, believe me, even Voldemort can only hide. What about you? Ron asked subconsciously. Oh, Marx shrugged said, don't think that I am so powerful, of course I have to hide. Marx believes that as long as these students are able to train and coordinate skills, it is easy to solve a dark wizard in 4 or 5 groups. And when they all gather together, they can even bring a lot of threats to Voldemort or Grindelwald at a certain time. The last curse is Stunning Spell, Marx continued. The reason it was chosen, of course, is the same as the 2 spells above, simple and practical. When it, as Marx gradually explained the last curse of today, formal training began, from the initial Shield Charm's defensive maximization training to the later Disarming Charm and Stunning Spells coordinated training. Even Marx added the array of volley training content. If you are seen by others, you will probably go to the Ministry of Magic to report. Because no matter how you look at it, it feels like training a wizard army. When the training of the defense team came to an end that night, the young wizards felt extremely exhausted, but at the same time they also had a feeling of boiling blood. I think we should probably set a name. Hermione suddenly looked at Marx. This will promote our unity, isn't it? Name? Marx can't help but muttered. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 448. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 448. Even if you don't have it, this defense team will be established. No, in fact, even now, the people who convene these young wizards are not themselves. Although Marx can't remember now, it turns out, who originally named this temporary student. But he still vaguely remembers that this organization, which was assembled by the young wizards in front of him, was once called DA. This abbreviation can of course be understood as the Defense Association, but can actually be extended to Dumbledore's army, Dumbledore's army. When Hermione suddenly asked how to name it, there was a lot of vague memories in Marx's mind. It's been a long time since he came here, but these memories still evoke his innumerable feelings. Maybe, the name doesn't have to be changed? He whispered a word without paying attention. What? Hermione apparently did not hear what he was saying. Oh, I mean, Marx was trying to say DA, but he wanted to speak, but he stopped inexplicably. Because he found that everyone is watching him, no one wants to replace him to think of a name. It seems as if the right to name should be handed over to his Marx McLawn, and it will be the most appropriate. Marx looked at the pair of bright eyes, and the ones with different expressions, but mostly with a tender face, involuntarily remembered a photo, the Mad Eye that had been missing for a long time. Moody showed him that there was a collection of old magic photos of the Order of the Phoenix members. There is no name, Marx said suddenly. In the past, Professor Dumbledore had secretly formed a secret organization in order to resist Voldemort's evil deeds. The members of this secret organization are mostly obscure and don't look like anything. A hero who can save everything. But most of them are heroic and fearless. They can fight for their family, for their friends, for the peace of the entire magic circle, and even sacrifice their lives. Because of this, with the struggle with the darkness, this secret organization, once full of courage and strength, has lost too many excellent partners. Hearing Marx's slow and solemn words, Hermione and so on, could not help but feel heavy. Especially Harry and Neville. Their parents were members of the Order of the Phoenix, and they were unfortunately swallowed up by the darkness in the pursuit of light. Mr. and Mrs. Potter in the Dead Family, the Longbottom couple, was tortured by Cruciatus Curse to a mental breakdown, and still spent the rest of his life in street Mungos. Marx's words made them extremely worried. Currently, Marx continued, after Dumbledore's death, this secret organization tentatively was temporarily taken over by me and another good member. At the moment when there is a lot of bad events, I hope I can pick out some of the people who are present and be able to take on the new members of this spirit. I am willing to join. Of course, I am the same. Harry raised his hand even high, and Hermione and Ron followed him and shouted. Beside them, Neville, who is now tall and still introverted, suddenly stretched out his arms and his eyes were firm. Of course, I can understand. Marx pressed down and pressed his hand and gestured. I can understand that some of you want to join in immediately. Again, I hope you can understand. Become this organization. After one of the members, the responsibility to be burdened is heavy. I can understand. Harry immediately shouted, I am not afraid of death. I am not afraid. Neville also shouted out this time. No, you don't understand. Marx suddenly solemnly shouted. Is this responsibility determined by the fear of not afraid of death? Who will be willing to die when things are not forced? If you are dead, how can you protect the loved ones and friends you want to protect? Marx's sudden screaming made everyone shocked. To be honest, they have never seen a stern Marx like this. After the urge to stop Harry and the others, Marx's tone quickly eased. Yes, you have to understand, having a strong determination is naturally very important, but with determination but not enough power, your determination can only be wasted. Marx seriously warned that there were people at the venue, and the tone was calm and calm. As his gaze passed over each student's face, everyone was quiet, until these words were deeply imprinted into the hearts of the students in a deep atmosphere. He gently nodded. The name I have decided, Marx shrugged, as if it should be by rights. Not too complicated, It is called Ra-Reserve Army. Like the original members of the Order of the Phoenix, there are also some young wizards in front of them who are not determined to be willpower. For Marx, if these people can't get his approval in the change, they can only be decisively excluded. With the Book of the Order of the Phoenix, he naturally will not allow himself to repeat the same mistakes. Of course, I hope that everyone can join in the end, and the same, I have to take responsibility for you. If I can't pass my final test, I won't let you join in, because then it is equal to I sent you to the road of death. That night, the official establishment of Ra was like burying a fresh seed in the hearts of these students. In their future experiences, this seed will be watered by themselves. As for whether this seed can eventually grow into an evergreen tree, no one knows it now. After that day, the last school life before Christmas was calmer. Although the darkness is always full of disturbing factors, at least on the surface, Hogwarts must remain stable. The daily classes are still going on, and the homework and exams will not disappear because of accidents. Even the Quidditch house races held every academic year are just as step by step. Obviously, Ra training gatherings can't usually be fixed for a couple of nights a week, because everyone has the academic and school-organized activities that must be completed. For example, some members of the Quidditch team, such as Harry, can reduce their training, but they can't participate completely. And because of the blizzards of the past few days, the weather conditions have become quite bad, and the training time has changed frequently. This makes the Ra training time more uncertain. Finally, at Hermione's proposal, the meeting time was judged by the reports of each member. In fact, there is a certain advantage in not fixing the time. At least in this way, their collection will be less regular. Even if there are still enemies in Hogwarts, the chances of being discovered will be reduced. Soon, Hermione negotiated with Marx to come up with a clever solution to send some simple notifications to all members in the event of a temporary change of party time. Did you see the lettering on the side of these gold galleons? At the end of a training session, Hermione held a coin. On the real gold galleon, it's just a list of numbers that represent the goblin that casts it. On our coins, these numbers will change to show the time of the next party. The coin exudes golden brilliance in her hands, and Ron seems to be quite interested in them. If time changes, it will be hot. It can be felt in your pocket. Of course, if you take it directly, it may be a little hot, and everyone should be as careful as possible. Hermione talked with the coin, and Marx stood by and watched quietly. He also thought that Hermione's idea was really good, so he did not object to Hermione when he mentioned it. Sometimes, this smart female child is really good. Oh, this is really cool. Ron groaned at the fake gold coin in his hand, curiously flipping over and over. Is this a change spell? I remember this spell in Marx's profile. Yes, the one used above is the change spell. Hermione immediately nodded. This curse can be quite difficult, no wonder you will go to Marx to discuss. Harry stunned. Oh, you can think wrong. Marx spread the handkerchief. The idea is that Hermione came up with it. The curse on the top is all Hermione. I just nodded and said yes. What else? Have never done it. When I heard Marx say this, everyone suddenly looked at Hermione with surprise. For everyone's attention, Hermione is obviously embarrassed. Although Marx is very positive about this, she is really not sure that everyone feels good. Well, she licked her lips and whispered, I think this idea should not be bad. You see, what others think of it is just an ordinary gold galleon, that's all. No doubt at all. Right? She paused, but then went on, of course, if you don't want to use it. No, it's really amazing. One Ravenclaw praised. You will cast a change spell? I remember, is that the level of Newts? Oh. Yes, yes. Hermione tried to make herself look more modest, but her heart was still very happy, because it was undoubtedly a recognition given by others. Well, I think so. I think you should come to Ravenclaw. The student couldn't help. You and McLawn should come. You see, you have such a good brain, and McLawn's Patronus. Don't mention this, Professor Sprout will pull out Mandrake in front of me. Marks quickly waved his hand and smiled. Moreover, I have graduated. The voice did not fall, and many people could not stop laughing. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 449. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 449. As Christmas gets closer, Hogwarts, as in previous years, spreads the festive atmosphere throughout the castle with the help of pine trees and various magical decorations. No matter how many people are unfortunate, as long as someone is still alive, there should always be more optimism. In fact, even Marks, in his heart, actually wants to enjoy it. This gradual and festive holiday atmosphere can really warm people's hearts. But unfortunately, his joy can only be temporarily placed in his stomach, because Luna can finally bid farewell to the ward. For the next safety of Hogwarts, he had to go to the secret island to run. And with them, there are naturally Hermione and Luna. Just on the Saturday when the three of them left, there were some strange things that happened. "Oh Harry, how come you got up so early? Yesterday we practiced until midnight. How are you so spirited?" In the boys' bedroom of Gryffindor Tower, Ron seems to have been awakened by some small movements. He struggled to open his eyelids and suddenly felt his eyes numb. As he said, after the party was disbanded last night, he and Harry both had a companion in the bedroom for a long time. The information Marks sent to them was too much. The lack of sleep time made him feel that his eyes were hard to open, and in a few seconds he became a little tearful. "No, I don't think my spirit may be good. Leave me alone. Go on, sleep. Today is Saturday." Harry sat halfway on the edge of the bed, his hands on the quilt on his side, staring out the window and screaming. This time, he was actually not worried about those things that were related to the darkness, and he was no longer eager for his own strength. As for the nightmare, or the scar on the forehead, the progress of his occlumency has long since disappeared. "So what is this about yourself?" Harry felt a little confused in his head. He found that he seemed to feel some kind of inexplicable anxiety from time to time, as if there was anything that should have been done yet. "Because the more I didn't understand, Harry was subconsciously sighed. "Hey, buddy." Ron squinted and tired of lack of sleep. "I don't think you are right." "What happened?" "I want to sleep." "You can't be sleepy." "I advise you must say something when you have something. Don't blame yourself in your heart." "No, no." Harry hurriedly waved his hand. "I'm really fine. I always feel that my heart is not very solid. I don't know why." "Oh. Is it?" Ron squinted his eyes and rubbed his eyes on the sleeves of his pajamas. "Maybe you just didn't sleep well." "I remember who I heard who said, if a person is tired, if you do, you will easily get insomnia. You see, you have been learning all these days, aren't you?" "Well, it sounds a bit sensible." Harry scratched his scalp, then opened the quilt and slid it in. "So I can try to sleep for a while." The fireplace in the bedroom is still beating the flames, making the interior and exterior look like two different worlds. This warmth is actually very good for falling asleep. Ron, for example, although he was a bit worried about Harry's state, but after staring at Harry's bed, the endless sleepiness dragged him into sleep again. However, Harry, who was in the bed, always had a big eye. After he tried it again, he finally sat up. No, it really can't sleep at all." To prevent Ron from being woken up again, Harry rolled over his bed carefully, and after he had read the thick robes, he crept out of the bedroom door. As soon as he arrived outside the bedroom, he immediately wrapped his body in the temperature of the sudden drop, which made him unable to bear a nap. After pulling the scarf hard, he just huddled with a group of white fog and shrank his neck and walked toward the common room. Like this cold weather, it is rare for students who get up early in the morning during the weekend. Although the sun had already jumped over the mountains in the east, Harry had not seen half of the people along the way. Of course, if you really see the half person, then it is scary. After a few glances around the unmanned common room, Harry simply decided to go outside the castle and wait for it to go straight to the auditorium for breakfast. As soon as he came outside, Harry immediately noticed that the snow on the ground had thickened again. It seems that the heavy snow last night may not be able to survive until dawn. The soft snow slammed on it, and people couldn't help but want to step on it. Harry didn't know where he should go for a walk. To be honest, he actually had a little regret. The temperature outside was lower than he had imagined, and soon he was frozen and his ears were red. Just since it has already come out, it is still 2 steps. If you turn around and go back, it will only make you feel stupid. However, when Harry wandered aimlessly for a while, he found himself inadvertently walking in front of the gate of the West Tower. Just as Harry raised his neck and stared blankly at the owl shack at the top of the tower, he suddenly faintly understood why he was anxious about what he was doing. Oh. Autumn. He whispered the name gently, but then there was a fever in the back of his ear. He thinks he knows. The gentle and beautiful black-haired girl has a favorite object, and she should not think more. He still remembers that during the Triwizard Cup of the previous school year, the other party seemed to have started dating Headpuff's Cedric Diggory. Cedric is a good guy and he is very friendly to anyone. At the same time, the big male child is obviously more mature and more popular than himself. Seriously, he and the Autumn really match each other. They are all very good students who are very eye-catching. But, Autumn and Cedric, has the relationship been confirmed? Harry felt that he couldn't let himself not think so, because he didn't know it, so he unknowingly hoped that the answer would stay on a smaller possibility. Should I go to her to confirm? He couldn't help but confess. Would you like to ask other people first? This thought just came out of his head, and he found himself a little uncontrollable. Not long after, he suddenly turned and walked to the main fort. Asking Ron is definitely not going to work, because Harry only imagines that his cheek is having a fever. But if you choose someone other than Ron, it seems even harder to say it. After all, it was the first time that Harry had this feeling, which was green and clumsy, as if he had confided with others and would tie his tongue. He stood in the foyer and stared at the Christmas trees that were decorated on both sides. He hesitated and time passed. The young wizards coming and going in the halls have become more and more. Most of them have just come out of the bedroom, and they are going together in the auditorium in 2s and 3s. Who is looking for someone to ask? Who to ask for? Harry pretended to be admiring the little ornaments on the Christmas tree. Even though he didn't find it, he had been in front of the same Christmas tree for an hour. Who are you looking for? Anyone can do it. No, you have to find Ravenclaw. How are you together? It's best to find a single one. Well, boys are not suitable. Autumn is so popular they don't necessarily tell the truth. They have to find the girl who has placed the order. Every time his sight is directed at a person, his heart will involuntarily give a negative reason. As time passed by, as soon as he turned his gaze to the next goal, he suddenly saw the silhouette of the Autumn on the stairs. Hey, it seems like she will always be with her friends, Harry said in his heart. No, it should be that her popularity is so good, so there is always no shortage of friends around. But this is the case. Suddenly, Harry seemed to finally realize what was in general and stayed in place. Even if I have the courage to ask her directly, how can I ask her? Harry half-mouthed and his face screamed. Just ask, are you already with Cedric? Then she is not all at once. I understand it all. I must be euphemistic. Oh, good morning, Harry. Just as he was full of brains for how to open his mouth, Q and her good friends had already walked to the corridor not far from here. Autumn is also a member of RA. Although the two of them barely talked about each other during the training activities, the relationship between them was obviously enough for the Autumn to actively say hello. Yes, Harry suddenly returned sobered up, but then he was a little flustered. Good morning. Well, that's right. Well, Autumn looked at the Christmas tree in front of Harry, then gently laughed. It's Christmas again. Time flies so fast. I feel that graduation is close at hand. Oh, yes. Harry was vaguely confusing, but his heart seemed to be over the sea. He couldn't calm down completely. No, I want to say we have to cherish every day, cherish everyone. Yes. What? You are right. Autumn nodded. Don't you go? Have you used breakfast? Yes. No. No. I will go soon. See Harry saying that Autumn didn't care. She was only nodded again, and she said goodbye to Harry, and went to the hall with her friends. Hey, he's dull. As the girls left, the other Ravenclaw girl next to the Autumn laughed and whispered softly with her companion. But at this moment, Harry seemed to have just realized that he had just walked a few steps to the other side. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 450. Harry Potter's Book of Sin Chapter 450. Harry, Ron, who just turned a big circle in school, finally found his good buddy in the bedroom. Oh, don't care too much about what others say. Just be yourself. It was only in the morning, and the rumors about Harry were spread throughout Hogwarts. At the time, Ron just got out of bed, but as soon as he got to the common room, several Gryffindor's students told him about the situation at the time, as if they were all on the scene watching the whole process. Well, in fact, the matter is very simple. When Harry looked at the back of the Autumn, an impulse did not hold back, and when the brain was hot, he shouted his heart. Oh, don't comfort me, Harry said with a remorse in his head. I know how stupid I look at the time. Ron. You let me stay alone. Really? What the hell are you yelling? Ron sat down on his bed, his expression complex. I don't believe what they say. I always feel that they have added too much to their imagination. Expected. Oh. Do you think I would like to say it again? Harry waved his hand weakly, then simply leaned his head down on the bed and picked up his quilt and covered his head. After a short while, he told Ron the answer in a squeaky voice in the quilt. Well, I don't really remember it. I had a mess in my head. Harry closed his eyes. Probably I am 100 times better than Cedric, or Cedric is not Triwizard Cups champion like that. Oh. Ron said with a strange expression. It sounds like. Well, I have to admit, it's really bad enough. I just hope that the facts won't be worse than this. Harry sighed heavily. At the time, I had another flash in my head. What can be worse than this? Ron suddenly surprised. For example, Harry slammed open the quilt and sat up again. For example, Cedric is just a good face. His brain is not enough to fill an eggshell category. Are you sure? Ron said subconsciously. The handsome little girl has always been good at academic performance. You help me or help him. Harry who whispered a word, but then he shook his head again. No, it wasn't the eggshell at the time. I'm sure the sentence is not so long. Okay. Sorry, Ron quickly apologized. Well, actually, although everyone is talking about you now, I'm afraid it's no big deal. It's definitely a few days later. Everyone will be tired, I think. Now what is important. What was the reaction at the time of Autumn? What reaction? Harry recalled hard, not quite sure. At the time she didn't talk, she just looked at me with amazement. Later, what happened then? Ron asked curiously. And she left, Harry said, and thought again. No. I remember she said something before she left. Hey, at the time, my whole brain was blank. Now it's just like the lost memory memo, I can't remember anything. Just as Harry smacked his forehead in agony, a voice came out of the door. Autumn said, I'm sorry. Although this sound is very simple, it seems to be a little unpleasant. Ginny? Ron looked back and was surprised. How come you come to the boys' bedroom? Nothing is not allowed? Ginny at the door didn't care to step in. He didn't look at his big brother. Autumn is probably not so angry. She is much smarter than you. I soon understand. What is the matter? Oh, really? She is not angry? Harry snorted from the bed. Are you true? Do you think it is possible? Ginny's gaze paused on Harry's face, but squinted and opened his eyes. Cedric is her boyfriend. You say Cedric? Isn't the Autumn party angry? Harry hesitated. Ginny, you were in the hall at the time? What did I say at that time? Ginny glanced at him again, and this side, it's the eggshell. Really? Really? Harry suddenly numbed his scalp. Buddy, Ron helpless shook his head and gave Harry a cherished expression. I think Cedric might be looking for a duel. You'd better prepare more. Cedric is not as careful as you are. Ginny smacked Ron relentlessly, then turned to Harry. And, before someone else finishes, it's best not to interrupt. She was paused, and after Harry handed over the look he was looking forward to, he continued, the shell of eggs is indeed said, but you remember it well. You didn't say that long. What did I say? Harry asked nervously. You said Cedric's head is an eggshell. Ginny said with a slap in the face, and suddenly he couldn't help himself and laughed. Squeak, I saw your head was the eggshell. And the empty eggshell. Harry sneered at himself. Don't laugh, Ginny. Ron stopped again and again. Harry is bad enough. And it's true. This sentence is not as good as it was. At least that sounds like there is something in the head. Don't worry. Ginny seemed to laugh enough. She waved her hand. Cedric shouldn't blame you, but you'd better find an opportunity to apologize for anything. I heard that Autumn intends to introduce him. Come into Ra, you can reconcile with him when you arrive. But before that, it's better to give up the fall. Ron added. I know, of course I know. Harry lost the floor. But there is one thing I haven't figured out yet. When was the relationship between Autumn and Cedric determined? They are a couple. Ginny's tone seemed to be helpless. You don't know all about world. I don't know. Ron couldn't help but pick up. This time Ginny didn't even look at him. What do you know? She habitually squeezed. However, this evoked some thoughts under Ron's heart, and his expression began to get a little dull. Yeah, I don't know anything, he sighed, and he also snarled. I don't even know how you and Michael are doing. In dealing with other situations, the current Ron is not as narrow as it used to be. In the face of his own younger sister's relationship, he is still a male child with a thorn in his heart. As soon as he spoke, Ginny's face suddenly changed. It's none of your business. She yelled at Ron. How is it not my business? Ron insisted. You are my younger sister. Is it a younger sister? I have to go through the consent of the big brother to fall in love? Who is in love with me is my freedom. Ginny angered. If you are not convinced, you will find one yourself. See if I will come to you. Which one? Ron raised his hand, but there was nowhere to vent, so he had to slap on his lap. I will never admit him anyway. Who wants you to admit it? Ginny glanced at him, then suddenly turned and left without looking back. Ron was anxious and said with a smile, Hey, there is a good younger sister who doesn't have to worry about it. Oh, I said. This time it was Harry who persuaded Ron. Ginny has always been very smart. She should know what she is doing. You don't have to say it, I know. Ron didn't have a fire, and subconsciously said, and, you should say this to yourself. What? Harry wondered. Ron seemed to understand what he was just saying. He shook his head. No, nothing. I am just talking. He knew that Ginny had always liked Harry, but he also knew that Harry, who had been sluggish, had never noticed this. In fact, at the moment Ron would like to mix Harry with his baby younger sister, and when Harry is just lost in love, the effect is definitely great. However, Ron found that there was an inexplicable force in his heart that was blocking his thoughts. That's right, Ron hates that Michael Kona, who thinks that the sea-headed male child is not worthy of the smart and beautiful Ginny. In the face of Ginny, he was even more eager to let Ginny give up the guy immediately. But when Ginny is not in front of his own eyes, he can't do anything that might make the younger sister sad. After all, even if Ginny had always been obsessed with Harry, it doesn't mean it is still the same. Maybe Ginny and the mentally retarded C are really in love? Ron groaned, and then slammed his head again. HMPH. Even if it is, I will never admit him. Absolutely. Ron. What do you say I should do? Ron, who came back to his senses, just heard the last sentence of Harry, who was screaming. What do you do? He looked at Harry. Are you still thinking about Autumn? What? Are you listening? Harry said. I mean, how can I go with Cedric to apologize? Will he accept? How do I know? Ron said. standing up from the bed. Don't think about it. Just apologize at the time. As far as he can't accept it, that's his business. Let's go to Hagrid. Sitting for a while, Hermione and Marx still don't know when they will come back. Okay. Harry nodded, but complained. Hermione only said that he was going to do things, and he didn't know where they were going. Can't you take us together?